Lake Rusty. Federal Special Waste Treatment Plant Number 23. Also known as the Artifact Graveyard. Growth of civilization has been fueled continuously by the powers of cultivation. Artifacts used to be out of reach back in the day, but the artifacts that could only be operated by cultivators spread to every household. They became necessary items in ordinary lives, helping them with living, traveling, studying, and working. They made the lives of people easier, but also brought forth a great deal of waste, artifact waste and metal scrap. Artifact waste usually has quite some essence energy remaining in them, easily causing radiation pollution. The glyph arrays that compose the artifacts are highly volatile such that there is risk of explosion. If left unattended, artifact waste could cause major damage to the environment. Therefore, at the perimeter of every federal city, special waste treatment plants were installed in order to treat artifact waste. Special Waste Treatment Plant Number 23, located at the southern outskirts of the federal cultivation city, Floating Spear. Underneath the hazy yellow sky, a purple polluted swamp emits a heavy stench. A mountain peak of metal shards protrudes from the swamp like the spine of a dinosaur. Fragments of flying swords lay scattered chaotically on the peak. Sitting next to the swords was a rusted crystal golem. Its vacuous eye socket showed its spirit fire had long extinguished. The only thing left was an essence-eating bug, which poked out of the skull, cautiously looking around in the artifact graveyard, where danger lurks on all corners. Boom! Close by, within another mountain of trash, a discarded artifact's glyph array began to fracture. Its excess essence energy suddenly exploded and sent half the mountain flying through the air. Countless metal parts scattered in the sky like a maiden scattering flowers, spattering in all directions. The surrounding mountains were triggered into chain reactions. Looking up, all that could be seen was smoke and dust. It gave the image of a dance of demons that covered the entire sky. Here, it appeared that life was forbidden. Only insignificant cockroaches and worms could consider this a paradise. However, Li Yao dormantly lurked behind a mountain of trash. Licking his cracked lips, he wore a dirt-yellow windbreaker covered in dust that made him blend with the environment. He shot a glance at the slowly rising mushroom cloud nearby. In his clear youthful eyes, no trace of emotion could be seen, no feelings rippled out. Only when the dirt and metal shards spattered upon his refuge mountain of trash did he retreat somewhat deeper into the trash heap. At the same time, he slipped on goggles, covering half his face. It's here. When the essence watch on his wrist began to vibrate, the youth became excited and the corner of his mouth hooked into a sly grin. 3:52 and 38 seconds p.m., the daily routine garbage disposal time, also known to salvagers such as Li Yao as party time. The essence watch on his left wrist was an elite hunter model produced 3 years ago by the Cultivator Guild, Zephyr Guild. He had found it within a garbage mountain and it took him no less than 2 months to repair. It had an extraordinary function besides telling time. It could record the frequency of unique vibrations. When a unique vibration propagates in the vicinity, the owner is notified. This function was intended to be used to alert hunters of the existence of powerful fiend beasts nearby. However, after being modified by Li Yao, the function was changed to alert at the arrival of garbage ships. Shortly, accompanied by an insignificant sound of buzzing, a dozen or so black dots appeared on the northern horizon. Covering the earth and concealing the sky, the smoke and dust brought upon by the explosion still had not dissipated. The dozen or so black dots were mixed within and could not be distinguished. Li Yao raised his nose. His finger brushed gently against the glyph located on the side of his goggles. Swoosh! A sheet of blood red appeared on the surface of the goggles. Under the red gaze, the garbage ships hidden by the smoke had their round silhouette rendered clearly. The Essence Watch's hunting function also allowed locking onto the unique vibrational frequency of a single garbage ship. Garbage ship number 1327, I choose you. From when Li Yao was born until he was 10, these 10 years he stayed in the artifact graveyard. He knew every inch of dirt and every garbage ship in the sky, as if they were fingers on his hand. This garbage ship number 1327 was specifically responsible for collecting trash from Floating Spear Inner City's Upper East Side. The Upper East Side was the most luxurious of the rich districts, containing the residences of several cultivators. The artifacts they threw away were of most value. Several of the artifacts were still in good condition. They were only discarded without care by the cultivators and the rich simply because they had gone out of style, or because a new generation of artifacts had been released. From Li Yao's perspective, this was not a garbage ship. It was a treasure ship filled to the brim with gold. Swoosh! Li Yao's pair of legs rippled out power. Like a shell being shot, he madly sprinted through the mountains of trash and charged into the smoke and dust, charging towards garbage ship number 1327. The mountains of trash all around him were on the verge of collapsing. Bubbles of the dangerous poison swamp rumbled beneath his feet. Li Yao was like the most nimble monkey of the mountains and woods. Every now and then, he would apply force somewhere on a mountain of trash, moving tens of meters with every step. His movements were like the floating clouds and running waters, giving a sense of tranquility. Li Yao, you bastard! You've come to fight over food with me again. At the moment, from behind the base of a few mountains appeared a dozen or so figures. They were dressed similarly to Li Yao, except they didn't have the advanced red goggles and essence watch equipped on Li Yao. Holding metal spades and rods, these people aggressively approached. They were the same as Li Yao. They relied on Special Waste Treatment Plant number 23 for survival as garbage salvagers. Where there is profit, there is competition. A ship's discarded artifact waste may only be trash for the upper echelon cultivators, but for these people at the lowest rung, these artifacts represent hope for survival. Li Yao was the salvager that had adapted the best to the artifact graveyard. Of course, this also made him the greatest thorn in the other garbage salvagers' sides, a thorn in the flesh. Actually, Li Yao did not care about getting along. With a laugh, his waist suddenly emitted power and his body twisted in a strange fashion. Without warning, he turned 90 degrees, splitting away from the glaring fat youth with furrowed brows that was in front of him. He seized the opportunity to use his foot to ferociously launch off of the fat face, propelling his whole body by 30 to 40 meters. Fatty Liang, everyone's here to bring dinner to the table. It all depends on who is faster. You should lose some weight. The fat youth's face was stamped red, his nose nearly sunk into his fatty flesh. He was angry to the point of tantrum. Unable to accept this, he commanded his men to pursue and they quickly entered the smoke and dust-filled area. As an explosion had just occurred, the area was super unstable. Dozens of garbage mountains could collapse at any time, causing even the diabolical Fatty Liang's group of youths to have no other option but to slow their steps and stare blankly at Li Yao's lightning speed. Seeing this, Fatty Liang could not help but spit a mouthful of saliva. This son of AB*TCH. He really lives up to the reputation of caring about money more than his life. God, if you have eyes, may lightning strike him dead. True to those words, a mountain of garbage exploded near Li Yao. Thousands upon thousands of metal parts and broken artifacts flooded down like a torrent. It came true. Fatty Liang and the youths were flabbergasted. They were at a complete loss. However, a shriek pierced through the smoke and dust crying, "Small Black, save me." A path more profound than the night sky, a black streak shot out like lightning and carved a hole in the flood of metal. It was rusted, it had a nicked edge, and it was completely black. This flying sword possessed a giant handguard that had the shape of two extending black wings. Li Yao was like a drowning man grasping tenaciously on a rice straw. He hugged the flying sword for dear life. Curling his entire body onto the black streak, he pierced into the sky. In the middle of the sky, the giant figures of a dozen or so garbage ships had already emerged. Each garbage ship was hundreds of meters long and had a round plump figure like the mythological turtle that props the earth. On top of each turtle shell was carved tens of thousands of glyphs, all densely packed together. They flickered with the light of essence in 5 vibrant colors, helping those gigantic over 10,000 tons guys resist the effects of gravity. Crash! The giant turtles opened the hatches on their bellies one after another. Out came a rain of metal parts and broken artifacts that blotted the sky, pounding relentlessly against the earth. In a moment, the essence energy within the entire field was madly disturbed and shook. A perilous situation was triggered. Even the over 10,000 tons garbage ships shook left and right in the midst of the essence energy waves. Under the violent turbulence, they had no option but to use all their strength to separate from each other, in hopes of reducing the damage. Fatty Liang's group even more so did not dare to rashly approach. They feared being caught in the turmoil. Li Yao was still riding on the black flying sword, dashing quickly through the waves of essence energy. His appearance was destitute to the extreme, but he moved nimbly just like mud fish. Naturally, he did not dare to directly face the raging waves and stormy sea head-on. Rather, he relied on over 10 years of survival experience, striving to discover areas where the tides of essence energy destructively interfered with each other and cancelled into tranquility, solely for the sake of approaching as close to the location of the dumped artifact waste as possible. The pavilion closest to the water was the first to bask in moonlight. Finally, after nearly 10 minutes of dumping, the garbage ships let out a rumble like a behemoth. They changed their direction, lazily returning home. The smoke and dust gradually dissipated as well. Fatty Liang had just barely climbed into the center of massive garbage dumping. He saw right away Li Yao sitting comfortably on a newly made mountain of garbage, looking at him with a beaming smile. **T. Fatty Liang's face was shaking in anger, but his heart was a mess. Li Yao chose this garbage mountain rather cleverly. It was not the largest, and it also did not seem to have the most abundant of materials. There were still dozens of garbage mountains all around, all containing priceless discarded artifacts. As for the salvagers, there were more than just these two parties. If Fatty Liang continued to compete with Li Yao, it was possible that some of the profits may be snatched up by other fishing salvagers. The figures of other salvagers had already faintly emerged. Joyful cries could be heard from the peaks of several garbage mountains. People had discovered valuable treasure. Not to mention, Fatty Liang had heard that this loathsome kid, Li Yao, was a student of Floating Spear City's famous Crimson Nimbus Guild's second affiliated high school. The Crimson Nimbus Guild was a famous sect located in the southern part of the Federation. Their strength was tyrannical and they had numerous experts. Although Li Yao may not have learned any true techniques of masters, he was not someone who could be handled with just 3 fists and 2 legs. Otherwise, he would not have made a living battling for over 10 years in this artifact graveyard, still being perfectly healthy and spry, also seizing the nickname Vulture. But how could Fatty Liang just let it go? Where did his face go? His nose was still embedded inside his flesh. While his heart was a mess, a gale of wind swept by. Fatty Liang subconsciously grasped out his hand, and his hand felt something ice-cold. In his hand was actually a scrapped crystal processor unit the size of a fist. Li Yao laughed heartily, saying, "Fatty Liang, everyone's here to make a living. I just snatched a Starlight-class CPU from you last time. It's not like I murdered your father. Isn't it unnecessary to go this far, to be unceasing until the point of death? Here, I just found a Brave Dragon 17 CPU produced by the Viridian Dragon Guild. It's the newest model, capable of calculating over 5,000 telepathic thoughts per second. Even though it's fried, I reckon you can get $3,000 or $4,000 for it. Just take it as a sign of respect from me, Big Brother Fatty Liang. From now on we're even, what do you say?" Fatty Liang did not expect Li Yao to say something like this. He was immediately stunned and was somewhat distrusting, as he scratched the fat on his face. Yo! Look over there. Wild Wolf's men are almost here. They don't run solo like this guy. They will absolutely digest dozens of garbage mountains completely bare. They won't leave behind a single screw for you, said Li Yao as he rapidly pointed towards the west. Fatty Liang's face changed color. He squinted his eyes for quite a while and finally made a resolution. He immediately gave Li Yao a giant thumbs up, squeezing out a sentence, "All right kid, you've got chops. Let's go make out with the goods ASAP." A party of salvagers scattered in all directions, charging towards garbage mountains in every direction. Phew! Li Yao let out a long sigh of relief. His butt was sitting on a garbage heap and big beads of sweat rolled down his forehead. The grin on his face transformed into wailing as he suddenly got up. Die fatty! I painstakingly found that Brave Dragon 17 processor, and it became yours for nothing. Just you wait. Do you think it is that easy to take from me, the vulture Li Yao? There will be a day where what you've eaten of mine will be spat back to me. I will take back what you took from me with interest. I will make sure it's of high interest too. I will let you know why everyone calls me the vulture who values money more than life. No, this won't do. I need to be faster. Wild Wolf's gang, those bunches of mincemeat, they're even more unreasonable than Fatty Liang. Li Yao pulled down his goggles so that it rested on his neck. Rubbing his hands together, his pair of eyes contained a gleam of light. Licking his lips, he rushed towards a newly created garbage heap. 5 hours later, nightfall had descended. Morning Sun Village was located next to Special Waste Treatment Plant number 23. Although its name was pleasant-sounding, Morning Sun Village was actually Floating Spear City's most dilapidated, cheapest residential rental area. A location right next to the artifact graveyard meant the climate was absolutely vile. Year-round, an acrid odor would permeate through the air. Even when the main city had blue skies and white clouds, there would be a sheet of gray overcast over here. Of Floating Spear City's 19 residential rental areas, this one had the lowest quality of life. Naturally, the rent was the lowest. No matter how cheap the rent was, not many people would want to live next to a waste treatment plant. Several residential buildings were completely empty. Due to years of wear and tear without any maintenance, both the exterior and interior were covered in cracks. Corridors were covered in cobwebs. It was, for all intents and purposes, a ghost town. And Li Yao was a long-term resident of this ghost town. He liked the quietness here. He wouldn't disturb anyone when he repaired and modded his artifacts at home. It was close to the artifact graveyard. The rent was cheap. It simply served a multitude of benefits. His home was roughly 50 square meters. There were 2 rooms, an outer one and an inner one. The outer room was for eating, drinking, and entertainment. The inner bedroom was remodeled into an artifact workshop. When one enters the house, the first eye-catching image one would see would be the hundreds of crystal processors hanging down by rope, looking like hundreds of skeletal skulls. These crystal processor units were mostly relics of several hundreds of years past, already losing their computing abilities. They were picked up by Li Yao, becoming a part of his collection. He was a crazy crystal processor fan and was super into these kinds of artifacts which were able to process a myriad of telepathic thoughts like the brains of cultivators. In this tiny living room were piles of paper books, something rarely seen in this era. The piles revealed titles such as, and. Many were ancient texts from hundreds of years ago. They were gray and yellow as well as flaky and mushy. Surrounded by the books and crystal processors was a used and somewhat old straw mattress. This was Li Yao's table, chair, and bed. And within the artifact workshop of the inner room were piles of precious treasures that Li Yao had collected from the waste treatment plant. There were shimmering flying swords, talismans with mystical calligraphy drawn on it, and elixirs with an extremely pleasant scent. Even more artifacts were dismantled by him into their most elementary components and were absent-mindedly piled up in the corner, becoming miniature garbage mountains. At this moment, Li Yao held up a silvery white cube-shaped artifact. His eyes shined and glistened, just like a big bad wolf eyeing a small bunny. A line of saliva nearly trickled down the edge of his mouth. The long, black-winged flying sword was extending out his back, trying to take a look around like a rather curious plump snake. Surprisingly, it's the Thousand Illusion Guild's newest generation's 3D hologram projector, with a market price of over $20,000. If I can repair this, I may be able to get up to $10,000 for it. Small black, we've struck it big this time. Li Yao was unable to resist letting out a long whistle. The black flying sword made squeaking noises. Its 2 sheets of wings flew up and down, as if dancing in merriment. Unexpectedly, it displayed the same hint of greed as its owner. Li Yao's hands flared and 7 to 8 oddly shaped tools used for maintenance appeared among his fingers. Some resembled screwdrivers, some resembled tiny pliers. There were also long and thin silver needles as well as curved and hooked unnameable tools. Small black, guess a number of seconds? The black flying sword made 2 sneering squeaking sounds, flying in the air using its pointed end to draw out a 50. 50 seconds? You're totally underestimating me. He closed his eyes and took a deep breath, becoming tranquil for 3 seconds. After opening his eyes, the greed and excitement within his eyes disappeared without a trace. Like an unmoving ancient well, all that was left was cold and clear overflowing confidence. Li Yao's pair of hands suddenly mobilized. 10 fingers turned into 10 paths of flowing light, completely enveloping the silvery white artifact. At first, if one looked closely, they could vaguely make out the courses and movements of the tips of his fingers. Soon, however, only a cloud of dazzling fluorescence could be seen. Within the fluorescence came the sound of rustling. Half a minute later, the fluorescence shook and a rustling sound faded away. Hundreds of shadows retreated back to their origin. Li Yao's pair of eyes were still set on their original position, not making the tiniest of movements. As for the silvery white artifact, the 3D hologram projector had already been dismantled by Li Yao into 425 elementary parts. 39 seconds, and done. Li Yao let out a victory cry, winking in pride at the black flying sword. Then, he began to study with full concentration. TSK, this Thousand Illusion Guild's newest model hologram projector really is something. An elaborate composition, the balance of essence is like a work of nature. The most amazing part is this master crystal chip it's about the size of a fingernail, but somehow over 300 glyphs were engraved on this crystal chip, all working in tandem with each other to form over 20 glyph arrays. It's simply a work of art. Li Yao's hand was holding a magnifying glass, carefully observing the extracted master crystal chip. His face was filled with intoxication like that of a pilgrim. The more he observed, the more profound his expression became. That's not right. There aren't just 300 glyphs. This master crystal chip appears to be utilizing crystal folding technology, taking 3 crystal chips and layering them atop of each other, altogether containing over 1,000 glyphs and forming over 100 three-dimensional glyph arrays. This is inconceivable. The more he studied, the more profound and deep he felt. Li Yao entered a state of complete engrossment, forgetting the passage of time, and studied meticulously for a complete 3 or so hours. He failed to completely comprehend a single glyph array. Instead, his observations caused him to become dizzy and lightheaded as his vision became black. Right now, he had at most the level of a junior artifact technician. The gulf between his level and that of a Thousand Illusion Guild master artificer was really too wide, far too wide. If this master crystal chip had a problem, then he would have no choice but to take this 3D hologram projector and sell it as a defect. Fortunately, after using an essence reserve tool to inject essence energy, Li Yao discovered that the essence energy flowed smoothly in the master crystal chip. The essence circuits were clear, the glyph array was stable, and there were no anomalies. After a careful inspection, he discovered that the problem originated from a crystal conduit. An essence energy fluctuation anomaly had caused this crystal conduit to burn out. Luckily for Li Yao, this crystal conduit was a standard component and was very easy to replace. Li Yao quickly found a replacement from the inventory in his house. Closing his eyes, he recalled and silenced the process of his recent dismantling. An image of a complete structural diagram surfaced in his mind. His hands mobilized automatically, a gust of wind swept, and the 3D hologram projector was assembled once more. He used the essence reserve tool to inject a river of essence energy. The pure white exterior faintly emitted a blue fluorescence as if it were a lustrous transparent sapphire, giving the appearance of being possessed by a living fairy. When the blue glow swept over his forehead, from the depths of Li Yao's mind, dozens of control glyphs automatically came into view. Hologram projector, power on. Li Yao thought to himself, and the control glyph in his mind flared. The blue fluorescence of the hologram projector converged into a single glyph in the shape of. The two rings spun rapidly, looking like a vortex. From the middle of the vortex, a blue beam of light was emitted into the air and solidified into a massive hologram. What appeared was the image of a middle-aged cultivator wearing an 8 trigrams Dao robe, rendered down to the finest hair, looking true to life. Behind this esteemed cultivator's back was an even larger hologram. On the hologram were interweaving red and green glyph script, numbers, and arrows, all constantly pulsing and fluctuating. The middle-aged cultivator's face was expressionless. With a voice like that of an unmoving ancient well, he said, "Up next, news in the world of finance. Today's top story is undoubtedly the Traceless Sword Faction's announcement of the release of their newest flying sword propulsion glyph array, Violet Lightning. Reports say that after implementing Violet Lightning, the maximum velocity can be increased by 9%, the instantaneous destructive power can be increased by 11%, and the essence consumption can be decreased by 5%. Towards flying swords, the composite increase in performance is obvious. Receiving favorable reviews, the share price of the Traceless Sword faction is on the rise. Starting before 10 a.m., the share price approached the market limit and remained at that level till the market closure. The rest of the sword cultivation industry is feeling ripple effects from the announcement. This includes the giant sword gate, Polar North Sword Sect, and the 22 families of schools within the Southern Sea Sword faction. The stocks are hot and on the rise up until market closure. The sword cultivation industry as a whole rose by 5.42 percentage points. On the flip side of this announcement, the defense-focused Gold Armor sect's share price fell. Experts believe that with the announcement of the glyph array, Violet Lightning, flying swords have made a revolutionary leap in technology. Modern mainstream battle armor is fundamentally unable to guard against the newest models of offensive flying swords. By market closure, Golden Armor sect's shares had tumbled 8%. After market closure, the Golden Armor sect called for an impromptu news conference. The Golden Armor sect spokesman, Elder He Yen, announced a development in the newest generation of Star Strike shields, thanks to an imminent breakthrough in battle armor research and development. A prototype will be available within the year and will absolutely be able to guard and nullify all flying sword attacks. As for the grasslands region in the northern part of the Federation, the calamity known as the black roundworm epidemic continues to spread, already proliferating into the cultivation bases of many beast-taming sect spirit beasts. The afflicted spirit beasts numbered over 500,000. This rarely seen disaster drove the stock prices of the beast industry continuously down. Several beast-taming sects' share prices have tumbled to a 3-year low. Now, let's turn to a famous market analyst, Taiyang Xingzi, here to comment for everyone on today's developments. Li Yao watched for a while. He confirmed that the image was stable, that the sound was clear, and that there weren't any static or streaks. The 3D was exceptional, being extremely distinct and causing one to feel immersed. The artifact should be completely repaired. After pondering a bit, he thought deeply within his mind, switched to the entertainment channel. The blue glow flashed. The middle-aged cultivator and the red-green hologram flashed and faded away. In their place was a stadium buzzing with activity. This full-house stadium was filled with 100,000 people, with sounds of clamoring people rumbling through the air. Under the shining rainbow rays of light, 100,000 fired-up teenagers raised their hands up high. Together, they were cheering a name, Lu Yinshi. Lu Yinshi. Lu Yinshi. Atop the three-story main stage towered a dozen or so jutted crystals like entwining canine teeth. When the cheers of the teenagers converged to their peak, the thickest of the crystals suddenly burst. With an appearance like that of clear, cold snow yet possessing an expression heated like lava, a young lady wearing white jumped out from the crystal. Slanted on her waist was a zither that seemed to be formed out of a stack of crystals. Her slender white hand swept across the strings, and the magical clashing sounds of metal like that of a powerful army roared out. Within my heart, I have the dream to fly proudly. The opposing shore of the celestial river is our direction. This belongs to us. Cultivate a new era. Just like with all the teenagers, Li Yao's blood also began to boil. The girl, Lu Yinshi, radiated energy all throughout the stage. She was a singer of an idol school that recently rose abruptly in the last 2 years. Immediately debuting with an ice-cold figure and an explosive performance style, she attracted a great number of adolescents. She composed the song, 40 Millenniums of Cultivation, that became popular in the whole nation within a short half a year. Countless teenagers were motivated by this song to walk the path of cultivation. Li Yao was also one of her fans, but for a reason different than other people's. The reason why he liked Lu Yinshi was because their past were the same. They were both orphans. Li Yao was born in Special Waste Treatment Plant number 23. For as long as he could remember, the skies were always ashy and yellow. He ate rotting meat from the garbage heaps. He drank contaminated putrid water. He relied on primal instinct as well as a little secret hidden deep in his memories, struggling to survive. Since the beginning, he suffered and endured for these 10 or so years, transforming into the artifact graveyard's most dangerous existence, the vulture. If the old man had never appeared, Li Yao probably would have become part of the garbage plant, turning into a fatty liang or a wild wolf. But one day, 6 years ago, a garbage ship had dumped the old man together with dozens of tons of garbage. Li Yao felt compassionate and dragged the scar-riddled old man back home. From then on, destiny had completely changed for him. The old man never talked about his past. Li Yao only knew for certain that he was a tremendously skilled expert artifact modder. In a short 5 years, the old man taught Li Yao all sorts of fantastic and bizarre skills for modifying artifacts. He taught Li Yao knowledge of all kinds of fundamental academic subjects. He also spent money for Li Yao to attend a private high school in the city, allowing Li Yao to blend into normal society. A year ago, one of the old man's old injuries flared up again and he passed away. He left behind for Li Yao a mysterious flying sword named Black Wing. The old man said Black Wing was a strange weapon that he tried to study for half a lifetime with no success. In the end, he left Li Yao some words, "Little Yao, this old man has been to dozens of worlds in his life. I have seen and met thousands upon thousands of expert artifact modders and master artificers. But, your natural talent is the highest I have seen. With only the hands of an insignificant mortal, you are able to maintain low-level artifacts. You really are talented. But relying only on one's natural talent is not enough. By only relying on one's talent, you will always only be capable of maintaining low-level artifacts, civilian artifacts. Promise this old man that you will properly study, fight and get accepted into a university, and become a cultivator. Only by becoming a cultivator will you then have the chance to move further along in artifact repair. Such that one day in the future you become a master artificer. When the old man had spoken these words, his pair of eyes were wide open. His eyes blossomed with radiance and were filled with boundless energy. This memory was fresh in Li Yao's mind. A master artificer. A part of the circle of cultivators, one of the most prestigious professions. He did not know whether he would end up disappointing the old man. The sword Black Wing silently accompanied his side, listening to the young lady and her volcanic performance. Its two protective wings twisted fervently, dancing along to the energetic song. After quite some time, the youth's expression became clear. The corner of his mouth once again hooked into an unperturbed smile. What am I thinking so much for? Regardless of the consequences, I just have to stake it all. Lu Yinshi was a small orphan and she transformed into the Federation's most popular female singer. Why can't I, a small salvager, become a master artificer? The youth thought back to a time long, long ago, in a place far, far away. He remembered hearing this sentence, one should always have dreams, for what if they come true someday? F*CK, Li Yao, no wonder everyone calls you the Traceless Hand. This 2011 model Mustang GT you modded can go from 0 to 100 in 3 seconds. It's like you swapped it for a different car. It's practically a rocket. I'm ecstatic. 1 minute 59 seconds. 1 minute 59 seconds. Good heavens, am I reading this right? A new god of underground racing has been born. Promise me you won't go street racing any longer. Become an honest car mechanic, no one will look down on you. There will be a day when we will have our own Auto 4S shop. Brother Yao, I'm begging you, help me out. Soar one last time. Besides you, who else can achieve a time of 1 minute 59 seconds on this track? I owe Violent Scar 300 grand. If I don't pay him back by today, I'll die. I'll die. Doctor. Doctor. Hurry and save him. He's only 23 years old. While in the midst of producing an ear-piercing scream, Li Yao abruptly leapt up from the floor. His body was drenched in sweat. From outside the window, the rays of morning dawn illuminated all around. The hologram projector continued to chitter and chatter, broadcasting classic songs. The youth, like a puppet, was lifeless for half a minute. He was slowly shaking off the utterly realistic nightmare. This nightmare was his deepest secret. Even the old man was never told about it. Since he could first remember, he would have this same uncanny dream every few days. It was like a period from a memory, one that was impossible to forget. In this strange dream, his name was still called Li Yao, but he possessed a completely different life. He was in an utterly bizarre world, in a place that was called an Auto 4S shop, working as a car mechanic. And at night under the city of bizarre rainbow lights, he was part of the underground street racing circle, as an extraordinarily skilled expert car modder and racer. The rumbling of each and every engine ignited adrenaline within the night. He soared, setting staggering records, until he soared to his death. Over and over, he repeatedly died in that dream world. Even though this was an experience filled with suffering, Li Yao did not actually loathe it. Instead, he was somewhat glad. If the dream world had not given him the experience of another life, he would absolutely not be able to survive in the crisis-filled artifact graveyard until now. It did not matter if this was a strange nightmare or if this was an entangled memory from a past life, neither was important. There are various yesterdays, such as a yesterday of death. There are various todays, such as a today of life. It did not matter what kind of person yesterday's Li Yao was. Today's Li Yao is one of heaven's origin sectors, star glory federations, floating spear cities, ordinary high school student, one who will become a master artificer. He took a deep breath. He had finished tidying up his room in a simple manner and completed washing his face and rinsing his mouth. The time is just past 6 o'clock. Li Yao shouldered his school bag, carrying the 3D hologram generator, and with large strides walked out the house door. Today was Monday. Dawn was just about to break. He needed to hurry to school before 7:30. Morning Sun Village's distance to the Crimson Nimbus second affiliated high school was a length of 30 miles. He could take the underground Crystal Rail's 3rd line and transfer to the 7th line to arrive at his destination. However, that would require spending $8 in rail fare. Li Yao hated spending money. He swung his long legs out, used the skill his school taught him, body art of the spirit serpent, and shot out like lightning towards the main city. At this time, the morning sun was just rising and the multicolored light of sunrise was boundless. It was a dawn that bubbled with spirit energy. From afar away, floating Spear City appeared like a giant beast waking up. Every major sect unleashed and dispersed their powers, emitting bright rainbows of radiance. Many cultivators were floating in the air. Availing the transition between night and day, they absorbed and emitted solar essence and moonlight. Their bodies spiraled and wound in the form of an 8-figured luminous diffusing glyph script. At some people's sides were immortal cranes and fire crows. Meteors were orbiting around. Grand and great powerful noises were produced. Altogether, they produced a domineering appearance. A large-scale floating airship dragged along a fiery tail, sluggishly advancing in the middle of the sky. The fiery tail interweaved with the blue sky and white clouds, becoming a net of essence. The delicate and exquisite private flying shuttles continuously needled through the mesh, emitting beautiful-sounding whistles. This was precisely the Federal Cultivation City floating spears morning. Li Yao bounced and bounced like a spring stored with great energy. With every step, he leaped over 20 meters. His speed was exceedingly fast. Although his stance looked quite ugly and caused passers-by to stare, he couldn't give a damn and continued to concentrate on cultivating his art. In only half an hour, he arrived at his school. A white mist swirled above his head and on his back was a layer of pure white salt produced from sweat. He did not go directly into the school gate. His body flickered and he leapt into a destitute alley next to the school. Deep within this small alley hung a rusted store sign. On it read 5 words, Old Wang's Second-Hand Shop. Below was a row of densely packed tiny words, specializing in all sorts of second-hand artifacts, also providing artifact modding, battle armor refinement, magical beast training, glyph array maintenance, monastery ceremony, and other professional services. As if knowing that Li Yao would arrive, a window slid open to expose a big bald head. It was a shifty-eyed old fellow. Last night I lost over 2 grand playing cards. I was just worrying about how to explain this matter to my wife, but the god of wealth dropped by right away. Little devil, what good stuff did you bring to your old grandpa this time? The old fellow smiled sinisterly. Save it. Even if you lost your underwear, don't think I will slash down my prices. Li Yao, with no restraint, batted down old fellow Wang's extended claw. He hesitated for a second and even though it caused him emotional pain, he still took out and passed over his hologram projector. A large part of him wanted to hold on to the device so that he could further study the 3-layer stack folding crystal chip technology, but when all said and done, genuine gold and silver was more important. Studying at a private high school was expensive. In order to cultivate, people must purchase essence pills and auxiliary equipment, racing to increase their killing capabilities. No matter what, at the end of the year, being poor in education and rich in martial might was also valid in leading to the road of cultivation, one that needs piles of shining white silver to complete. This really is some good stuff. It was clear that old Wang knew his stuff. Receiving the hologram projector, his eyes swept. His eyes exuded a radiance of praise. He did not test it and instead spoke, a flat price, 9,500. A warmth bubbled from the bottom of Li Yao's heart. This price was not that different from the actual second-hand market price. Old fellow Wang was once again giving Li Yao a good price. Even though this old fellow had a shifty-eyed appearance of a suspicious man, he was actually the one person, besides the old man, who treated Li Yao best. Every transaction, he would more or less add a bit to the price for Li Yao. And every few days, he would give Li Yao some work with high pay. Without old fellow Wang's assistance after the old man's death, Li Yao would very likely be unable to continue paying the expensive fees of the private high school. I don't need that much, just 9,000 is fine. Give the 500 left over to Ms. Wang, just say you won it from cards. No need for thanks, who told me to respect the elderly and cherish the young? I can't bear to watch you and your weary old body having to kneel and wash clothes on a washboard. Gotta catch the morning assembly. Just deposit the money in my bank account. Li Yao waved his hand and hopped away. Old Wang suddenly shouted after him, "Hold on, little devil." Li Yao stood and purposely said, "Wah, die, old fellow. You don't think 500 is too little, do you?" Bah, back in the day, this old fellow was a step above top-ranking master artifact modders. In a few minutes, I could make several million. From the looks of it, in this regard, you can only make scraps? This old fellow wanted to tell you that the university exam is in 100 days. You, youngster, need to properly take it and get accepted into a good university. Do not believe that you already have the skill of artifact repair and not know the immensity of heaven and earth. The world is huge and you will realize this when you go to university. In front of a true master artificer, your current ability isn't worth a damn. Old fellow Wang fumed. Li Yao's heart once again stirred with warmth and he vigorously waved his fist. I will absolutely get accepted into university, Grandpa Wang. The head instructor gazed like a tiger watching its prey as Li Yao ducked his body and scuttled little by little to the closed school gate. Li Yao let out a breath and checked his watch. 7:29, just in the nick of time. Just like all the other high schools in the Federation, Crimson Nimbus has entered early into the yearly, crazed university entrance exam season. An aura of murder permeated through the campus, similar to that of a battlefield. Right through the school gate entrance towered a gigantic hologram in the center. Upon it were several words: time until the entrance exams, 99 days 18 hours 32 minutes and 57 seconds. The numbers on the hologram pulsed and changed every second. The change was small, but it brought the exam candidates a great deal of pressure. On the two sides were several lines of slogans: as long as studying has not reached the point of death, one should beat studying to death. Rising by a point means crushing 1,000 people. Crimson Nimbus Second dominates the Federation. Vow to pierce through the examination or be exiled. Gain admittance into the 9 elite universities. Become a cultivator. Step onto the apex of life. A fervent and passionate march resonated through the campus. Nearly 1,000 students moved like a tide of water, rushing towards the sports field. Li Yao increased his footsteps as well, sneaking into the tide of people. As soon as they arrived at the field, the tide of people separated into 3 sections, changing into completely different groups. The first group had about 40 students. All carried a dignified appearance with handsome features appearing chiseled by nature. These were the overbearing and arrogant Heaven's Chosen. The school uniforms that covered their bodies were made from Heaven's silk, custom-tailored, and refined by cultivators. They fluttered in the absence of wind, stirring from the rays of hidden treasures. All these contributed to give an uncommon martial appearance. These people were of the important class of students, each was a 1 out of 10,000 cultivation genius. They had the strength to shock seedlings of the 9 elite universities. The second group of people were the most numerous, numbering about 700 to 800 students. The clothes they wore were also spun from Heaven's silk, but they weren't custom-tailored, nor did they undergo refinement from cultivators. They looked to be dull and mediocre, like the faces of 1,000 people. They were the ascending class of students, comprising mostly of the children of floating Spear City's rich and elite families. In regards to their aptitude, their strength stemmed from using heaps of resources. The third group had 100 or so people. Their clothes were inferior school uniforms weaved from ordinary materials. The uniforms were loose and worn, large and baggy, giving a somewhat sloppy appearance. The owners of these uniforms also did not give off any special energy. This was the common class of students. Most were born as children of common worker-class families. Within the private high school, Crimson Nimbus II, they were in existence like a mishmash of fish. Li Yao was quite familiar with the common class and found his position within the formation. Just when he was about to stand fixed, someone patted his shoulder. A voice sounding somewhat greasy rang out, "Little devil, you only just got here? There's probably going to be an important person coming to our school today." Li Yao did not need to look back to know that this was his best friend, Meng Jiang. Raising his eyes, he looked at the main platform. Sure enough, he discovered that there was the headmaster, vice principal, and disciplinary director among the people on the stage. All of the high-ranking people were present. This was indeed a special occasion never seen on a typical morning. Which important person could be so tremendous? Even Baldy Zhao has personally appeared to greet him. To be exact, Baldy Zhao was Crimson Nimbus II's headmaster, Zhao Shud. He was the very serious and solemn core member of the Crimson Nimbus Guild. His refinement stage was that of a high-level cultivator. However, rumors claimed that when he was young, he suffered an internal injury while cultivating in the Fiend Beast wasteland to the northwest. Year-round, he would remain behind closed doors training, rarely coming out personally to supervise school affairs. "It's Peng Hai. Man, it's Fiend Blade Peng Hai." Meng Jiang's excitement was maxed out. His voice was completely shaking. This one name had also caused Li Yao's heartbeat to speed up its tempo in a flash. Fiend Blade Peng Hai was Crimson Nimbus II's largest alumni legend in several hundred years. He was born in the slums. Since childhood, he'd exhibited a dazzling gift for cultivation. When he was 11, he was specially recruited by Crimson Nimbus II. By 12, his spirit actualization quotient reached 100% and he awakened to a spirit root of the highest quality, stepping onto the road of cultivation. At age 13, he was accepted to the 9 elite universities, Grand Desolate War Institution. By the time he graduated at age 15, he had already stepped into the 10th rank of the refinement stage, becoming the Federation Star of Hope. From after his time in the Grand Desolate War Institution, he rejected high salary offers from over a dozen cultivator sects, resolutely deciding to join the Federal Army. In the Fiend Beast wasteland, he fought against millions of fiend beasts in order to defend the Federation's youth and blood, creating a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood from the fiend beasts, amassing the fierce and impressive name Fiend Blade. Finally at age 22, he became the Federation's youngest ever cultivator to reach the Foundation stage. After retiring from the army, Peng Hai returned to his hometown. With an astronomical sign-up bonus as a condition, he joined the Crimson Nimbus Guild. In a short 3 years' time, he had already become the business manager of Crimson Nimbus Guild's new Crimson Nimbus Transporter Group department, responsible for creating new transportation routes in dangerous areas where fiend beasts ran rampant. Aside from his outstanding salary, it is said he also possessed a large share of stocks in the Crimson Nimbus Transporter Group, receiving mountains of gold and silver yearly just from dividends. Did you hear the rumor? Peng Hai was just at the border of the silver-white beach. He bought an unparalleled unequaled seaside villa. It's said to be worth 70 to 80 million. Tabloid reporters say he often brings dozens of women back to his villa for open parties. Meng Jiang drooled as he spoke, unable to conceal his jealous and envious thoughts. From being a penniless kid in the slums to becoming a great faction's upper-level manager. Having a net worth over 100 million, exotic cars and beauties, and a seaside mansion, this was simply the dream of all slum kids. Li Yao and Meng Jiang were also no exceptions. They all thirsted to become the next Peng Hai. He's here. Li Yao's wristwatch vibrated lightly, indicating that something was arriving at high speeds through the air. He raised his eyes to look towards the eastern horizon. A black stream of lightning shot over, its speed was extremely fast. A second ago, it was at the horizon. With a single blink skill, it was already silently floating in the sky over the field. It was a black flying shuttle. The body of this flying shuttle was sleek and narrow like a stretched drop of water. Its length was nearly twice as long as that of common flying shuttles. Its exterior was crystal clear and no seams or rivets could be seen, it was of the highest quality. It was hard to tell from the exterior what kind of offensive magical devices this flying shuttle was equipped with. However, hidden under the radiance of its black glow was actually a dangerous air that caused the pulses of people to stop. It was a killing intent that seemed to reject being restricted to the confines of space and caused the thousands of high school students to simultaneously feel stifled. It's the Battle Shuttle Mystic Bird. The Federation's most advanced military shuttle. Its battle strength may be greater than that of a peak Foundation stage cultivator. When piloting the Battle Shuttle Mystic Bird, even the Fiend Beast Wasteland can be crossed unhindered, without restraint. Li Yao called out wildly from within his heart. As Li Yao was an artifact fanatic, it went without say that the Battle Shuttle Mystic Bird elicited great admiration, greater than that towards Peng Hai himself. More importantly, he knew that the barest configuration of the Battle Shuttle Mystic Bird would reach a market price of nearly 100 million. Even ordinarily rich and powerful families absolutely could not afford it. A second passed. The pits of thousands of students' stomachs loosened. They were able to resume their breaths. The Battle Shuttle Mystic Bird that was once in the air had already faded out of sight. Left behind was only a pair of pupils, pitch black to the abyss. There was still a radiance within them. Every now and then, they would flit around, reminiscent of lightning, like a fiend blade. Whomever his gaze reached was affected. Even Second's headmaster Zhao Shud and the usually fiendish disciplinary director were unable to bear it, shuffling faintly sideways. They did not dare to meet his gaze. Cultivators really are wealthy. They really are awe-inspiring. They really are domineering. Li Yao mumbled, swallowing some saliva. Rumor has it that the school specifically invited Peng Hai back to coach the important class of students. Little devil, hey, did you know that our Crimson Nimbus Second was a century-famous school, but the examination scores for the past few years were not too remarkable. There were not many students who were accepted to the 9 elite universities. As such, the Crimson Nimbus Guild's reputation has not been so hot, so this time, they specifically invited Peng Hai to come back to do some specialized training in hopes of reversing this decline in fortune and once more give birth to glory. Meng Jiang's voice was permeated full of jealousy. After all, only the important class of students were fortunate enough to enjoy being personally taught by Fiend Blade Peng Hai. There was no chance for them, the common class of destitute youths. Li Yao heard the news and he inwardly sighed a breath as well. The 9 elite universities had the Federation's most profound inner knowledge. They were abundant in resources, and these 9 institutions had the greatest number of high-level experts. Out of the myriad of schools in the Federation, this was the ultimate dream. Ordinary universities did not necessarily place fostering cultivators as their primary objective. Even if a student had high natural talent, no matter how hard they tried, no matter what multitude of good fortune they encountered, the probability of becoming a cultivator did not exceed 1 in 10,000. However, the 9 elite universities had the backing of numerous cultivator sections. They specialized in fostering cultivators as their objective. As long as one gains acceptance to the 9 elite universities, one would have a 30% chance of becoming a cultivator, stepping onto the apex of life. Becoming a master artificer requires that one must first become a cultivator. And to become a cultivator, one must first pass the university entrance exam for the 9 elite universities. Li Yao always regarded this as his objective to strive for, but from beginning to end, his innate talent was at a disadvantage, incapable of being redeemed. The distance to his dream appeared to grow further and further. With these worries on his mind, Li Yao's enthusiasm somewhat waned, even causing him to not hear what was being said on stage. The time of a cultivator was valuable. Fiend Blade Peng did not speak for too long, and Headmaster Zhao should soon announce the end of the morning assembly. Peng was escorted by the arrogant heaven's chosen youths of the important class and left. And so, the ascending and common class of students also had their enthusiasm disperse as they walked in 2s and 3s towards the school building. And with that, today's studies have officially begun. As students were currently cramming for the college entrance exams, any courses that should have been taken had already been completed long ago. These last 100 days were primarily for filling up gaps and taking all sorts of tests. On a certain morning of each week was a very important exam simulation. Under the urging of the impatient teachers, Li Yao took a deep breath and stepped into the examination chamber, tagged with his student number. The chamber door sealed shut and the entire world became deathly silent. Even though I didn't receive personal tips from Peng, I still need to test into the 9 elite universities. If I give my all, what do I have to fear? Li Yao clenched his fist resolutely. Beep! 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 On an inner face of the examination chamber appeared a hologram, upon which a number ticked. At the moment, it was counting down. Upon hitting 0, an emotionless voice, like an ancient well, rang out, "The examination has begun. Prepare yourself, student." In response, thousands upon thousands of arcane glyphs carved onto the inner face of the examination chamber flared simultaneously. Li Yao only saw the scene in front of his eyes blossom with the turning and flying of stars, having already appeared in the middle of a red-brown wasteland. The ground was roasting hot and his feet had the sensation of pins and needles. The air was thick to the point of almost congealing. It was like having a wet towel wrapped around one's body that could not be shaken off. Occasionally, a hot gust of wind would blow by, carrying with it the strong odor of mishmashed blood. From all directions came faint ghostly wails and wolfish howls. It was vivid to the 5 senses, as if one was truly standing in this world, placed in this murderous field of malevolent spirits. Nevertheless, Li Yao knew that this was the great illusionary land, metamorphosed by the examination chamber. Time was of the essence. He composed himself and sped forward, following the directions of a translucent arrow symbol in the sky. The 50-kilometer long-distance cross-country run. It was one of the Federation's basic courses designed for the purpose of distinguishing the elites from the rest of the youths, in hopes that they would one day become cultivators. The path was filled with danger and chock full of traps. Sure enough, when Li Yao passed through a faintly bulging mound of dirt, the mound of dirt burst, shooting out countless rock fragments. In the midst of the rock fragments was a pair of dirt-yellow sand wolves. This species of demon-fiend beast was larger than ordinary feral wolves by a factor. Their spines bulged high and on top grew an abnormality, a small head. It was a mutated form of the low-ranking demon-fiend beast, Sand Wolf. Besides having the advantage of camouflage within the sand dunes, they also possessed a high level of intelligence. It was an extremely troublesome opponent for a high school student. But for Li Yao, who had survived in the magical equipment artifact graveyard for 18 years as the Vulture, observing every inch of his surroundings had long already become instinctive. The camouflage of the 2 sand wolves was rather sloppy, and he had seen through them early on. Dire bear stance. Without hesitation, the 2 sand wolves pounced into the air. Li Yao's pair of legs launched, his body curled into a ball, and his shoulders sank. His appearance was like a berserk dire bear as he fiercely rammed across. The timing he chose was impeccable. It was when the pair of wolves' flight had reached their apex. The wolves' power had all been exhausted with nowhere to borrow strength and, furthermore, were incapable of changing directions. They were hit head-on by Li Yao. Snap! The pair of sand wolves were sinisterly cunning, but their bodies were fragile, designed primarily for ambushing unsuspecting enemies, not fighting an opponent head-on. In a single exchange, their spines were snapped by Li Yao's dire bear stance. They bounced back towards their sand pit. Li Yao sneered and slithered forward. He extended his claws like a blade's edge, firmly grabbing the small heads on the sand wolves' backs. Steel Hawk's Claw. The wolf heads disintegrated in a flash. The pair of sand wolves let out a blood-curdling scream and died. From the void rang a sweet ding-ding sound. It was the examination chamber calculating Li Yao's score for his kills. Li Yao felt delighted in his heart. The set of skills he used in succession originated from the basic martial art E13 forces of the war beasts. At minimum, he would gain 10 points for himself. He did not hurry on impatiently but rather dragged the corpses of the two sand wolves out from the sand pit. In his perimeter, he found a rock that was quite sharp, and with it, he cut open the bellies of the demonic beasts. Not long after, 4 ribs were wet into 4 bone blades, and with difficulty, the wolf pelts were sewn into a water sack which was then filled with wolf blood. A sack of wolf blood can save one's life in this broiling wasteland. After reorganizing, resting, strategizing, and completely arming himself, Li Yao continued to advance forward. Not even an hour later, he had already shouldered a black crisis, killing 4 low-ranking demon fiend beasts. Although the examination had just begun, this was still nothing more than a warm-up. The following rounds were the ones that caused every Federation test-taker to encounter so much pain that they'd wish they were dead. In the midst of the sky, green glyph characters showered down like a torrential storm, forming into a quiz. Xiao Ming is a cultivator of the refinement stage. His body had formed 52,500 crystals worth of spiritual energy essence. Once, when he was cultivating, he accidentally was hit with a strange, heart-devouring bug. Every second, 48 crystals of spiritual energy essence were gobbled. Xiao Ming's master discovered his condition 1 minute 13 sec 5 minutes later. In order to save him, he passed 55 crystals of spiritual soul energy per second into his body. In addition, after 2 minutes, he increased his rate to 59 crystals of spiritual soul energy per second. Question 1. How much time does Xiao Ming need to restore his spiritual energy essence to his original level? 2. Please summarize the method for refining the heart-devouring bug. Also provide the steps for treating the symptoms after being afflicted by the heart-devouring bug. 3. Please state which sect guild first succeeded in refining the heart-devouring bug. List at least 5 major leaders of this sect guild. Furthermore, outline the root cause of the destruction of this sect. Li Yao lightly slapped his cheeks. He never thought that such a highly troublesome, comprehensive question would come up, mixing mathematics, history, and medicine. The knowledge of warzone medic studies and other numerous subjects were needed. This exam simulation was worthy of being called a complete simulation. Attention rapt and without disturbing the air, he pondered deeply and carefully. Within his mind appeared countless knowledge accrued from calmer times. Li Yao concentrated his attention and responded at lightning speeds. He overcame one question after another. At a rapid speed, a light blue answer appeared underneath the green problem as he spoke telepathically. The answer was completed. On to the next question. A cultivator on the right path of the Spirit Mountain Guild steps his foot onto a flying sword. He flies from the east towards a ravine at a speed of 247 meters per second. And another cultivator on the depraved path of the blood murder stronghold treads his foot onto a black cloud. He flies from the west in the opposite direction at 239 meters per second. Currently, the two people are separated by a distance of 122.5 kilometers. The question is, how much time later will it take for them to meet? Suppose the cultivation of these two are equivalent and that they employ equivalent fundamental techniques and artifacts of their various sections. Please link the characteristics of the Spirit Mountain sect to the blood murder stronghold and deduce the course of battle between these two, at least deduce 7 exchanges. The number of words may not exceed 500. This problem was clearly much simpler than the previous. But right when Li Yao was about to answer the problem, the assailing odor of demon fiend beasts permeated from ahead. Impatient, low-sounding roars came closer and closer. In the midst of this terror, he calculated, answering the question. The test-taker's stamina, martial skill, willpower, calculation abilities, and the strength of quick thinking were tested. All these capabilities are synergized into an individual that surpasses the ordinary. Only then could one distinguish himself in the Federation's university entrance exams, stepping onto the road of cultivators. Li Yao's pair of hands crossed as he pulled out 2 ghastly white bone blades. He licked his lips and welcomed the front of him as countless thoughts boiled ceaselessly in his brain, calculating at high speeds. There was an absolute silence in the large campus. Every classroom was set up with 90 examination chamber units. In the great illusionary land, each and every third-year student was frantically striving and struggling, disposing of the heads of demonic beasts and exam questions. Imperceivable to the test-takers, over 4 hours had already passed within the great illusionary land. The examination was heading towards its conclusion. Li Yao's entire body was covered in 70 to 80 cuts of all sizes. Several areas had bled dry. Of greater concern was his abdomen, which had been pierced by the fang of a demon fiend beast. He did not dare to pull it out. The bone blades he held in his hands were practically ground into sticks. Only his pair of bright, crystal moon eyes remained unbroken. They retained their clarity, hardly concealing the radiance that was bubbling up. This should be the final problem. At this moment, the fluorescence of an 8-figured rune character appeared in the sky, glistening with golden rays of light. Li Yao relied on his abundant test-taking experience to make the judgment. This was the final great problem worth 100 points, the summary question. As expected, the question wasn't long, but each word was supreme. Please summarize the Great Dark Age. Li Yao's eyebrows trembled, his complexion was somewhat grave. The period of the Great Dark Age was the most important phase in the development of the cultivator civilization. So much so that one can say the Great Dark Age divided civilization into 2 periods, the classical cultivation period and the modern cultivation period. This was an extraordinarily typical question. Although everyone knew about it, it was not easy to give a comprehensive answer. Muttering deeply for a moment, Li Yao's thoughts coursed with electricity and were spoken telepathically. Flying upwards, the cultivators of the ancients held an eternal life without death as their ambition, creating a matchless ancient cultivator civilization that was full of splendor. They established from the refinement and foundation stages to the orichalcum and monad stages, until the tribulation ascension and true immortal stages. These are the ascending stages in their system in order to gain immortality. Moreover, to advance bravely on this strip of path means to unceasingly break through the limits of life and stride towards the endless sea of the stars. When ancient cultivator civilization was at its peak, the greater 1,000 worlds were established one after another by ancient cultivators. They constructed ancient transmission formations to run through the endless sea of stars, allowing for travel at will between stars and worlds. They'd reached a level where they began exploring the ultimate mystery of time. With the continuous evolution of the ancient cultivator civilization, the ancient cultivators became more and more powerful, their lifespans grew longer and longer, and the amount of resources they seized grew larger and larger. When the ancient cultivator civilization was in its early stages, there were only several hundred orichalcum stage cultivators and dozens of monad stage cultivators within the 3,000 worlds. The apotheosized devils of the old and the tribulation ascended true monarchs were unheard of. On dozens of worlds, only one may appear after thousands of years. They were an existence that was few and far between. But when the ancient cultivator civilization reached its later stages, the number of high-stage cultivators exploded massively, multiplying factor by factor like a geometric series. During this time, there was a saying, monads were numerous like dogs and the apotheosized were happy to walk them. And so, there were numerous high-stage cultivators, all needing tremendous amounts of resources to cultivate. Additionally, more and more cultivators reached the penultimate stage to immortality. Their craving towards resources also reached an endless bound. In the beginning, it was possible to satisfy the avarice of the high-stage cultivators through the exploitation of resources on the greater thousand worlds. But after ravaging resources over the course of thousands upon thousands of years, after discovering nearly 5,000 worlds and spending an entire millennium, the ancient cultivator civilization came to find not a single new existence of a greater thousand world. A world is limited, but the demands of cultivators are boundless. The ancients spent a millennium in order to understand this truth. Naturally, civil war broke out as cultivators contested over the natural resources. A 3,000-year civil war swept across all the greater thousand worlds. Ancient cultivators that could conjure profound magics and transform nature engaged in slaughter on every star. Planets flamed and the ancient transmission formations were destroyed. Crystal battleships detonated one after another, and the high-stage cultivators who claimed to be immortal fell one by one. The orichalcum Caesars and the old monad devils were like the mortals they had once treated like ants, turning into worthless cannon fodder. They disintegrated into scattered ash and smoke by the assault sufficient to cause the annihilation of planets. Over 70% of the greater thousand worlds were destroyed during the later stages of the Civil War, and countless greater thousand worlds had their connections severed from the master world. Over 90% of the high-stage cultivators turned to ash. The remaining low-stage cultivators struggled at death's door in the midst of ruin. It seemed like the Civil War was about to collapse, likely ushering the dawn of a new peaceful era, until an ignorant cultivator genius on an unknown greater thousand world invented a small playful invention. Historical records of this cultivator genius's name and sect had long been lost. His refining methods had also been swept away by the winds of time. Modern society calls what he invented the Fiend god virus. Perhaps his thought process was very simple: since there weren't enough soldiers, why not create something that could enhance the combat abilities of spirit beasts to replace cultivators in the battlefield? After all, there was seemingly no end to the number of spirit beasts. He succeeded. The beasts that were catalyzed by the Fiend god virus, countless once docile spirit beasts, were transmogrified into terrifying machines of slaughter, becoming war machines known as Fiend beasts. They did not tire. They did not falter. They appeared to be undying. In a short 10 years, this cultivator genius relied on his army of Fiend beasts to unify his greater thousand world. His Fiend beast army numbered 100 million strong. Cultivators of other worlds discovered what he had done and each began to refine their own Fiend beasts. In 100 years' time, Fiend beasts became the main forces of the cultivator civil war, emerging in every nook and corner within the sea of the stars. Unfortunately, all of the cultivators failed to realize two key issues. The first, the Fiend god virus possessed an extremely powerful self-replicating ability and was violently contagious. The second, while the Fiend god virus raised the fighting power of the Fiend beasts, it also continuously increased the intellect of the Fiend beasts at a rate that was imperceivable at first. Within 100 years of savage blood-filled battle, a tremendous number of 10 billion Fiend beasts had undergone catalyzation. A Fiend race possessing intellect surpassing mankind was born. Eventually, on the final day of the 3,000-year civil war, the Fiend race awakened. All of the Fiend beasts within the Sea of the Stars rebelled nearly simultaneously against their masters, as if they were being conducted by an existence of terror. The Cultivators, who had been hiding behind closed doors living like royalty for ages, stood not a single chance against the experienced Fiend beasts. Additionally, the Fiend beasts grasped the technology and skills of cultivator human society. Spirit countries were razed to the ground one after another. Entire sects were utterly extinguished. Within 100 years, the Fiend race ferociously hunted down the cultivators that managed to escape their net within the Sea of the Stars. The once high and lofty cultivators were now like stray dogs. They hid in the dark regions and cracks in spacetime of the Sea of Stars, living in endless terror, unable to carry on. The next 30,000 years in its entirety was humanity's Great Dark Age. Within this infinite darkness, the Fiend race established a tremendous Fiend-Beast dynasty, and all of mankind was reduced to being lowly slaves. They lost their dignity. They lost their pride. And they lost what was most valuable of all, the right to cultivate. It lasted 3 millenniums 30,000 years, an entire 3 millenniums 30,000 years. The old days lustered with glory where the ancient cultivator civilization ruled the boundless Sea of the Stars. However, it was like a castle of sand, destroyed by the raging waves, with no trace left behind. The descendants of the high-level cultivators of the days of old, who possessed an eternal immortal life, could only rely on the most powerful primitive methods of reproduction, reproducing in great quantities, striving to ensure the preservation of their race. The Great Dark Age ended only after the passing of 30,000 years due to internal power struggles within the Fiend race. They constantly had conflicting views which split their society. Only then was humanity able to take a faint breath of opportunity. Cultivators launched 3 cultivator revolutions from the shadows under the relentless efforts of countless cultivator geniuses. They set up a modern cultivator civilization system, completely different from that of the ancient cultivator civilization. Only then could they walk anew on the surging road of cultivation, reviving this road of glory. Under the guidance and tenacity of the unprecedented, Supreme Emperor, humanity was able to excavate a great number of the vestigial remains of the ancient cultivator civilization and was able to found 20 guilds of provenance anew once more. 1,000 years of blood-filled battle passed and the humans achieved prosperity. Mankind became the rulers of the endless Sea of Stars once more. Modern cultivator civilization had achieved a shining and thriving reprieve from annihilation. 10,000 years have passed since the end of the Great Dark Age. And an entire 40,000 years have passed since the collapse of the ancient cultivator civilization. The present is currently the best age of cultivation history. It's the year 40,000 of the cultivation era of endless glamour. While Li Yao was pondering over the final passage, a countdown had appeared in the sky, representing that the examination was coming to a close, leaving him no choice but to abandon his thoughts on continuing to expound on the Supreme Emperor's life. He spoke a few factual sentences without much thought, ending the passage in a rush. In nearly the instant the final word emerged in his mind, the entire world collapsed with a loud bang and shattered into butterfly-like fragments. Li Yao was ejected by a tremendous force, his vision blossomed, and his consciousness returned back to the classroom. Bzzzzz, the outdated examination chamber opened slowly, allowing Li Yao to take a step outside. He shook his head trying to clear a faint headache, a side effect from overtaxing the mind after staying too long in the great illusionary land. Damn it! My head hurts like hell. The only students that are still using these kinds of garbage devices are those of us in the mishmash class. All the students of the important class and the ascending class had their spirit exam chambers swapped to the newest generation. There wouldn't be any side effects for them no matter how taxing it was. Meng Jiang was at his side complaining loudly, rubbing his eyes soon after. Little devil, this time, the difficulty of the exam simulation was really high. I probably failed again. When I get back, I'll definitely eat some stir-fried bamboo shoots. How did you do? So I suppose. Li Yao rubbed his nose. This time, the examination's difficulty was indeed a bit high. Although in comparison his fundamentals were more solid and his mentality was sufficiently calm, he felt that he had been drawn to his utmost limit. Come on, let's see. Meng Jiang moved to the examination chamber's side and began to extract a device. Every examination chamber had high-speed crystal processing units installed, allowing for test scores to be instantly calculated. The test scores were released the instant the examination ended. Wow! 525 points. What a high score. That's enough to get admitted to the main universities. And yet, you said you did a so-so? To be excessively modest is really just being arrogant. Go die, little devil. Meng Jiang cried out in surprise. Li Yao swept a glance at the hologram. He actually letting out a dark sigh within his heart. Indeed, a score of 525 points wasn't technically low. It was barely enough to meet the minimum passing score for a few of the well-known, main universities within the Union. However, the following numerical value was read, causing his eyes to feel somewhat prickled. Spiritual actualization quotient, 35%. The spirit root. A pineal gland located on the front medial part of the brain of those of the human race. It was a mysterious organ. It was a mystery because from the perspective of anatomy, this organ fundamentally does not exist. Not a single genuinely true specimen of the spirit root has been found in the hundreds of thousands of years up to now. However, this organ genuinely exists in the world of cultivation. Moreover, this organ is of most importance for cultivators. It is the link between mankind and the essence energy of heaven and earth. It is the key to the essence energy of the universe. Only when one's spirit actualization quotient reached 100% can one's spirit root awakening occur. Only then could one step onto the road of cultivation. When an ordinary university decides on their admissions, they don't look at the value of an applicant's spirit actualization quotient. It didn't matter even if the value was just 1% since an ordinary university only fostered ordinary people. But when it came to the admission process of the 9 elite universities, who specialized in fostering cultivators, they would take the examination score and multiply it with the spirit actualization quotient to produce a final score. Naturally, the higher one's spirit actualization quotient was, the more of an advantage one had. Li Yao's spirit actualization quotient was pitifully low. After multiplying 500 or so points with 35%, only a mere 200 points remained. As for the arrogant important class of the heavens, it was common to have a spirit actualization quotient exceeding 60%. In other words, others only needed to score 300 or so points to be able to effortlessly crush Li Yao. Even worse was that when one's spirit actualization quotient became higher, their thinking process became quicker, their 5 sense became sharper, and the degree of control over their body became greater. How could the scores of those from the important class not be different from them of the mishmashed common class? It wasn't that Li Yao never thought of putting in painstaking work to increase his spirit base opening degree. It's that this matter was different than studying. Facts from books can be learned from rote memorization. Physically ability and martial skills can be exercised and cultivated crazily. Yet, one's spirit base opening degree genuinely needed one to rely on heaps of natural resources to improve. Take the arrogant heavens chosen ones of the important class as an example. Every day, they consumed all sorts of heavenly materials, earthly treasures, and strengthening concoctions. They purchased special actualization quotient trainers for home use, or they went to underground cultivation shops for special training. The amount of money they spend on opening their spirit bases each month varied from being less than several tens of thousands to being over dozens of billions. Only by demolishing mountains of gold and silver could they increase their actualization quotient by a single %. As for Li Yao, he scavenged scraps from the artifact graveyard. The most he made was 10,000 a month. After paying rent, living expenses, and tuition fees, all that was left was chicken feed, not even enough to fill his stomach. How would he have the money to increase his actualization quotient? To summarize in a sentence, he was poor as f*ck. Right while his heart was bogged with worries, he heard Meng Jian howl like a pig being slaughtered. Damn. 2 people got 691 points. It's Si Jiaxue and Helian Lai, those 2 bastards. These 2 are tied for first place again in the exam simulation this time. This time, all the third years took the exam simulation simultaneously. In the front of the classroom was a hologram projector. The names and information of the top 10 students of the entire school came into view at lightning speeds. Those tied for first were a beautiful girl who was as cold and pure as snow and a tall teen with an intimidating gaze and a flourishing heroic appearance. Their scores did not really shock Li Yao. But the spirit actualization quotient that followed caused flames of jealousy to erupt within his eyes. Si Jiaxue, actualization quotient 71%, Helian Lai, actualization quotient 72%. Meng Jian was still clamoring, tisk tsk, they are truly worthy of being Crimson Nimbus second stars. The school beauty and the school Adonis. The elites of the top dozen elites of the important class. Come take a look at these 2 bastards. Not only is the dude handsome and the chick beautiful, but they also come from rich and powerful families. Rumor has it that several cultivators have emerged in their family line. Their grades are good and their actualization quotient are also high. They are our school's secret weapons for attacking the entrance exams. Everyone says that it should be a cinch for them to test into the 9 elite universities. The school specifically asked Fiend Blade Peng Hai to give them special training. This also has another meaning. The school hopes that they would be able to break into the top scores of Floating Spear City's university entrance exams. At least breaking into the top 10 in the city. Speaking, Meng Jian let out an exaggerated sigh. Alas, goods will eventually be thrown away, people will eventually die. Everyone here are equals as high school students. Everyone's all hanging out in this school, but once we get through the university examinations, I am afraid that they shall fly, soar away, and enter the circle of cultivators, crossing over to indulge in a life of luxury, living a declining life of degeneracy. As for poor kids like us, we could only become laborers for life, the salaried class. Thinking about this cools my heart. He had spoken for a long time, but he was not met with a reaction. Meng Jiang turned his head to look and was surprised to see Li Yao's pair of eyes staring blankly, gazing at Si Jiaxue's picture. The look in his eyes was serene and remote, leaving no clues as to what he was mulling. Meng Jiang promptly tapped the head of his best friend. Hey kid, it can't be that you fell for Si Jiaxue? I'll remind you out of the kindness of my heart. This woman is indeed untouchable for you and I. She and Helian Lai are childhood family friends. Rumor has that their 2 main families have the intention of joining by marriage. And also, Helian Lai has her as a must-have target. Don't you even look at this tall insurmountable power, for he has the smallest tolerance. Never has he allowed anyone else to get close to Si Jiaxue. Last time, it was a fresh transfer student who didn't know his limits. He let out a declaration that he would pursue Si Jiaxue. The result was that in a martial arts class, Helian Lai broke 3 of his bones. As for us mishmash of students, Helian Lai only needs a single sneeze to cause us to cough blood from internal injuries. Nonsense. Li Yao retracted his gaze and appeared to make a resolution. Let's not mention Helian Lai for now. Let's just talk about this Si Jiaxue, who spends the entire day assuming the ice-cold face of a dead person. Most likely, it's because she has a frigid personality. How can I like this type of girl? The school's resources was biased for the most part towards the important class and ascending class. Their policy towards the common class was very relaxed. After taking the simulated exam, the students of the common class focused on each of their weaknesses and practiced special skills. The day went by quickly. At 4 in the afternoon, class was about to end. Wait a moment so that we can walk together. I found a pancake stall recently. The owner's third uncle works part-time as the Vulcan sex burner. The owner was also taught the skill, Fire Cloud Palm. The hand-engraved crimson flame omelette he produces is of the utmost quality. Today, I'll treat you to dinner. What do you say? Meng Jian heroically pounded his chest a multitude of times. I can't, I have something I need to do today. Or, I'll treat you tomorrow then, his best friend replied without hesitation. Li Yao fled the classroom at lightning speeds. For a moment, he looked to his left and to his right, acting like a thief. Circling around the campus, he moved half a giant circle's distance. He passed through 2 chow halls and stopped in a forest grove at the back of the campus for a dozen or so minutes before turning back the way he came. He walked quietly on his tiptoes, sneaking towards the first floor of an old school building where there was a room filled with junk. He closed the door softly and was met with the faint and indistinct fragrance of wild valley orchids. A pair of cold eyes like a clear spring was glaring somewhat impatiently right at him from the darkness. Beneath those pupils were a nose that was tall and raised and thin lips that were pursed tight. If Meng Jiang was here, he would absolutely let out his iconic pig-slaughtered howl. Okay, you're a dead little devil. You really actually hooked up with the second school goddess. Your thirst knows no bounds. You're late by 55 minutes, said the beauty coldly, like a frozen mountain. Sorry, this place was kind of hard to find. Did you bring the goods? Li Yao criticized implicitly as he extended his dirty claw. Si Jiaxue's willow-like eyebrows wrinkled slightly as she judged Li Yao's appearance. She felt that it appeared she had chosen the location without much thought. She hesitated for a short while but, nevertheless, fished out a crystal processing unit from her school bag. It's this CPU. It's super unstable after bootup. It crashes every time if you let it run over 3 minutes. I already went to dozens of repair shops and they all say that the architecture is way too archaic, that there's a lot of components inside that are no longer produced, and that it's impossible to repair. I've heard you are a veteran crystal processor enthusiast and also a complete expert on repairing them. If you can fix this, name whatever price you want. Money is not a problem. Of course, if you can't fix this, please don't break any of the countless components within. Let's discuss this after I take a look. Repairing crystal processors required a broad and profound set of skills. Li Yao did not dare to give a guarantee. He pulled out a pair of dust-repelling gloves and put them on. Only then did he solemnly take the CPU. When the CPU was pressed into his hand, he felt fully the firmness of a true crystal processor classic. This was an antique CPU with at least over 100 years of history. Half of the architecture was still mechanical in nature. There was a triangular button on the ball-shaped exterior. When Li Yao lightly pressed the button, the crystal processing unit made a humming sound and lightly vibrated as it awakened. It seemed that its mechanical architecture was operating at lightning speed. A few seconds passed and suddenly, it flew out of Li Yao's palm to float in midair. 2 beams of light shot out from the 2 openings on its top and bottom, condensing together to form a giant hologram. It morphed 49 glistening, shining glyph characters into existence, which formed an elaborate virtual glyph keyboard. This is simply a work of art. Li Yao's eyes became filled with an incomparable tenderness. He identified that this was the heavenly zither sex tube-type CPU, the Vastum 7, developed over 140 years ago. In the history of crystal processor development, the tube-type CPU was only in the arena for a mere dozen years before falling to the more advanced, chip-type CPU. Moreover, the Heavenly Zither sect was a small sect that only existed for 50 or so years. This small sect relied on the success of releasing generations of the vast tomb crystal processor architecture, but they never kept up with modern developments in technology. During the decade when chip-type CPUs were rampant, this sect decided to go all in. They poured all their resources into developing the vast tomb 7. Ultimately, their source of capital fractured and they had to declare bankruptcy. Thus, the vast tomb 7 was known as the shining final glory of all tube-type crystal processors, setting its place as a masterpiece. Li Yao's pair of hands turned into a light breeze as they hopped around on the glowing, rippling glyph keyboard. His typing speed wasn't necessarily fast, but his movements were natural and flowing, rolling freely and easily. His appearance wasn't that of tapping a keyboard but of strumming a priceless zither. Appearing on the hologram were rows and rows of glyph script instructions that followed his movements, dropping down like a torrential storm of rain. And the crystal processor followed as well through its interface by emitting an utterly weak beep that was incomprehensible to the ordinary person. Li Yao leaned his ear closer, listening attentively. He had an expression of complete concentration. Each of his movements was incomparably precise. After all, tube-type CPUs were artifacts created over 100 years ago. Their architecture was simpler in comparison to the opposite mainstream chip-type processor of the present. 2 minutes later, Li Yao was able to make an initial verdict: there should be something wrong with the heatsink, causing the internal temperatures of the crystal processor to become abnormally high during runtime. The functionalities of modern crystal processors are becoming more and more powerful, having to process greater amounts of telepathic data and information. As for the older type crystal processors of over 100 years ago, the load becomes too heavy. It is the same as a 150-year-old man who've had to bear over 1,000 pounds of weight every day, year in year out. It's hard to avoid destroying the joints. This crystal processor is a remnant left behind by a close relative of mine. To me, it's an important memorial containing meaningful memories. As long as you can fix it, I am willing to pay any cost, Si Jiaxue spoke seriously. Li Yao thought, and nodded his head. A scraped heatsink is a common breakdown in crystal processors. Technically it's not a big issue. The reason why none of the repair shops you went to were unable to repair is primarily because this model number of crystal processors is way too rare. The technology utilized by this processor is also way too obsolete. The heat sink used inside has not been produced in the last 100 years, and modern heatsinks used in modern processors are fundamentally incompatible. Anyways, it doesn't matter. I just happen to have some extremely precious antique heatsinks in my collection. All I need to do is give it a few tries. Even if a few of them become scrapped, I should be able to mod one to fit as a heatsink for this processor. No need to **T. Just name a price. Si Jiaxue had read between the lines. Oh my. Isn't it sad to be so urgent to discuss money matters between fellow students? Anyways, it's not a big problem. Time is short, let me bring it home. I estimate all I need is one night to finish this. As for the dismantling fees, testing fees, repair fees, component costs, assembling, and installation fees, and adding my labor fees altogether, I'll discount it down to 95% for you. I calculate it to be 98,500 credits. Do you want to pay in cash or do a transfer? Si Jiaxue squinted her eyes. A dangerous glow exuded from within the depths of her eyes. All of a sudden, the ambient temperature of the junk room seemed to drop by 10 degrees. I may have money, but it doesn't mean I'll let other people treat me as an easy target to cheat. Do you understand? Li Yao swallowed some saliva with utter difficulty. He bore against the pressure, explaining, it's true. When compared to repairing an ordinary crystal processor, this price is a little bit high. With nearly 100,000 credits, one can buy a high-end crystal processor with computational power, comparable to a cultivator at the peak of the refinement stage. However, your crystal processor unit has over 100 years of history. It can already be considered an antique. Obviously, the price for repairing an antique is different. Let's not talk about the other costs, let's just talk about the several heat sinks I will need to use on this crystal processor. They were all acquired through years of bloody effort. I had to spend tremendous utmost effort in order to acquire these rare collection pieces. All of them are simply priceless treasures. So believe me, this is an absolutely fair and reasonable price. Si Jiaxue did not speak a single word. Her serene eyes fixed onto him. Her spiritual actualization quotient exceeded 70%, bringing with it spiritual pressure that was unyielding. Li Yao's heart tightened and he was on the verge of collapsing. But when he thought of his own objective, he still forced himself to speak. If my fellow student Si Jiaxue feels it's too expensive, that's also not a problem. Let's just say that my inspection was free this one time. You can mail it to a few of the large repair shops in a different country. Let them slowly find the corresponding heat sink for your model. I think it will take at most 3 to 5 months in order to find 1 or 2 in stock. If you decide to go this way, the cost should be cut down to under 10,000 credits. 3 to 5 months, Si Jiaxue groaned lightly. She knew that Li Yao spoke the truth since the technicians of several repair shops told her the same thing. From what they said, repairing the old CPU types wasn't difficult, but finding the appropriate components was very hard. They also gave an estimation of 3–5 months. However, if her luck was bad, it was possible that she would have to wait up to half a year. Presumably, this little rascal also saw this point, thereby considering herself to be an easy target. Forget it. She, herself, still needed to go cultivate. There's no need to get tangled up with these bastards of the common class. Si Jiaxue nodded her head, and with an expressionless face said, "Okay, fellow student Li Yao, I can give you 100,000 credits, but business transactions require business contracts. Tomorrow at this time, I want to see the crystal processor looking completely brand new. Also, you will guarantee its operational stability into the future. If something goes wrong every now and then, I won't pay any follow-up repair fees. Is there any problems?" There's absolutely no problems. After I replace its heatsink with a suitable one, it can resume normal operation for at least 3 years. During these 3 years, you can continue searching for the appropriate heatsink for this model. As long as you replace it at regular intervals, it will be fine, Li Yao responded at lightning speed, wearing a smile on his face. Then that's fine, Si Jiaxue nodded her head. She was unwilling to deal with this small rascal for even one more second, so she turned around to leave. Li Yao sat down onto a box of junk, his head was covered with cold sweat. Only after much time had passed did he feel the weight off his shoulders, letting out a whistle. Success! With 100,000 credits, he can go to the underground ghost market to buy the illegally produced, knockoff strengthening drugs, giving him the chance to increase his actualization quotient by a huge percentage. Knockoff strengthening drugs contained a great amount of impurities and their consumption causes extremely violent side effects. However, they are superior in terms of cost and sufficiency. 100,000 credits was enough to buy a 3-month supply of dosage for consumption, giving him the opportunity to temper his spirit root within the 100-day sprint timeframe, to be completely reborn. My desire is to test into the 9 elite universities. This is my one and only chance. Even if you are the second school goddess, I have no choice but to fiercely cheat you of your money. I am really sorry. Li Yao shoved the Vastum 7 CPU into his school bag. He rubbed his somewhat swollen and aching temples for a bit. A glimpse of a smile appeared on his face as he strutted out the room of junk. TL note, I translated the CPU types to be tube type and chip type because I feel that they analogous to our vacuum tube and solid-state transistor technology. I decided to use chip over wafer because a master chip was stated in Chapter 3, whereas wafers would refer to more so the silicon wafer upon which integrated circuits are created via the lithography process. With the day's school session end came a rare moment of calmness over the campus. Along a small path above the shade of the trees flew cheerful laughter and conversation. Several luxury private shuttles slowly descended from the air as parents arrived to pick up their children. There were also several students like Li Yao, who dragged their weary bodies along, slowly walking towards the school gate. Just as he was about to exit the school gate, Li Yao suddenly felt his body tighten up. A tall silhouette obstructed the path in front of him. "You're called Li Yao? Was it you who was with Si Jia Shui just a moment ago?" Li Yao's eyes suddenly shrank back into their sockets. He felt like 10,000 needles had stabbed into his entire body. His heart rate sped up in a flash. A chill spread from his tailbone and rushed up to the top of his skull. The pressure exuded by this person was too great. He was like a poisonous viper staring fixated at a mouse. Li Yao was absolutely unable to move a single step. Even swallowing some saliva became incomparably difficult. "It's He Lianlia. It's Crimson Nimbus Second's #1 expert, He Lianlia. This time I'm done for." Li Yao shrieked in his heart. He intended to explain himself, but he was unable to speak even half a word. He Lianlia stood casually and wantonly. A crystal processor was clasped in his right hand and was immersed in calculating through a set of applicable exam questions, not at all looking directly at Li Yao in the eyes. He said without much thought, "No need to be afraid. I obviously know that with your type of trash, it's impossible for you to have something with small shui. I'll forget it this one time. I don't feel like cleaning you up." His finger tapped a hologram lightly, switching to the next question. He Lianlia continued speaking, "Nevertheless, right now it's the urgent and critical moment, the 100-day sprint. Small Shui and I are the people who will attack for first place in Floating Spear City's university entrance exams. I hope that during this time frame, there won't be any sketchy garbage disturbing Small Shui, distracting her. Do you understand yet?" Li Yao's eyes squinted into slits as he firmly bit down his teeth. "You're saying I'm trash?" He Lianlia didn't even lift his head as he said indifferently, "Don't be mistaken, I'm not specifically targeting you. From my point of view, you bunch of mishmash common class students, each and every one of you, are trash." After he said his last word, he finally raised his head and swept a glance at Li Yao. Just a single glance caused Li Yao to feel like the pits of his stomach were ferociously hit by massive hammer. It was unbearable. He fell back 2 steps and coughed violently. He Lianlia snorted coldly. Disdain filled his face as he turned and left. Li Yao was bending over coughing, looking like a giant shrimp, and even coughed up his tears. A long time passed before he was able to stand straight. He breathed heavily and glared unwaveringly towards the direction of He Lianlia's departure. "Damn it! Don't tell me that in these days, all one needs is to be tall and lofty, to be bold and powerful, to be handsome and stylish, to be confident and relaxed, to have thin eyebrows and starry eyes, to be born to a rich and powerful household with a net worth of 18 billion, to possess an exceedingly powerful talent for cultivation and unyielding strength of a tyrant, then one can be this arrogant?" Half an hour later. Lucky, indeed this time luck has brought me to Grandma's house. For the sake of repairing Si Jiashua's crystal processor, I actually offended He Lianlia. If I had known things would turn out this way, I absolutely would have increased my price. Only a minimum of 200,000 credits would have been worth it. Also, there's He Lianlia. This son of a B*TCH. Armed with the power of money, he consumes heavenly materials and earthly treasures as if they were food. He drinks strengthening drugs as if they were tap water. He also has underground cultivator experts helping him strengthen his mind. Great martial arts masters help him forge his physique. Only then could he raise his actualization quotient to over 70%. Surprisingly, he is this arrogant. Trash? I am not trash. The day will come. I will become a true master artificer. I will beat you into a pig's head and stuff you in a trash can. A lone youth walked solitarily on the road home. His expression was just like a devil's as he gnashed his teeth in anger. Occasionally, when he happened onto a small rock by the road, he would ferociously kick it flying. The appearance of Militant caused him to clearly understand the distance between him and a cultivator genius, and sure enough, the gap was extremely large. It caused him to understand that the chance of success of his dream of testing into the 9 elite universities, stepping onto the road of cultivation, and becoming a master artificer were however uncertain. A scene that he saw over and over in his uncanny dreams emerged in the sea of Li Yao's mind. It appeared to be a scene from a movie. There was a youth wearing a red tank top. With raised eyebrows and open wide eyes, he spoke loudly, "If we don't have any dreams in life, how are we different from salted fish?" From the past until now, this scene would motivate Li Yao deeply. It let him advance bravely on the road of his dreams without any fear. It was only at this time that he finally recalled the rest of his dream. What the other person's response was when the red tank top youth had finished his words was, "You don't even have shoes. Doesn't that make you a salted fish?" Li Yao stood fixed as he subconsciously looked down at his pair of feet. What he wore was a pair of basic exercise shoes picked up from the garbage heap. Normally, he cultivated like mad, so his shoes had been overworn long ago. Not only was the sole's engraving worn away, even a hole was rubbed into the tip of the left shoe, exposing a big dirty toe. He thought back to a moment ago when he saw the shoes Militant wore. It was a pair of the newest model of the cultivating shoes, Superstar G9. They were handcrafted and refined using the toughest and most durable hides of fiend beasts. Scales were attached to the exterior, increasing the wear resistance by a large degree. It was said that the sole is made of 2 layers, and in between was a cushion of air refined from the swim bladder of the deep-sea devil fish. Not only does it increase jumping power, it also protects one's leg joints. The price of this mere pair of shoes runs several tens of thousands of credits. In this entrance exam battlefield where mighty forces were displayed and where only one can reign on top, there were still countless students of rich and powerful families just like Militant, all wearing Superstar G9s and consuming endless resources. For himself, a poor youth possessing nothing, how could he be capable of suppressing and rising above these people in the cruel blood-filled field of battle? How can he realize his dream? Li Yao's heart was above all at a loss, and his steps turned particularly heavy as well. The road ahead seemed to be long, quite long. Night fell and the evening lamps lit up. He had finally made it to the main district. Ahead was a large crystal bridge. If he crossed over the high-speed crystal rail tracks and went through the culvert under the bridge, he would find himself in Morning Sun Village's residential area. This was the suburbs. It was relatively barren with very few people coming and going. Right when Li Yao was about to go through the culvert, he suddenly heard a piercing explosion from the side of his ear. All he could see was a radiating glow all around. A crystal train was crossing the bridge. Li Yao suddenly stood fixed and rubbed his eyes, looking towards the bridge. In the instant the flash of light shot out a moment ago, he made out an image. There was a person standing on top of the bridge. This was probably the rail line bridge's expert railway passer-througher. The high-speed crystal rail was one of the Federation's 10 ginormous grand artifacts, praised to be a national treasure. Its maximum velocity can exceed 1,000 km per hour. Furthermore, every cut of car on the crystal rail train was outfitted with the best defensive military-grade artifacts to defend against fiend beasts. The destructive capabilities of its high-speed assaults were in no way inferior to a high-stage cultivator striking with his awl. In order to prevent unexpected accidents, the high-speed crystal train was normally levitating a dozen or so meters off the ground on its dedicated rail line. The rail line was sealed all around as a restriction. How did this idiot crawl inside? That's right, Li Yao saw it clearly. An old man actually stood on the bridge's rail line. This old man looked very odd. He was old and gray-haired, and his appearance was dull and ancient. He looked like he was unearthed tens of thousands of years ago, like having once been in a museum seen by Li Yao. But, his body actually exuded an air that was extremely heavy. Even though they were over 100 meters apart, it caused Li Yao to practically hear his own heartbeat beat violently. Thump. 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 It was like a large hammer was continuously bombarding a metal sheet. The old man's air was like a vast ocean. He Lienlia's oppressive strength was simply feeble and pitiful in comparison. The difference between the two was greater than the gap between the sun and a firefly. Li Yao also had a certain feeling. When compared to He Lienlia's created display of fame and power, this old man simply wasn't manifesting this air consciously. Although there were waves inadvertently overflowing from the old man, what Li Yao felt was just the tip of the iceberg. The old man wore a simple and plain coarse robe. It was like he stepped out from the ancient world of cultivation 40,000 years ago. Hey, it was a dangerous moment. Li Yao could not make out whether this old man was lunatic or some kind of eccentric. He saw that the train was arriving here at galloping speed. His hands and feet were gesticulating as he cried loudly. The old man turned a deaf ear to Li Yao's shouts as he continued to size up the continuously expanding light in the front of him. It appeared he was in a state of complete curiosity about everything in his surroundings. He was especially curious about the crystal rail line that lay on the bridge and the screaming crystal rail train that was about to arrive. Even more so was the expression that appeared on his face, it containing the joyful thoughts of a mischievous child who had discovered a brand new toy. In the next second, the high-speed crystal train rushed across. With a PWA, like the shattering of an egg, the old man was rammed head-on. He disintegrated in a millisecond. Limbs and bones snapped and disintegrated under the bombardment of a torrential surge of essence energy. He was annihilated all the way down to the cellular level, vanishing from the face of the planet. All Li Yao saw was a bright flash of red and the mysterious old man disappeared completely. He let out a somewhat helpless sigh from within his heart. Having grown up in the artifact graveyard, which had a terrifying environment filled with danger, encountering dead bodies was nothing out of the ordinary for him. Furthermore, he personally experienced countless deaths in his uncanny dreams, and so when it came to the issue of death, Li Yao was not the ordinary kind of person who would react with terror or unwell feelings. Nevertheless, in the end, this was still a living being, and having this life fade away in front of him in this miserable manner left his heart feeling somewhat strange. This old man was probably a cultivator who fell into madness, going insane. This is the only reason why someone would do something this crazy, Li Yao thought to himself inwardly. The crystal train was not affected at all by this minor mishap and maintained its high speed, moving along. It went away, never to return, disappearing quickly into the horizon. Li Yao knew what would happen. There would be security guards on the train who would surely notify the local police department of this matter. There was also the military. They would rush here with large numbers of their military police. He was a scavenger who collected scraps in the artifact graveyard. It can be said that his actions bordered on the edge of the law. As always, Li Yao would abstain from dealing with the military police in order not to stir up any trouble. He straightened his clothes, sped up his footsteps, and passed through the culvert. Yet, he was unaware that in a separate plane that was invisible to him, a transparent crystal human form, looking like an exact carbon copy of the mysterious old man, appeared in the exact same place where the mysterious old man was standing on the bridge's rail line. The old man looked somewhat puzzled as he sized up his surroundings. Finally, the old man's eyes flashed, locking into a state of irradiating anger. The transparent crystal figure suddenly shattered into a myriad of traceless and incorporeal fragments, refracting and shining bright in the moonlight like thousands upon thousands of gorgeous butterflies using their wings to soar. Without any warning, they silently entered inside Li Yao's body. "It's cold." Li Yao felt a bone-chilling ghastly wind. He seemed to be hearing something murmur an absolutely ancient and mysterious language quietly near his ear. It was an unspeakable terror, a unmentionable horror. He involuntarily gave a shiverish shake. Bizarre, this is really too bizarre. Some of his hair stood on its end, and his blood ran cold. He straightened his school uniform and simply started running. According to logic, when a person begins to run, their four limbs would move and their body would generate heat. But no matter how much Li Yao ran, no matter how much he increased his sprint to the extreme tornado-like limit, to the point of puking, the bone-chilling coldness in his soul followed without end like a shadow following the body. It was as if there were maggots in the bones of his feet, swallowing him inch by inch. He staggered home and threw himself through the house door. By that time, his entire self had already frozen into an ice cube. But if one were to look at his exterior appearance, they would actually find his face flushed red, his brows beaded with sweat, and his entire body surrounded by a white mist of steam vapor rising in the air. It was an unspeakable strangeness. Small black, I think I got sick. Quickly help me to my bed and then find the anti-fever medicinal artifact from the medicine box. Li Yao spoke with a slurred speech. Bursts of darkness appeared in his vision. The top and the bottom of his eyelids were battling endlessly. He was unable to wait for the black-winged sword to fly over. His legs had weakened, and he had already fallen on the floor. He gave a wheeze and was completely passed out. It was like he had sunk in a deep swamp. His five senses were stripped to practically nothing. He was unceasingly in an absolute darkness. It was never-ending. Eventually, right before he was about to go mad, right before he was going to pray to the hundreds of millions of gods in this infinite world for them to simply put an end to it all, his whole body loosened and the darkness retreated like the receding tides. He breathed fresh air once again, and the air he breathed was 100-fold fresher than any he had ever breathed. What kind of place is this? Li Yao observed his surroundings, feeling somewhat bewildered. He knew subconsciously that he had fallen into a dangerous and fearsome nightmare. However, this nightmare was different than when he went over to the uncanny dream. This dream world was extremely clear, containing strong elements from an ancient era. He was standing above an incomparably vast military ground. In all directions were countless numbers of gigantic weapons and bronze statue artifacts towering tall, reaching through the clouds. They encompassed this enormous field of over 100 acres. And this ground surprisingly lay on the peak of a floating mountain in the sky. Below at the edge was an unforgettable sight, the rolling of large waves in a giant black sea. The masculine odor of blood and stinky sweat of smoky figures assailed and bombarded Li Yao's nostrils, nearly killing him from the stench. In his surrounding were several thousands of muscular humanoids with well-developed limbs, bright bursting muscles, and fierce faces. Each of these buff humanoids carried a hammer that looked to weigh over 1,000 pounds upon their shoulders. They spared no energy, engaging in drills. Boom! 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 Several 1,000-pound hammers smashed simultaneously against the floor, causing the base of the entire floating mountain to tremble and shake. At this moment, Li Yao was in a state of shock. He discovered that he had unexpectedly become one of these 9-feet-tall burly giants. Even his looks had changed entirely. He touched his chin with his hand and felt beard stubble that was like iron needles. He was grasping in his hand the same type of iron hammer, the size of a tree. Its coiled rope grip had rubbed, breaking into his palm and soaking in his blood. At the front of this military ground was a giant that was twice as large as all the other giants. It was simply not of human race, a titan. It glared as it opened its large copper bell eyes and shouted like a thunderstorm, "You 3527 useless pieces of sh*t, you have already been officially admitted under the 100 Smelting Guild and have become the lowest level workers of the 100 Smelting Guild. This is the result of the cumulative efforts of your forefathers, a good fortune created from 3 generations of cultivation. We, the 100 Smelting Sect, are the greatest and most powerful crafting guild within this grand foreworld. Our guild is strict. Even if you have the smallest and most rudimentary job in this guild, you too must put forth your life in cultivating. As low-grade workers, each day, each of you must carry 3,000 pounds of water, chop down 50 trees, and travel to the abyssal sea below to hunt at least 10 thornridge sharks. This shall be your food. However, the absolute most important thing is, you must cultivate in the 100 Smelting Guild's foundation techniques, After you all have finished listening to me, you useless shits. Every day, you must swing down your iron hammers 10,000 times, and each swing cannot be lacking. When you are able to hammer out a deep hole within this pure orichalcum smelted floor, then you will be promoted to a metal forge worker, and be able to cultivate techniques of higher quality. Cultivate. Cultivate. Give me your life for cultivation. Oh Yeming, what are you standing around like a retard for? Why aren't you cultivating? Li Yao still hadn't understood what was going on when he discovered that the entire group of humanoids were observing him with eyes of extreme pity. His heart immediately froze. A whirlwind filled with ferocity and malice lunged over from ahead. It was the enormous Titan coming from over 100 meters away. In a blink of an eye, the Titan used a skill to appear right in front of him. The Titan towered above and glared ferociously at Li Yao. Oh Yeming, yesterday you were babbling nonsense at dinner. You were also the one saying some crazy talk about absolutely becoming the 100 Smelting Guild's guild leader in the future. What's wrong? You don't feel that the is too rudimentary, that it's not suitable for you, the future guild leader, to cultivate? Alright then. Today, I will let you experience for a bit how formidable the 108 hands Chaos Gale Hammer technique can be. Die. The Titan's pair of hands spread opened. Black smoke condensed in the palms of his hands and transformed into giant hammer that was larger than Li Yao's skull. It danced, producing a strong wind, and it struck, smashing through Li Yao's head. Li Yao still had not processed what was going on. All he felt was that he grew a pair of wings as he soared through the air, and his head felt like it had grown 10 times in size. He shrieked endlessly in his heart, "What's wrong with this F***er?" From this day onward, Li Yao assumed the identity of Oh Yeming, and the miserable life of a low-level 100 Smelting Guild worker unfolded for him. This strange dream was completely different from a typical dream to the extent that it seemed even more real than the uncanny dreams that Li Yao had experienced since childhood. Even the passage of time appeared to be abnormally slow. No matter what Li Yao tried, there wasn't even a single trace of indication that he would awaken from this dream. It was as if he had truly become Oh Yeming, carrying out an entirely different chapter of life. Being a low-grade worker in the 100 Smelting Guild was not easy. Along with the slow passage of time, the burden that was pressed upon their shoulders grew greater and greater every day. In the beginning, they carried 3,000 pounds of water and cut down 50 giant trees. Then it turned to carrying 10,000 pounds of boiling molten iron and cutting down 100 of the metal-like orichalcum trees. Additionally, they had to swing the 1,020-pound, heaven-forging hammers down 30,000 times. And the instructor of the low-level workers, the Titan, seemed to have Li Yao firmly marked in his mind as a thorn in his flesh. Every day, he would bring Li Yao troubles during the 3 daily meals. If Li Yao made the smallest mistake, he would unavoidably be hit with a series of the 108 hands Chaos Gale Hammer techniques, beating him into a state between life and death, a state so painful one wishes they were dead. Day after day, year after year, time passed in the dream world like flickering lights and passing shadows. It was as if 10 years had passed. Day in and day out, the grueling and mundane drudgery of work was of inhumane torment and slowly extinguished Li Yao's sense of self. The name Li Yao was a thing that was already far distant. Even his past memories became mere grains of sand within the deepest depths of his mind. They had sunk into the hidden depths of the ocean floor and not a single ripple emerged on the surface. He was completely Yeming. The Yeming who was the most outstanding of the 100 smelting guild's low-level workers. 30 years of blood, sweat, and tears. He forged himself a majestic body of steel muscles and iron bones. And much to the bitterness of the Titan, he also completely comprehended the essence of the 108 hands Chaos Gale hammer technique to the extent that his proficiency surpassed several inner members of the 100 smelting guild. Other than the Titan, people no longer called him Yeming, all the low-level workers called him Elder Brother Yi. Year 11. He finally became the number 2 ranked metal forge worker of the 100 smelting guild and received the qualifications to enter the metal forging room. The following years passed by at flying speeds. Year 14. He became an outer member of the 100 smelting guild and received the title of blacksmith. He was now qualified to assist in casting and forging the low-grade flying swords used by the outer guild members. Year 21. He became a master craftsman and possessed his own crafting furnace. He could now cast and forge low-grade flying swords all by himself. Year 29. He became a grandmaster craftsman. He was the number 1 crafter among the outer guild members. Year 31. The demonic cultivators invaded. Yeming took charge in resisting against the 7 great demonic guilds on the battlefield. He smashed and killed 24 building foundation stage members of the demonic cultivators. It was at the time that the 100 smelting guild discovered that he'd taken the most basic technique, the 108 hands Chaos Gale hammer technique, pushed forward an evolution, and transformed it into 189 hands. Year 33, Yeming sat and paid respects to the 100 smelting guild's elder, Daoist Yu Chang. He became an inner guild member of the 100 smelting guild. Another 3 years later, he became a core guild member and was the metal forging room's attendant. Year 38. Yeming distinguished himself amongst the 100 smelting guild's countless youths by becoming the first to reach the peak boundary of the building foundation stage. Also, deriving from Yi elder brother, other people began addressing him as Senior Master Yi. In the same year, he took the 100 smelting guild's 35th supreme guild leader's only daughter as his wife. At the wedding festivities, beautiful women lined the walls. Yi Ming was like the rising sun, his future looked boundless. He thought back to the days when his identity was a low-level worker, when he had declared in jest, "Eventually there will be a day, when I will become the 100 smelting guild's guild leader." It seemed that this was no longer an impossibility. At present, he held great power. He sat upon endless resources and advanced peacefully down the road of cultivation, making tremendous progress. Numerous elders of the guild watched over him from above, and countless blood brothers aided him from below. His future landscape was truly boundless. He was at the apex of life. Only. When he thought back to when he had said those words in jest dozens of years ago, he could faintly recall memories of some sort. Inevitably, a ripple of recollection would churn from the depths of his mind, letting him feel somewhat uneasy. "My husband, you will certainly make and build our 100 smelting guild to become the most powerful crafting guild within the 3000 worlds," his darling wife lay upon the bed gazing at him with a smile. Her blurry eyes were as tender and soft as water. Yeming deeply felt a cold shiver. A strange vision rippled suddenly, surfacing. It was as if there was something distorting space and time, ripping a hole in the world. The face of his wife lying on the bed became fuzzy, unclear, and hazy. It changed to another face that was clean to the point of pureness. "Promise me, don't go street racing any longer. Become an honest car mechanic, no one will look down on you." There will be a day when we will have our own Auto 4S shop. Promise me. Dear Yao. He subconsciously nodded his head. He blinked his eyes once and suddenly woke up. It was a feeling that was completely bizarre. Something similar to a spirit had disengaged from the body. It changed into a transparent empty shadow and floated midair. It looked with absolute calmness in the bridal room at O Yeming and his wife. It had once shared O Yeming's personal experiences, but now it turned into a complete spectator. I am not O Yeming, I am not O Yeming. Who am I? I am Li Yao. It was like a rush of clear spring water had flushed his heart. His mind awakened to a bright comprehension that was incomparably clear. In a flash, he found his sense of self once more, and the 72 years of past memories also shattered into multicolored shards, a transient dream. Too close. Too close. If I'd kept on wallowing in this dream and was unable to free myself, then I fear that the day I woke from this dream, the one who would awaken would be only O Yeming, not the real me. Li Yao thought back to his various moments in the past, and he could not help but to be drenched in sweat as he let out a shout of luck. From this day forward, he assumed the role of a spectator and continued to participate in the dreamland's development. Even though he still had not broken free, he knew clearly that this was a dream. Within the dream were countless things that caused him to be perplexed. In psychological terms, this was called a lucid dream. The rate at which the dreamland unfolded grew faster and faster. It was like the blurred lightning speed of a crystal rail train. Only during important moments did the speed slow down, allowing Li Yao to clearly see their details. Year 41. Li Yao saw O Yeming become the 100 Smelting Guild's youngest elder in history. In that same year, he crafted a secret sword, the Profound Spark, and beheaded true monarch Dulong, a demonic cultivator tyrant who'd seized the core formation stage. Year 43. Li Yao saw O Yeming representing the 100 Smelting Guild in the 10 Worlds on Sword Theory competition. He used the might of the one-of-a-kind, tyrannic greatsword, 100-meter swallowing dragon, to suppress the other outstanding competitors. He cut through, breaking 92 of his opponent's weapons in succession, seizing the title, Blade Saint of 10 Worlds, and became a master swordsmith that could shake this dozen of worlds. Year 52. Li Yao saw the demonic cultivators invade once more. Their most important target was the 100 Smelting Guild. Dozens of necessary core members, the guild leader, highest-level members, elders, fell one by one. The situation was dire. O Yeming was elected to act as the 100 Smelting Guild's 36th generation guild leader. Under his leadership, the 100 Smelting Guild transformed into a gigantic weapons manufacturing plant, steadily providing masterwork weapons to guilds on the path of good. Year 68. The final disciples of 9 great demonic guilds were exterminated and slayed by the masterwork weapons crafted by O Yeming. At this time, there were no longer any people who called him Senior Master O Yi or Guild Leader O Yi. Every person addressed him with absolute veneration as O Yezi. Year 109. The name O Yezi had already spread through to the several hundreds of surrounding worlds. Even people on the other shore of the Sea of Stars from unknown worlds, even people from close distances of millions and millions of kilometers braved the danger of being consumed by the raging maelstrom of primordial chaos. They crossed over using ancient transmission arrays, arriving at the Grand Foreworld, all for the sake of acquiring a masterwork weapon crafted by O Yezi. Year 130. Year 250. Year 320. At last, Supreme Guild Master. Elder Forebearer. Please sir, think twice about this. Tunneling through time is fundamentally impossible. You sir are the great pillar of heavens that supports our 100 Smelting Guild. You absolutely cannot undertake such a risk yourself. Li Yao looked on within the giant palace hall that was incomparably majestic and upon which clouds and mist curled around. Over 10,000 cultivators were kneeling simultaneously on the ground. They were facing towards Oyezi and were kowtowing repeatedly. The knocking called the entire hall to echo with bang-bang sounds while blood flowed to fill the earth. Oyezi, whose hair and beard were completely white, was standing magnificently in the center of a grand and mysterious transmission array. With a flick of his sleeve, he indifferently said, "There are a great number of worlds in the universe. There are a great number of eras in eternity. The true meaning of cultivation is, to explore the endless mysteries of the cosmos. This old man has happened to coincide with destiny and has accidentally crafted something that could possibly traverse time, the Great Time Array. Even if the possibility is uncertain, I need to test it out. To find out if it can truly traverse to the ends of time." He stopped for a moment. Slowly, he swept his eyes across the people within the great palace hall. Oyezi's face was written full of melancholy. He murmured, "My disciples, you need not speak any further. All the artifacts in this world have already been studied fully by this old man. I have no regrets. I just hope that at the distant era on the other shore, this new world several tens of thousands of years in the future, there would be new artifacts capable of making people somewhat happy." His tone left nothing out. Oyezi had already ignited the Great Time Array. A pillar of blinding light came from the depths of the bizarre transmission array and enveloped him within. This pillar of light flooded with an incomparably violent surge of essence energy. It was just like a flood rushing and spreading in all directions. All those at the great palace cowered and shivered in front of the surge of essence energy. All the cultivators were forced to erect essence shields of protection. The cultivators closest to Oyezi were directly caught in the wave of essence energy and were overturned. And that essence energy seemed to be infinite. It continued to gather unceasingly, increasing, expanding. It was like the essence became a mythical beast which bared its fangs. No. Not good. Right now this transmission array is assimilating the surrounding essence energy in an unending stream, transforming into a chaotic flow of essence energy. It can explode at any time. Something has gone wrong with the transmission array. Everyone, quickly evacuate. Run. No, we can't escape in time. Hurry, put up the essence shields. Use the most powerful artifacts to withstand it. The last scene Li Yao saw in his eyes was an expanding ball of milky white bright light that was like a roaring sea. The entire palace, the hundreds of floating mountains outside, and even the entire sea below were all engulfed entirely. And in the instant Li Yao witnessed the milky white ball of light expand to its limit, he completely and thoroughly awakened. In the cultivation era year 40,000, in Heaven's origin sector, in the Star Glory Federation, in Floating Spear City's suburbs, in Morning Sun Village's residential area, in his house, Li Yao suddenly sat up in his bed. Pain, 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 pain. Li Yao's head felt like it had a splitting migraine. Hundreds of years of time birthed from the vivid, realistic dream and transformed into countless sand grains of information that flowed into his mind. It was like a mountain flood had erupted within the depths of his brain, shaking, barging, and colliding around. At last, they directly collided into the pineal gland near the medial part of his brain. The flesh between his eyebrows twitched and twitched. It was like the shoots of a stump that had experienced rain. Something was on the verge of piercing through the skull, breaking through the body to rise up. Suddenly, Li Yao was overcome by a bizarre feeling that was indescribable by words. It was as if his exterior was bound heavily like an encased person, and every time he experienced this pain, a hole was ripped in his exterior shell. His five senses improved substantially, allowing him to perceive an absolutely marvelous true world. In a flash, he enumerated 327 cracks in the ceiling. He saw clearly the several hundred small print characters engraved on a teacup located over 3 meters away. Moreover, he recognized that this was a battlefield poem written by a poet of the Federal Army 133 years ago. At the same time, this Army poet's life history and experiences within 7 military campaigns emerged within Li Yao's mind. Even the outcomes of the 7 military campaigns were extremely clear. Incidentally, he also heard the sounds of flesh hitting flesh from within the adjacent room 20 meters away downstairs. What the hell is this? This is practically an overturning invigoration. Li Yao blinked his eyes, and every time he blinked, he felt the world become clearer by a degree. Countless gorgeous colors that he was unable to speak the names of struck against his optical cells. The collisions caused his head to become giddy and his eyes to become dim. His heart blossomed with joy. Both his hands rubbed forcefully at the flesh between his eyebrows. Li Yao attempted to clear up his thoughts, but the information within his mind flowed like a destructive tsunami. Like an overflowing great river, it could not be controlled. 58,942 multiplied by 88,743 equals 5,230,689,906. Last year's issued winning ticket number for the Federation's Cultivator lottery was awarded to number 73 89 52 74 55 16 with a prize of 13,547,328 credits. After deducting 14.32% in special taxes, one would receive 11,607,350.64 credits. The area of Star Glory Federation's territory is 37,140,000 square kilometers. The total population is 10.455 billion. The size of the military is 16.7478 million. The military possesses 13 gigantic Elder Heavens Provenance class strategic crystal battleships, 52 Open Heavens Founder class heavy armament crystal cruisers. 3 years ago on May 30th, I crossed the intersection between Luofu Main Street and Qishan Street. That day, the temperature varied between 13 and 21 degrees, and there was a Category 2 wind blowing from the northwest. From my southwest direction situated 11 meters away was a woman wearing a light green skirt. Her age was between 26 and 29 years old. The wind gust lifted up the skirt. It was pink with a light violet pattern. The warfare of attrition occurring right now downstairs should be Elder Zhou's family. 72 strikes were made within a minute. This rate is higher than Elder Brother Zhou's typical display by 35.8%, and the females' yelling shouts were also sharper than normal by at least 23.4%. If Elder Brother Zhou hadn't eaten some sort of secret medicine, then I fear that he is being cuckolded. Is this a mistake? How am I suddenly able to think of so many things and process this many numerous and disorderly thoughts? It's exactly like being the same as a cultivator. Li Yao was frightened by his own thought and jumped. He thought back to just a moment ago when he had escaped from the dream of grandeur and felt somewhat of a chill in the back of his head. He squinted his eyes and gripped firmly on his thigh. He used pain to focus his thoughts and came to a state of quiet concentration. He reflected on the causes and effects. A short time later, over 100 strips of pertinent information jumped out from within the area of his brain that was the storehouse of information. It was like a glistening shining pearl that was made up from tying information into a chain of clues. Crystal Processor. Activate. Li Yao let out a soft breath of noise. A crystal processor emerged at the end of the bed and emitted a soft beam of light. After a series of musical ding-ding startup rings, the beam diffused and became a giant hologram. Li Yao accessed the World Wide Web. He opened a website called Wanxiang Searcher, entered into the search field the 3 words, 100 Smelting Guild, and lightly pressed down on the launch glyph script. The web page flowed with brilliant lights and vibrant colors. All 7 colors of glyph script danced chaotically and formed into several short paragraphs of glyph writing. The 100 Smelting Guild was a guild from 47,000 years ago as of this time, situated in the middle of the classical cultivation period. It was a guild that was once flourishing, located in the Center Province Domain's Grand Foreworld. Their specialty was crafting, casting swords, and forging famous artifacts. Of special note is their 36th guild leader, Yezi, who was known as the Model Artisan. He was a well-known and moving master artificer. He is mentioned in several ancient writings and records. Approximately 46,000 years ago, the 100 Smelting Guild's headquarters was destroyed by a large explosion of unknown origin. Within a timeframe of a short dozen years, they vanished like smoke into thin air, completely perishing. According to written records by cultivators of that era that were unearthed so far, there are claims that Yezi crafted a certain transmission array that can shuttle through time. When he conducted the first experiment, he inadvertently triggered a large essence energy wave explosion and ended up being vaporized. His consciousness was scattered and destroyed. Nevertheless, not a single remnant of the 100 Smelting Guild has been discovered at the present time. All information pertaining to the 100 Smelting Guild have their origins in ancient writings, classified as indirect evidence. The true cause for the sudden death of Yezi and the decline of the 100 Smelting Guild is still unknown. Addendum: the 100 Smelting Guild appears within the newest game developed by our Wanxiang group. Players can play as a character disciple in the 100 Smelting Guild, interact directly with Model Artisan Yezi, and explore the most profound secrets of crafting. If you join now, you will receive a novice gift box. The first 10,000 players to telepathically download this game will also receive an additional 5 cool and amazing battle armor equipments. What are you waiting for? Download telepathically now. Join the game. Li Yao ignored the last paragraph of information in a straightforward manner and flipped between the previous few paragraphs a few times. He looked and looked. Gradually, his eyes began to shine. His mind flew and spun as he read telepathically. Countless thoughts like shuttling threads interweaved into an intricate and complicated delicate design. So it turned out to be this way. The 100 Smelting Guild really existed as an ancient sect. Yezi too was a master artificer with outstanding talent that warped the heavens. 46,000 years ago, he invented some time machine that could travel through time. Moreover, he experimented with it on himself. He did not expect it would trigger a world-shaking gigantic explosion and cause the destruction of the 100 Smelting Guild. Although the 100 Smelting Guild was destroyed, Yezi's experiment was actually a success. He really crossed over the obstructing wall of time and arrived 46,000 years later in the year 40,000 of the Cultivation era. This era possesses innumerable mystical artifacts unthinkable by the ancient cultivators. Yezi, being a madman crafter, was obviously thrilled in his heart when met with them, especially towards the modern large-scale artifact system that is the high-speed crystal rail train. How could he research and figure out its inner nature with just a moment with it? The result is that he was hit and killed by the train. I reckon that in the matters of time traveling, cultivators would receive great harm to their bodies. Yezi must have received serious damage and his cultivation base took a large hit. Otherwise, based on the tyrannical strength he displayed in the dream world, I can't say for sure if the crystal train would have been even capable of knocking him off the bridge. Regardless of any words, Yezi's corpse was ripped to shreds by the crystal rail train. However, his incomparably tremendous mental consciousness would vanish to thin air that easily. He just happened my crossing below the bridge and his mind entered my body with a futile attempt to force me out. Yes, it was right when I felt a bone-chilling wind wreak havoc within my body. It has to be this old despicable fellow with malicious intentions. The dream took many unusual forms, it was all him trying to deceive me by dressing things up to look good. If I had not promptly seen through his illusion, the one who would be lying on this bed would without a doubt be the Yezi who would feel that he got a good deal. But, I am just a lowly commoner in terms of cultivation. How did I resist Yezi's powerful mind and thwart his possession attempt? Li Yao's thoughts coursed with electricity and turned. He muttered to himself for a short time and thought back to within the dream of grandeur when he was about to join with the Supreme Guild leader's daughter in the bridal room. At that time, an inharmonious ripple had emerged. His mind suddenly flashed with divine light. He had found what was the cause. Haha, oh Yezi, this fellow is truly unlucky. When considering his peerless tyrannical cultivator mental strength, if he tried to possess any person within the Federation who could be considered low-stage cultivators, I fear that he would not have encountered even the least bit of inconvenience. But I am different. A memory not of this world is originally hidden beneath the surface within the deepest depths of my mind. To explain in a certain sense, this body of mine has already been seized once by Li Yao of planet Earth. It's the equivalent of having already been injected with a vaccine. There is a natural immunity towards possession. Even the most ruthless virus is powerless against a person who has had a vaccine. Oh Yezi just had bad luck. Not only was he unsuccessful in possessing me, he has instead left behind great benefits. No matter how slow Li Yao's reactions were, he was aware of all the fearful serious changes that had occurred to his body. His thought process speed was quicker than his previous by at least tenfold. The other changes will not be mentioned. Let's just say that the fundamental information he clawed out was able to be processed within 3 minutes to figure out the causes and effects to a pretty accurate degree. If it were the him from the past, it's very likely that he would not understand things even after 3 days and 3 nights. The teacher of the profound cultivation arts once said that the highest realm of the profound cultivation arts is to enter a kind of incomparably slow-flowing river of time. While 1 minute passes in the real world, a year would occur in the mental world, a fantastic situation. If one were to cultivate in this situation, great benefits would be provided to raise their spiritual actualization quotient. While I was in the dream of grandeur, it seemed that several hundred years of time had passed. Could it be that I really entered into this kind of mysterious realm? I was also sharpened by O Yezi's formidable mental mind. Did my actualization quotient rise greatly while I was unconscious? Li Yao heard the teacher say before that raising the actualization quotient would increase one's ability to recall large amounts of memories in a flash, raise analyzation and computational abilities, and thought process ability and perception. Another direct sign of further proof was the pineal body between his eyebrows. There he felt a growth that was on the verge of bursting out. These signs matched with what had happened to his body. Development. Development. I don't know how much my actualization quotient was raised. Could it be that I now possess the power to beat that heaven's arrogant person of the important class by the nostrils and turn his head into a pig's head? Li Yao was like a nouveau riche with the sudden acquisition of wealth. His excitement was palpable and his mind was filled with scenes of various annoying natures. He tossed aside his blanket and jumped off his bed. Surprisingly, his 2 legs buckled, and with a popping sound of despair, he fell and sprawled out on his back. In his body, only an empty and vacated feeling remained, and he was unable to bring forth even half his strength. It was as if a thief had cleared out a house and even taken the door with him. The black sword heard the noise. It flew in from the outer room while urgently shouting in squeaks. With a swoosh, it flew back out again, brought back with it a handheld mirror, and shined the mirror onto Li Yao's body. How can this be? Li Yao was gobsmacked. It was as if he had been stranded in a giant desert for several months, struggling on the verge of death. All that was left of him were mere skin and bones. A deep set of hollow eyes took up half his face. There simply wasn't any flesh left on him from head to toe. Light purple veins drooped around his skeleton weakly without strength. He was the same as an earthworm that had been baked dry by the sun. His skin had completely turned into an ash-like color, largely like that of a vampire. This fright was not important. The sharpness of his 5 senses. His outstanding faculty of memory. The crystal brain calculated and analyzed his abilities. In a flash, his previous scare disappeared like smoke in the air. Li Yao was nearly struck back with shock to his normal self. His abilities had only improved by a tiny bit when compared to his previous self. It was at this time that he felt as if his stomach was stuffed with a ball of fire. A spreading ball of fire of never-ending explosions. Li Yao seemed to hear the cells in his entire body from head to toe all scream and howl mournfully, "Hunger! Hunger! Hunger!" It was extreme to the point that even the myriad of telepathic thoughts in the depths of his mind were all at the limit of hunger, devouring each other. "Hurry, small black, hurry and give me food." Li Yao never thought he would be this extremely hungry. He felt the same pain as the flaring of a drug addiction. He rolled about on the floor and suddenly got up when he heard Blackwing give a great shout. Blackwing squeaked out 2 shouts. It was not happy with its owner's behavior. Nevertheless, it still flew to the outer room and quickly brought back 2 5-pound cans of Giant Creatures of Starry Skies, canned meat. Although the name Giant Creatures of Starry Skies sounded very domineering, high class, and luxurious, in truth, it was actually a product of modification by cultivator sects using secret drugs. They took ordinary meat from pigs and elephants and hybridized it. Classified as a rapid growth product. Within 3 months' time, they induced the life of a 10-ton heavy artificial livestock. The final canned product was very greasy, and its taste was of the utmost inferiority. The typical resident of the city rarely ate this product. However, this canned meat, with its blend of bones and viscera, had a cheap sales price. 15 credits can buy an entire 5-pound large can of the meat and was considered a rare delicacy among the poor class. It was also Li Yao's primary source of protein. He held 35 cans in stock in his house at any given time. When Li Yao came in contact with the can of Giant Creatures of Starry Skies, he was like a 3-day starved feral wolf meeting a lamb that was skinned, cleaned, and spiced. His eyes let out a red glow and, wheezing sounds came out of his throat. It was unknown where he drew the strength, but his entire person leapt up and seized the can of meat into his embrace. He opened his mouth wide into the gaping bloody hole of a predator and gnawed down, ignoring the circumstances. Gnash gnash. Gnash gnash. The sound of teeth colliding was like 2 meat grinders striking against each other. Sparks flew out from between the saw-like teeth. A can of Giant Creatures of Starry Skies meat was extremely salty, extremely fishy, and extremely oily. Normally, Li Yao only needed a thin, small flake to pair with 3 big bowls of rice. This time though, it was like he was eating the world's most precious rare and delicious delicacy. He devoured the food ravenously as if possessed by a tautai, finishing the entire 5-pound can of the canned meat in a minute. There was a numbness between his lips and teeth, and his stomach had actually swelled to an incomparable state. The Giant Creatures of Starry Skies meat is compressed into great density. When the meat is introduced to liquid, it can increase in size by at most a dozen-fold. A thought shook in the depths of Li Yao's mind and jumped out as a scene. It was from the dream of grandeur. The instructor of the 100 Smelting Guild's low-level workers, the Titan, was speaking, "Breathe in the stars and swallow the moon." This fasting cultivation technique allows you to devour the essence energy of heaven and earth directly. Only high-stage cultivators can use this profound art. You pieces of sh*ts aren't even capable of attempting it. For you pieces of sh*ts, your only source of essence energy is from food. The basis for all cultivators is to eat. Learn how to feast. It is the first step to becoming a cultivator. Next, I will impart onto you all the great art of the swallowing whale. This technique has the specialized purpose of teaching you all how to feast. It is capable of helping you all gorge down the sea and absorb the energy contained within the food. When this art is cultivated to the pinnacle, the digestive strength and speed of the digestive system is raised by 100-fold, allowing one to swallow 800 pounds of animal meat per day. Even the toughest and hardest skulls of magical beasts are grounded to dust, completely absorbed, and transformed into the most fundamental of energies, essence. The essence instantly replenishes within the skeletal bones of the entire body, allowing one's blood vessels to expand energetically, giving one extraordinary strength. Keep in mind, the 108 Hands Chaos Gale Hammer Cultivator art is not perfect. There is still a small margin for improvement. However, if you don't practice the great art of the swallowing whale well, you will forever be immortal. Don't even think about stepping on the road of cultivation. Oh Yeming, come up here for this senior. Take this repulsive 200-pound fish and eat all of it down. This senior will first teach you members of the 100 Smelting Guild's main mountain this secret technique, the great art of the swallowing whale. Li Yao's eyelids suddenly opened to a pair of round and protruding eyes. A rumble sound pierced out from within his stomach. It was as if a powerful engine had suddenly been ignited. In a split second, it was like several monsters fleeing within his stomach. The skin of his belly was stretched to near transparency. The speed of his stomach intestines' digestive movement exceeded that of a normal person by a dozen-fold. It digested the giant creatures of starry skies' meat at lightning speeds, breaking the meat down, transforming it into the most rudimentary form of energy, and supplied steady energy to the dried skeletal bones of Li Yao's body and also to Li Yao's 8 meridians. The speed of the giant creatures of starry skies' meat's expansion when introduced with water was not able to exceed the speed of digestion and absorption. The protruding belly quickly flattened down to its normal state and even started to cave inward. This won't do. I'm still hungry. Hurry, bring me another can. The food just slid down Li Yao's throat. With 2 or 3 bites, he devoured his second can of giant creatures of starry skies meat completely clean. Still, he was not satisfied. He slapped the floorboard to let Blackwing know to continue fetching meat. 3 cans. 5 cans. 20 cans. In a short hour, he had unrelentingly eaten a total of 31 entire cans of the giant creatures of starry skies canned meat. He had drank down a full bucket of water, eating dry and wiping clean his house's entire stock of food. Only then did he let out a burp, wishing he had more to eat. Squeak squeak, squeak squeak. Blackwing looked at his owner somewhat worryingly. It had never seen a person eat the giant creatures of starry skies canned meat in such a crazed fashion. It did not know what kind of illness its owner caught and could not help asking with concern. Li Yao smacked his lips and used his tongue to pick out a sliver of shredded meat from his teeth. He reflected quietly, it seems like I'm not full yet. I can eat 3 or 5 more cans. Blackwing was speechless for a moment. It would have surely rolled its eyes at this moment if it had eyes. Finally, I am alive again. Li Yao was completely satisfied and let out a relaxed breath. He held his fist tight and carefully sized up his arm, trying to understand the bubbling force coming from within the depths of his marrow. Following the crazed digestion and absorption of the cans of giant creatures of starry skies meat through the use of the great art of the swallowing whale, his body had experienced a change like the turning of heaven and earth. The beast meat had transformed into the purest of essence energy, and an abundance of essence energy permeated through his body. The once dried veins filled once more, and the withered muscles swelled once again. His skeletal system became like reinforced steel, and his body had turned exceptionally durable. Looking in the mirror, his face still had a somewhat ashy tone to it. His body was a bit thin compared to before, however, concealed below his pale dark skin were dense muscles that bulged out with only a slight flex. His muscles were like coils of thick steel rope. Li Yao held his fist tight. He hammered his pecs twice with strength that wasn't too light nor too strong, making a muffled sound. It was as if 7 to 8 layers of dried leather were padded around his sternum. He absolutely did not feel any sort of pain. Whoosh! Whoosh! He swung his arm, consciously swinging out 7 to 8 punches. 3 to 5 oppressive images appeared suddenly in the empty air, and the sound of the fists piercing the air of the void rang out. My punching power has increased by at least 15%. My punching speed has increased by at least 20%. The great art of the swallowing whale can be summarized in one sentence: it's really King tyrannical. The recollection of the fragment of memory from the dream of grandeur gave him a technique that could surprisingly be used in the real world. Li Yao could not help but be wild with joy. He was similar to a wandering hobo who had picked up a windfall that fell from the sky. However, when he was revisiting the enormous storehouse of memories within the dream of Yezi, he discovered that although he could remember with absolute clarity the first second, the next second was mired with haze. Spots were mottled. It was absolutely useless. If only I could recall the dream world in all its details. Even if I am only able to sneak learning from Yezi's life experiences from his youth to his death, becoming the first master artificer of the Federation would be as easy as turning over my hand. When that time comes, I'll have mountains of gold and seas of silver, I'll have luxurious vehicles and beautiful women, I'll be revered by everybody, I'll be the most popular idol of millions and millions of youths. Li Yao chuckled with a foxy smile as he let his mind imagine freely. Blackwing made a cold snort of complete utter disdain. It twisted its hilt and flew away. Right at this time, the crystal processor suddenly let out a "dee" sound. A virtual origami crane flew out from the right-hand corner of the hologram. It flew and orbited around Li Yao's head for 3 rotations. With a bang sound, it exploded, transforming into an ice-cold message strip: "You didn't come to school today?" A small plump yellow avatar followed at the end. The small avatar's eyebrows were angled vertically, its entire face was filled with questioning. It was Si Jiaxue. Li Yao had to stare blankly for quite a while for him to recall that, yesterday, he had made a promise with Si Jiaxue. Only when he looked at the time did he realize that it was already 5 p.m. in the afternoon. He had surprisingly slept for an entire day and night. No matter what fantastic magical abilities he could conjure in the dream world, in the real world, he was still the ordinary poor youth with an embarrassing lack of money. Just a moment ago, he had eaten his entire stock of a few months' worth of food provisions with a single breath. 100,000 credits was simply a huge sum of money for him. He had the urge to hold it physically tight within his grasp. Li Yao hastily typed a response on the virtual glyph script keyboard: "Where are you?" "In 2 hours, no, in 1.5 hours, I will deliver it to you." When he hit send, the glyph script condensed and transformed into a tiny virtual magic origami crane. It flew to the lower right-hand corner of the hologram and faded away. Only after exactly 3 minutes did Si Jiaxue send out an address: "I'm at this location. There will be a person waiting outside the door for you in half an hour. It will be fine to just directly hand over the goods to this person." It appeared as if she really did not have a good impression towards Li Yao. She did not even want to meet face to face with him. Li Yao did not care though, everything was fine as long as he received his money. He replied with an "okay" and closed the hologram. He took out Si Xiaxue's outdated crystal processor and with a crack of his knuckles he began to repair it. He immediately discovered something different about himself when he was opening the crystal processor with a screwdriver. Today, his mental state was especially good and his mind was especially clear. With just a careful scan with his 2 eyes, he seemed to be able to clearly understand the underlying architecture of the complicated and profound interior of the crystal processor in front of him. He softly closed his eyes. A phantom transparent image of the outdated crystal process slowly emerged into view. One by one, every piece of fine component broke away and whirled slowly in mid-air, allowing him to see each component from every angle and giving him an extremely clear understanding of the details in its entirety. Li Yao had a certain feeling that even if this job wasn't the kind of easy task that swapping a heat sink was, but rather the challenging assignment of repairing the crystal core and the like, he would still be capable of tinkering and repairing the processor. It looks like it wasn't a total waste to watch Yezi craft artifacts for several hundreds of years. Although I have completely forgotten about all the dream's details, my visual judgment has improved by leaps and bounds. And as such, his repairing speed had increased phenomenally. He only needed 30 minutes of his original estimation of at least an hour of work in order to complete the repair successfully. In addition, he also subtly modified the heat sink structure. He used a new type of heat sink structure that only existed 30 years ago and applied it within this 100-year-old crystal processor. He estimated that the heat dissipation efficiency of this crystal processor would increase by 17%, increasing the clock speed needed to trigger the thermal trip by at least 9%. It's practically perfect. To have this job done is worth paying 100,000 credits. It's not the least bit expensive. Li Yao scrutinized his own work and was extremely satisfied. He felt that this was the most remarkable piece of work he had ever displayed since birth. While engrossed in his satisfaction, an acrid stench permeated into his nasal cavity. Li Yao was suddenly aware of the sticky sweat he had produced while he was dreaming. It stained his body. He lifted his wrist to look at the time. It still wasn't too late in the night. He might as well go take a shower. He scrubbed his body up and down ferociously, changed to a clean set of clothes, and walked out relaxed and invigorated. The address given by Si Jiaxue pointed to a buffet-style restaurant located in the Upper Eastern District. The Upper Eastern District was a rich district ere the bigwigs gathered. Li Yao rarely went here in the past, and during the times he did pass through this area, he would always feel a sense of shame and inferiority. He had felt like he was a beggar bursting into a banquet hosted by high society. But today, he lifted his head high, held his chest straight, sucked in his belly, and raised his nose to the sky. With each step, he traveled 3 meters. He did not care what others thought of him. He was in high spirits. Even though his wrinkled jacket had its colors already washed out, even though the top of his knees were patched cloth, even though the toes of his pair of feet met the open world with a smile, even though, with a glance of an eye, one could tell that he was a destitute youth who did not know when his next meal would be. His expression was like that of a tyrannical guild leader who was just about to sign a billion-dollar contract, carrying a chunk of gold in his pocket. This fiery aura came from the dream world, from amassing countless imperceivable influences from countless high-stage cultivators. It was a pure state of mind of the utmost superiority that had nothing to do with physical strength, rank, or status. He was like a person who had lived dozens of years dealing with prehistoric dinosaurs. An encounter with a tiger would only be considered meeting a fat house cat to him. The Upper Eastern District was located in the center of Floating Spear City and encompassed a total of 7 areas of the artificial lakes. Each of these areas were concealed, isolated from each other. The address provided by Si Jiaxue pointed to the border of one of these areas of artificial lakes, Hidden Lake of Winter. It was a buffet restaurant called Little Border of Hidden Lake. This restaurant had bamboo forests orbiting around its surroundings, and the restaurant also utilized the natural environment. Weather glyph arrays were set up to cause the drift of snow all year round within the radius of 100 meters. The snowfall wasn't heavy but instead gave the restaurant a trace of an astral zen. This restaurant wasn't considered one of Floating Spear City's highest class of luxury restaurants. The price was relatively cheap and its environment was not bad, it was very stylish. For those in power who have not seized great wealth, for the children who were supported by rich parents and were given allowances, spending money at this location matched quite well with their status. A woman wearing a silk skirt uniform was standing outside the door of Little Border of Hidden Lake. This beautiful waitress was in costume for she carried a paper fan. She greeted Li Yao as he swaggered inside with large steps. The manner which Li Yao walked and the clothes he wore were completely contrary to one another. It was awkward to look at, causing the waitress to actually stare for quite a while. Only after did she act with her shallow procedure of etiquette. "Hello sir, may I ask if you are a student of Crimson Nimbus 2nd, Li Yao?" "That's correct. See, Joshua must have made you wait for me. I have the goods here. Do you need to give it a test run? Li Yao did not waste words as he grabbed and handed the crystal processor over. The costumed waitress smiled and said, "There's no need. Young Lady C said that she will naturally go and find her fellow student Li Yao should any problems really occur. Please, accept this card." With a slight bow, the costumed waitress held a translucent glass card covered in glyph SCRYPT in both hands and handed it over with the utmost respect. This was an anonymous instant cash card. The glyph script inscribed on the card can be read by a crystal processor and the money contents inside can be transferred to a bank account. The card can also be used at most stores by swiping. It was very convenient. When Li Yao received the instant cash card, he gently brushed against the light purple glyph characters that were twined in silver on the upper left corner of the card. The instant cash card trembled slightly, and on the card's surface emerged a string of digits, 100,000. See, Joshua unexpectedly pooled in the whole price in one card. Li Yao's eyes were bright. With a somewhat unintended boasting whistle, he said, "Fair lady, many thanks." "Oh, that's right, when it's convenient, help me convey my thanks to Si Joshua. And if she wants to do any sort of further business, remind her often that I will totally give her a large discounted price." Li Yao took the instant cash card and stuffed it very gently and cautiously into his skin-tight pocket. He turned around and left with smiles and giggles. He was calculating what he would buy at the supermarket located in the Commoner district. He would buy several hundred more pounds of the giant creatures of Starry Skies canned meat to bring home, and buy an entire flatbread beef sandwich. He was excited to eat this midnight snack. It was right at this moment that a TSSS sound traveled through the air from within little border of Hidden Lake. It was the sound of a small fresh and tender beef steak searing against an iron grill. The faint smell of meat mixed with the aroma of a dozen or so rare spices into a unique fragrance that rose as an intoxicating breeze and floated outside. Li Yao's stomach rumbled. He suddenly stopped still. It was as if an invisible rope was tugging at him. Damn it! How am I hungry again so soon? He contested in intellect and in bravery while he was joined with O Yezi within the dreamland. The energy he consumed, from his mental will to his physical stamina, was too great. He had simply overtaxed his life force. Consuming several dozens cans of giant creatures of Starry Skies meat was simply not enough to restore him. He was fine before, but when he smelled the fragrance of meat, he was simply sent back to the same drug-addicted state he had experienced a few moments ago. His stomach turned into an empty pit. Every part of his body down to his bones ignited with the raging flame of hunger. His face twisted to the extreme and drool dripped down away from the edge of his mouth. Li Yao automatically reversed his steps and charged inside with a blank stare. His fiery aura like that of a hungry tiger frightened the costumed waitress. The young lady blocked the entrance subconsciously. Li Yao squinted his eyes. His molars were rubbing against each other, creating a caw-caw ringing sound. He was like a velociraptor that could only eat grass for the last 3 days. The young lady was about to burst into tears. Her heart cried, where did this savage man come from? Based on his appearance, is he going to swallow me too? She could not help but fall back 2 paces. She composed herself and with great difficulty put on a smile as she said, This guest, sir, has come at the right time. We of Little Border of Hidden Lake are celebrating today. We have 15% off all items and are waiving the service fee. The self-serve dinner is only 1,280 credits per guest. It also comes with a 30-year-old bottle of maiden wine. The owner personally buried them in our basement in those years past. This was a restaurant winery located in the rich district. The waiters and waitresses received special training in serving people. Their skills were extremely high. Naturally, they wouldn't kick someone out based on appearances. They would not commit the folly of using his clothes to determine if he was poor sick person. This was especially because they were located at a cultivator hub which housed a sizable population of bizarre individuals with somewhat twisted mentalities. These people were dragons who liked to wear the guise of fish. They disguised themselves as pigs in order to eat tigers. It was a sin if their eyes could not recognize the greatness of these people. Not to even mention what great fortune could happen in a fraction of a second. The entire staff could end up using sick leaves at the hospital's intensive care unit. And thus, in the rich district, as long as a guest did not come to eat food just wearing his boxers, all guests are treated equally and favorably in this luxurious food joint. The costumed waitress also did not know what place this rough god Li Yao came from. She had been extremely tactful with her clear speech on the restaurant's quality and had quickly ducked to the side. 1,280 credits. Li Yao's pair of eyes went somewhat blank. This number ran through his mind and transformed in a flash to a number of giant creatures of starry skies meat that filled every nook and cranny. His number one thought was to turn around and leave. Nevertheless, the body is more honest than the mind. The fragrance of barbecue seemed to transform into full-bodied, juicy beautiful women in front of him who licked her red lips, flicked with charming eyes, and laughed lightly with a musical tone. It was like he swallowed a giant walnut. His Adam's apple rolled up and down continuously. The devil and angel in his heart were waging war. He was completely paralyzed. He was in a deadlock for an exact half a second. His heart's defense was completely shattered. A flame burned in Li Yao's eyes. Hunger was etched upon his face. He loosened his waist belt by a bit and was like a fierce tiger stepping off the mountain. Like a hungry dog let out of a cage, he howled as he entered. It's only 1,280 credits, right? I just got 100,000. One meal won't make me poor. Today will be an exception. The interior design of Little Border of Hidden Lake was complete genius. The dining area was made into a long corridor. Lanterns and gardens divided into a dozen or so private areas. Tables placed full of food could be found all around in each of the areas. This guaranteed that each guest could eat in their own private environment. And what a bounty of fine delicacies there were. How could it even be described? At this point, Li Yao felt that his knowledge of biology had been swapped with that of his combat training class. Not only could he not name most of the exotic delicacies, but he had not encountered most of them ever before. Li Yao found a more peaceful corridor, and he unrelentingly grabbed an over 20-pound strip of lamb leg roast without restraint. He ruthlessly bit down the meat, blood and all. 12th level attained. The realm of completion. Overdrive mode, the great art of the swallowing whale. Under the clean shining moonlight, a group of teenagers with an uncommon, outstanding bearing was located 20 meters away from Li Yao, separated by a lotus pond. They were Crimson Nimbus Seconds Adonis and Goddess, Hellion Lai and Si Joshua. Hellion Lai's expression was cordial as he half rose from his seat. Small Shue, my apologies. I was too rash yesterday. I should not have sought out that trash from the common class. I did not expect this matter to travel down the grapevine. You were even questioned by your father. It was completely my fault, please accept my apologies. Si Jishua's manners were, as before, cold as ice and frost. She was like an iceberg that had been frozen for the last 10,000 years. She replied in a tone as cold as frost, I can accept your apologies, however, I wish for you to put an end to this matter. Remember, I have the freedom to deal with whomever I wish. That bastard is really just a greedy scoundrel that could never be satisfied. It's none of your business to come criticizing. I understand, I understand. Come, let's go inside and drink a cup with Junior Zheng. Today is his birthday. Let's not get angry because of a piece of trash, said Hellion Lai, patiently enduring her temper. I feel a bit tired, I will go back first. Say a word to Junior Zheng for me. Si Jiaxue had received the crystal processor. She did not give a single bit of face as she turned around to leave. Hellion Lai had a gloomy look in his eyes. He stared fixed at the figure of the beautiful woman until it disappeared. Then he returned to the back of the corridor. There was a cracking sound. The limestone flooring beneath his feet had surprisingly split into a spreading web of cracks. TSK 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 TSK, your leg strength is quite strong, Senior Hellion, an exaggerated sarcastic voice sounded from behind. It looked to be a drunken youngster wearing purple clothing with somewhat swollen eyes. Junior Zheng, Hellion Lai retracted his gaze. His expression resumed to being tranquil. It's just a girl. What does it matter that Si Jiaxue's family has some influence in Floating Spear City if it makes you humble and submissive, said Junior Zheng laughingly. His right hand was hanging on Hellion Lai's shoulder without restraint. Those in the Crimson Nimbus Second who would dared to say that Hellion Lai was a humble and submissive person have already been beaten into a condition that not even their parents would recognize. However, this rich junior, Zheng Dongming, was the third-generation eldest grandson of the impressive Zheng household in Floating Spear City. The family had the backing and support of numerous profound and fearsome cultivators. He was also an elite student, but of the Phoenix Ridge Guild's auxiliary high school. His spirit actualization quotient was at 74%. He was a powerful competitor within the college entrance exams known as Floating Spear City's exam top scorer. His strength was faintly above Hellion Lai's. And as such, Hellion Lai could only restrain his ferocity and anger. He said with great difficulty, "You don't understand my feelings towards small Shui." Zheng Dongming shrugged his shoulders and said with a high-pitched voice, "Of course, how could we common folk possibly understand the subtle moods of the great sacred emotions you possess, Hellion? Since I don't understand, we might as well go drink wine. Today's my birthday, you aren't going to keep wearing a sour face, are you?" Hellion Lai made a snorting sound. A bit of life returned to his complexion. The two intended to enter the room when several groups of rich youngsters suddenly walked out with weird expressions. Each of them was holding in their laughter until their faces turned purple and their breaths gasped for air. What can possibly be so funny? Tell us about it so that we can share in your moment of happiness, Zheng Dongming asked with a smile. Junior Zheng, there's a bumpkin over there. Who knows what kind of place this guy spawned from? He's like the incarnation of a preta who hasn't eaten for 3 years. His eating manners are unsightly. The rich youngster clasped his stomach. He was almost cramping from his laughter. At places like Little Border Hidden Lake, the customers were mostly made up of people from high society. They focused on the style and the atmosphere. This was a place to socialize. Eating food was not the priority. People took care not to overdo things in order to preserve the grace worthy of elegant nobles. If one's first concern was to stuff oneself by swallowing and chewing great amounts of food, there were better places to go to. Zheng Dongming said lazily, although, at present, the quality of Little Border of Hidden Lake is unacceptable, it couldn't possibly be that someone has specifically come here to eat. It looks like next time we will have to find a more quiet place to go out to eat. Nevertheless, it's only bad table manners. It can't be that funny to make you laugh until this state. Nope, Junior Zheng. That guy really is too ridiculous. A different rich youngster suppressed a smile as he gestured, reaching out with his hand. It was this long, the leg of barbecue meat was this long. Snap crack. He ate it down in 3 bites, crushing even the bones to powder. He swallowed everything, not a single speck was left behind. The first rich youth supplemented him, "There's more, there's more." An entire large bowl of deep-sea king crab, shell and all. Shell and all. Was wiped clean in 2 or 3 bites by the bumpkin. You haven't seen the plates after he eats, tsk 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 tsk. They were cleaner than if they were scrubbed and brushed. The other rich youth proceeded to follow. Yep, I saw him, eyes blinking and not even once, swallow 20 sea urchins in under half a minute, shell and all. In summary, it really is ridiculous. Junior Zheng, do you want to see for a moment? The two youths spoke in unison. Forget it, my interests lie in watching women strip, not to watch dudes eat. Helian, are you into this sort of thing? Zheng Dongming let out a slight yawn. Not interested, Helian Lai said indifferently. The first rich youth suddenly said, that's right. Senior Helian, I think that bumpkin is wearing your Crimson Nimbus second school uniform. Yeah? Helian Lai glared and his complexion immediately turned somewhat ugly. Zheng Dongming also became interested. His irises shined. Helian, although your Crimson Nimbus second cannot be compared to our Phoenix Ridge second, your high school is still considered to be among the high side of the rankings in Floating Spear City. Surprisingly, you guys have this kind of person? We must check this situation out. All of Crimson Nimbus second are the cream of the crop. How can there be this kind of glutton? Helian Lai said harshly. He glared at the two rich youths for a glance and with large steps he walked in the direction they came from. Zheng Dongming promptly gave the two rich youths a wink. He mouthed out silently, if it turns out that you were mistaken, Helian will go on a rampage for sure. You best pray for some luck then. After he finished talking, he followed behind Helian chuckling. They had not even walked down the corridor when they heard the sounds of snapping and cracking. The sound of chewing was like the sound of sword striking. This really is ferocious enough, Zheng Dongming mumbled when he saw Li Yao occupying the dining table, chewing loudly. Zheng Dongming stared blankly for a while. He shot a glance to the person at his side. Zheng Dongming felt Helian Lai was about to explode. He resisted a smile and prodded the person by his side in the waist. Senior Helian, may I ask if this warrior is a great talented student of your school? The other two rich youths, who were hiding behind Zheng Dongming's back, could not help letting out hee-hees in laughter. Helian Lai seemed to have turned into a statue. He was dark and cold, silent for 3 seconds. His eyes narrowed into a pair of sharp curved blades. Suddenly, his figure flashed and with a step he crossed over to be in front of Li Yao. His voice was thick when he asked, "What are you doing here?" Floating Spear City is a large city. Their population numbered several million. Helian Lai did not believe that there could be this kind of coincidence. This trash of the common class had come at the right time to little border of Hidden Lake to cause shame. He must have stalked Si Jiaxue. That's how he got here. Li Yao had eaten until he was in high spirits. Suddenly, there was someone roaring next to his ear. Turning his head to look, he stared slightly and could not help but frown. As he chewed, he sneered as he said, "I am here to wash myself. Don't tell me you can't see that." While Li Yao was in the dream of grandeur, he'd encountered many cultivators with tyrannical strength. The sort of small side character that was Helian Lai simply could not become even cannon fodder. Li Yao's irises automatically displayed a wisp of disdain. Helian Lai of Crimson Nimbus II always kept to his word. Even the students of the important class did not dare to disobey him. It was unthinkable that this trash of the common class had not only ignored his warning but also deliberately mocked him with an expression of disdain. Suddenly, his rage was boiling. "You piece of trash! You're simply tempting death." Helian Lai suddenly made one large step across. With his hand like a pitchfork, he spread open his fingers and ferociously slapped Li Yao across his face. Whoosh! Helian Lai gave off an air that was both astonishing and imposing. His hand was as fast as lightning, like a high-speed crystal rail train. He hadn't even made contact, but the eye-blinding gale he produced had already hammered fiercely upon Li Yao's face. Li Yao's eyeballs were like pin cushions. A chill rose up his spine and collided into his heart. Suddenly, it seemed like a gate had opened from within the recesses of his mind. 5 incomparably sharp senses had just awakened from the dream of grandeur a moment ago to descend once again. Within a tenth of a second, he saw with absolute clarity the dumbstruck faces of 3 rich youths standing not so far away. He saw clearly each stem, branch, leaf, and flower of every plant. He smelled the fragrance of a dozen dishes coming from within the kitchen fires. He even clearly saw a mosquito wobble in flight at a distance of 7 to 8 meters away. At the same time, he also saw a sea cucumber lying on the floor in between himself and Helion Lai. He had dropped that sea cucumber on the floor just a moment ago. From the depths of his mind, a mass of numeral digits exploded, and exploded. They combined together into a series of wondrous formulas, condensing into countless torque rotational forces, levers and fulcrums, force vectors, motion trajectories, and more as a flow of information. After this tenth of a second had passed, Li Yao blinked and blinked his eyes. His body reacted first before his thoughts had yet to produce a response. He subconsciously shifted a small step to the left. Helion Lai immediately reacted at the moment of Li Yao's shifting. His figure slightly shimmered, moving his attack trajectory by 0.1 meters. Thus, when he slammed down fiercely with his right foot, he stepped perfectly on the slippery sea cucumber and lost balance in his body. Helion Lai would not have been this careless if he were facing a different opponent, but Li Yao was no more than an insignificant piece of trash in his eyes. Afflicted by rage, Helion Lai was simply not prepared and his leg slipped out from under him. Li Yao turned slightly sideways. Helion Lai slid across from a hair's distance by Li Yao's side. Li Yao even saw clearly Helion Lai's shocked and heartbroken expression. Helion Lai's bulging eyes seemed to be bursting out of their sockets. After sliding 3 meters, Helion Lai crashed into a table filled with food, flipping it over. With a crash, 3 or 4 large plates of food flipped over and smashed onto his skull. The thick juice of the sea cucumber had the rich smell of scallop. The sublimely delicious pearl fish balls, not a single bit was wasted. All of it appeared on the Helion Lai's hair, face, shoulder, and his expensive hand-tailored lavish clothing. It looked like Helion Lai had just taken a bath in a bucket of slosh. He was silent. It was a terrifying silence, like the silence of a cemetery. Helion Lai was stupefied. Every nerve in his face was frozen. His bizarre expression had been twisted into being somewhat confused, ashamed, wrathful, and crazed. Li Yao blinked his eyes. He looked helplessly at the strip of sea cucumber on Helion Lai's sharp eyebrows and starry eyes, that was like a carved work of art. The sea cucumber slid leisurely down onto the floor, appearing reluctant to part from Helion Lai. This fun situation is escalating into something big. Where did this youngster spawn from? He's too reckless. Not far away, Zheng Dongming seemed to be violently twitching like an epileptic. His once healthy face had already turned purple from stifling his laughter. He dragged the 2 rich youths and backed a few steps in a calm and collected manner. He couldn't help but laugh and say, "I never thought watching a guy eat food could be more fascinating than watching a girl strip her clothes. Do you guys think Helion Lai set this entertainment show up specifically for my birthday?" One of the rich youths hesitantly said, "It can't be. I remember Helion has some sort of OCD. Junior Zheng, look and see." From Helion Lai's expression, it looks like he's about to cry. Should we go help him? Obviously not. This sort of wonderful show simply comes once in a blue moon. Obviously, we must watch until we're fully satisfied, said Senior Zheng without any loyalty at all. Sure enough, Helion Lai had awakened from his initial shock and stupefaction. He was now like an active volcano that had awakened from a state of hibernation. Broiling hot magma was about to erupt. A concentrated aura of fire, so dense that the naked eye could make out its essence, coiled around his body. The temperature of the atmosphere within a half-meter radius had risen by several degrees. Crack! Crack! A series of explosions like the cries of firecrackers rang out from his entire body. It caused one to tremble with fear. Li Yao's brain went off processing at maximum velocity. Countless memory fragments whirled frantically within the depths of his mind. The surfaces of each of these memory fragments reflected images of intense battle. On the surface, it appeared that he was completely intimidated and suppressed by Hellion Lie's bottomless fearsome aura, that Li Yao was struck as dumb as a wooden chicken. But beneath his lifeless exterior, every muscle fiber of his began to slowly tighten. He was like a spring compressing to its utmost limit, gathering and condensing a great and powerful force. His hands grasped the void, but he automatically reached towards both sides of his body. It seemed like he was gripping two shafts of 1,000-pound hammers. He rocked faintly, waiting to unleash his stored power. Right when the air was splitting, right when he was hanging by a thread, a fat, chubby hand occupied the space on Hellion Lie's left shoulder. A middle-aged fatso weighing around 200 pounds wore the uniform of a manager had appeared behind Hellion Lie without making a sound. With a smile, he said, "Senior Hellion, you're drunk." Hellion Lie's pupils abruptly contracted. His concrete hostility turned 180 degrees, fully disclosing the enmity towards the fatso's direction. This large fatso manager did not seem to be the type to have cultivated in any sort of martial techniques. However, when confronted against Hellion Lie's hostility, he brushed it away like the spring breeze, completely unaffected. He said composed, "Absolutely any guest who comes to Little Border of Hidden Lake to eat a meal are given top-quality service. We depend on them to make a living. This goal has been our tradition for the past dozen years at Little Border of Hidden Lake. Who doesn't know this out of all those in the Upper Eastern District? If Senior Hellion isn't drunk, why else would you behave this way? To strike a hand at the guests who I need to make living? Are you threatening me?" Hellion Lie paused after each word, his tone was heavy. The fatso manager gave a slight laugh, the fat on his face jiggled randomly. He had a somewhat cunning appearance when he said, "Would not dare to threaten Senior Hellion even after eating the heart of a bear and the guts of a leopard." This is nothing more than a one-sentence reminder. Behind Senior Hellion at the third corridor, eating at dining table number 22 is a journalist of the Floating Spear City Entertainment Daily. "There's a reporter." Hellion Lie's face turned absolutely ugly. He lowered his head to look at the mess on his body. If a photo this glorious was shot by a tabloid reporter, he would absolutely become Floating Spear City's most famous rich and powerful youth within half an hour. He absolutely did not want this type of fame. He tenaciously glared at Li Yao. He gritted his teeth, bearing the pain, and without saying a word or looking back, he slipped out of Little Border of Hidden Lake. It was only then did the fatso manager turn his head to look back. He silently sized up Li Yao. Li Yao's external appearance was completely different from his cool and collected manner, causing the fatso manager to be a bit astonished. After a brief stare, the fatso manager apologized with complete sincerity, "This honored guest, I am truly sorry for the inconvenience. It's because we neglected our jobs that we let you receive harassment at Little Border of Hidden Lake. I wish to compensate for your damages. Today, your meal is completely on us. Think of it as a treat by us. I hope today's episode won't influence your impression of Little Border of Hidden Lake, and I hope you will continue to find our store favorable." This restaurant was able to stand for several dozen years in the Upper Eastern District because they possessed great attention to detail and exceptional design. The manager would not judge a guest based on their appearance and their identity. In all, they carried on the ultimate service, following its theory. It was only through this remarkable level of service that the restaurant was able to build a public praise that was worth its weight in gold. Li Yao gave a stare, and right when he was about to give a nod, the fragrance of wine assaulted his senses. A peeping youngster with oiled hair and a powdered face appeared right in front of Li Yao. There was a smile across this youngster's face. My fellow student, I am called Zheng Dongming. You can call me Junior Zheng. You can also call me Big Dong, but never in a million years can you call me Small Ming. I saw everything that just happened. I feel that you are simply a giant amongst men, one picked out of 10,000, the best quality goods of the best quality goods. How about you and me be friends? Under the vigilant watchful gaze of Li Yao, Zheng Dongming reached out his hand coolly and calmly. A gorgeous spirit-patterned business card was wedged lightly between his fingers. No need to be nervous. I have no ulterior motives. I just wish to introduce you to an extraordinary professional insurance sales agent. I suggest you to go withdraw all your money right now and immediately buy the most expensive personal injury protection insurance you can afford, because, he paused for a bit. A smile of utter strangeness permeated across Junior Zheng's face. He said sorrowfully, believe me, you will be using it tomorrow. An hour later. Li Yao walked alone on the main street under an intoxicating evening breeze. He thought back to when Helion Lai's head was covered in lobster, scallops, and sea cucumber, and to the image of how he'd run away with his tail between his legs. Once again, he could not hold back from laughing at the top of his lungs. His life had actually changed over a day and a night. It hadn't even been 30 hours, and yet a wonderful reversal had happened. Just a day ago, he was confronted by Helion Lai. Like a mouse confronted by a hungry wolf, he couldn't resist at all. Even breathing lightly became impossible for him. A day later, he actually made Helion Lai slip and fall flat on his face. He had forced this Adonis of the Crimson Nimbus II into defeat, causing him to flee. If those crazed Helion Lai fangirls within the school saw what had happened, they would probably all dislocate their jaws in shock. Is there a more miraculous reversal that could happen on this earth? As for Zheng Dongming's warning, he did not take it seriously. An indescribable confidence faintly permeated upwards, originating from the depths of Li Yao's marrow. Although he was certain that he still was no match for Helion Lai, he knew that once he went through a period of cultivating, he would certainly break into a new horizon of heaven and earth that was unbounded and wide, ferociously trampling Helion Lai beneath his feet. Helion Lai. Yesterday, you insulted me, calling me trash. Today, you wanted to slap me across the face. I will firmly remember these two matters deep in my heart. 3 strikes and you're out. If you behave well, if you straighten your character, if you conduct yourself with your tail in between your legs, and if you cease provoking me, I will be disinclined to handle you, for I am a great person of great magnanimity. But if you insist on stubbornly continuing with your foolhardy way, if you continue to bumble about in front of Li Yao the vulture, your next scene won't be as simple as today's. Unbeknownst consciously to Li Yao, a biting cold air like that of a 46,000-year-old ancient cultivator had manifested and coiled around his body. Right now, he was originally preparing to head home for a night's rest. Tomorrow, he would go to the underground ghost market to buy the knockoff strengthening drugs. However, at this moment, he suddenly changed his mind and strolled towards the elevator that led underground. Only 99 days remained until the university entrance exams. He had to strive for each minute, snatch up every second, and grasp for every bit of time in order to cultivate. Then he would stun the world at the university entrance exams. Helion Lai, didn't you say that we, students of the common class, are all mishmashes of fish, are all pieces of trash? If this piece of trash unexpectedly scores higher than you in the university entrance exams, what kind of thing would that make you? Every major city within the Federation had an underground ghost market. It was a unique landscape that belonged to the common social class. In Cultivation Era 40,000, peace did not necessarily exist. The right path and the devil's gate. The human race and the demon race. The conflicts between the various powers of influence caused constant unrest. The Star Glory Federation had also been in a state of war for a long time. Every strategic cultivator hub in the Federation had 10,000 feet excavated from the ground during their initial construction. They built refuges, air raid shelters, sewers, and ventilation wells. Each of the various underground facilities were interconnected with each other, forming a tangled and complicated knot into a maze-like dark fortress. And the underground city kept a large amounts of food, fresh water, and other living necessities in stock. They used spiritual energy to envelope and seal these goods, forever preserving the goods in their freshest state. In the worst-case scenario, even if the surface had been overrun and occupied by the demon race, humanity could still defend by retreating into the underground fortress. The various supplies were enough for several 100,000 people to survive on for at least a decade. And the underground arsenal contained the most secret of hidden weapons of artifacts and flying swords that could, in an instant, mobilize 100,000 soldiers for a counter-offensive opportunity, lying in wait. However, at this time, humanity was enjoying its golden years of prosperity within the Heaven's origin sector. The Star Glory Federation had continued to pioneer and enlarge its territory within these several hundred years. With strategic military offensives, they broke through mountains and cut down citadels. The military presence that once existed in the olden days gradually waned as territorial frontiers became hinterland. And so, the underground fortress also unintentionally lost its military significance. No one was sure when it began, but several members of the poverty class slowly emigrated into the empty underground space, living and reproducing in great quantities underground. Or perhaps, at first, it was because they were forced to flee underground due to the combined pressures of the ever more expensive housing and sky-high costs of living on the surface. However, they quickly discovered that the facilities of the underground world were completely intact and that there were wide and vast amounts of open space. It was much better than the slum housing on the surface. It was in this fashion that the number of underground dwellers grew. The underground world had already grown by a flourishing extent after going through several hundred years of development. Although it was somewhat inferior, the underground world's bustling noise and excitement far exceeded that of the surface's land of prosperity. This place wavered on the edge of the law, existing in a gray area. It had its own unique social order and ethos. To put it simply, merchandise had somewhat unknown origins in the underground ghost market. The residential environments were somewhat of poor quality. There were a little bit more thieves and a little bit more pickpockets. The food was a little bit unsanitary. However, if one was able to overlook these somewhat insignificant inconveniences, one would be able to enjoy an incomparably low cost of living and experience a myriad of completely different cultures and customs from that of the surface world. Bang! Bang! The old spiritual energy-powered elevator shuddered violently, letting out monotonous sounds of striking, and headed several hundred meters underground towards the ghost market. The air changed, carrying with it a trace of dirt that faintly blended with the smell of people's cheap perfume. Li Yao took a deep breath. He was like a fish returning once again to water after having flopped ashore for a long time. His entire body became reinvigorated again. He liked mingling within the underground ghost market much more than in the Upper East Side. If it wasn't for the convenience of being near the artifact graveyard to scavenge, he would certainly choose to rent directly within the underground ghost market. The rent was 50% cheaper. 3 minutes later, the spiritual energy-powered elevator stopped at the entrance of the marketplace where the noises and clamor of people rang. Li Yao pulled heavily on the rusted iron fence, pulling it open with ear-piercing creaks. A burnt smell with an arousing feel assaulted his face. Every structure within the underground ghost market shared the same composition and only differed by a little. Since they were initially employed following military building fortification codes, numbers were used to mark out the districts. Li Yao entered district number 59. This was a well-known culinary street. The ingredients had a suspicious history, having gone through all sorts of unimaginable and bizarre means, and were transformed by the culinary arts into the ghost food and drinks that were famous far and wide. The taste was guaranteed to cause people to even swallow their own tongues, provided that they don't research the manufacturing process too deeply. The piping hot lard rice cake stickers. The golden searing of deep-fried stinky tofu. The blutwurst made from a blend of garlic, pig's blood, and horse meat, and most importantly used oil that was produced by simmering lamb tail to delicately sauté the product. Then an additional sprinkle of the black crystal salt, a specialty product from the great northwestern demon beast wasteland, was added. The blutwurst caused people to urgently take a bite, burning their tongues. The half-congealed blood paste blended with the lamb tail oil slipped down the throat before one could even begin to chew. One only felt the warmth of spring blossom in their body, relaxing and stretching the entire body as it opened every pore. It was something unexchangeable with even the most free and everlasting of immortals. It said that quite a few cultivators could not resist the ghost food and drinks. They often changed their guises to come and eat to their heart's content. Even though he had just stuffed himself an hour ago at the sumptuous buffet, Li Yao moved to feed himself. He bought 5 blutwurst sausages and stood in front of the vendor, squinting his eyes in pleasure. A 30-year-old auntie hugging a baby squeezed in. Rushing in his face, she said in a low voice, "Young lad, are you interested in jade slips?" She withdrew a leather bag from beneath the baby's sling. Reaching her plump hand inside, she snatched out 3 jade slips and spread them out in her hand. The bodies of these jade slips sparkled clear and translucent. They flowed with brilliant lights and vibrant colors, emitting a rainbow of ripples. The colors converged in front of Li Yao's eyes, becoming 3 names. Too old. I've seen them already. Li Yao swept a glance and remained unmoved. These are different. These are high-fidelity remasterings that have gone through refinement by powerful cultivators from scratch. Every jade slip contains 900,000 imprints of telepathic will. The definition is at least 10 times higher than normal. Every stem of hair can be seen clearly and distinctly. I guarantee that for you, young lad, once you watch it, you will never forget it. Once you watch it, you'll want more. The auntie made her spiel with great enthusiasm. Still, forget it. I came out to kill time and didn't bring money with me. I'm truly sorry for the inconvenience. When I'm back, I'll be sure to help out your business. He got rid of the jade slip selling auntie with great difficulty and also finished eating his 5 blutwurst sausages. Li Yao wiped his mouth feeling perfectly satisfied. He walked calmly without hurry into the public restroom at the Culinary Street's corner. The Culinary Street had people coming and going. Scoundrels were mixed in with honest people like dragons concealed amongst fish. The air surrounding the restroom was utterly disgusting with its overwhelming stench. Li Yao pinched his nose as he opened a toilet stall. As expected, he found several dozen packed lines of information written on the back of the stall door. Are you lonely? Are you yearning for someone? During those long nights lying on your pillow, do you find it hard to sleep? Hurry and send a message to Spiritual Energy Crane link number 3877134. Succubi of the Devil's Gate. Shrine Maidens of the Buddhist Sect. Gorgeous female sword cultivators. 90 beautiful women are here for you to pick and choose from. You won't need to suffer through long dark nights any longer. We specialize in used flying shuttles. We have the best quality cars and the lowest prices. We absolutely don't sell lemons. Message eCrane link number 893764. 7734982. We have over 100 ex-Special Forces soldiers and 10 refinement stage cultivators. We specialize in resolving any inconvenience. The word inconvenience was written in red. There was also a skull drawn at the end. It was a very fervent display. Li Yao skimmed quickly, reading 10 lines with a single glance. He scanned down and soon was able to find the information he wanted. We specialize in supplying strengthening drugs. Our prices are cheap and the drug's effectiveness is stable. Our drug side effects are small. Scan the arcane glyph for further details. At the end of this strip of information was an engraved silver twine that made up a profoundly mysterious, intricate, and complicated arcane glyph. Li Yao took out a handheld mini crystal processor from his pocket and turned on its scanning function. A blue ray of light swept over the arcane glyph. The crystal processor's hologram jumped to a web page. It was actually the local bulletin board of Floating Spear City, a post in the free exchange section. This post listed over 100 different strengthening drugs. The post even introduced in detail the prices, effects, and side effects as well as instructions for use and other information. The term strengthening drugs referred to a collective group of drugs. Basically, every cultivator of every sect, even those who just dabbled in drug synthesis, have tried to create their own version of the strengthening drug. Every strengthening drug contained different ingredients and underwent different synthesizing methods, thus they also had different efficacies. Some drugs could raise one's spirit actualization quotient, health, and fitness. Some drugs could burn one's life force to produce great martial power. Some could nourish one's cells and maintain their cellular activity, increasing one's lifespan. Some could cause one to be aroused to awe-inspiring heights, to have a golden spear that can never fall, to be able to plow hundreds of women in a night. After hundreds of years of research and development, each sect now produced thousands upon thousands of safer, more stable, and more effective strengthening drugs. However, the selling price of these drugs were on the absolute high end. Normal commoners would find them difficult to obtain for long-term consumption. The drug market was incomparably large. Naturally, there would be people who wanted to make knockoffs of the strengthening drugs. After several hundred years of continuous experimentation, a small town called Serpent Mountain Village, located at the southern frontier of the Federation, finally managed to produce the first knockoff strengthening drug. This was something that could ruin lives. They feared labeling their names onto the production of this strengthening drug and simply marked the drugs as produced by the knockoff guild. Serpent Mountain Village continued to expand. It turned from a small town on the frontier's edge into the most chaotic city in the Federation with a population of 10 million people. It became known as a lawless ground. The word knockoff also became a term that specifically referred to imitated goods. The drug that Li Yao was preparing to buy was a knockoff version of a strengthening drug that was well known to be used by youths for the university entrance exams. This type of strengthening drug was synthesized mostly in illegal factories. Its quality varied extremely, and it was absolutely necessary to find a more reliable seller. Li Yao took his time reading over the descriptive details of the drug. He first scrolled to the end of the post to skim over replies by other netizens. He discovered that other netizens had not bad impressions towards this supplier. It seemed that the supplier did not fluff up his goods. Furthermore, the location of the business had an address that was a regular numbered address. The type of reputation that this shopkeeper had was much greater than that of a wandering peddler. He inputted this address into the Wanxiang searcher. He did not discover any negative news about them. Only then was he able to relax and look up the items he needed. Soon, he was able to find relevant information. He saw, with a bit of surprise, that the prices for the typical knockoff good were higher than normal by around 5%. However, the owner had a statement saying that they used the exact same materials and ingredients as certified products. The synthesization procedure followed closely to that of the originals. Their synthesized strengthening drug was of the utmost purity, there were absolutely no side effects. After considering for a moment, Li Yao sent a message via e-crane link to the owner. I want 100 of the Proud Heavens Path strengthening drugs that are meant for university exam takers. Do you have any in stock? I do, I am at my store. We can make the deal any time. This amount of money was not small business. The owner had replied very quickly. Okay, I am coming right away. Li Yao shut off the crystal processor. He thought, and pulled out a pen. With great difficulty, he found a sliver of space on the stall door and squeezed within the crooked lines of information his own paragraph. Retired high-ranking master artificer of the Crimson Nimbus Guild that still burns with passion for work. Aided by over 10 elite disciples. Specializing in repairing every type of flying swords, artifacts, and flying shuttles. We provide an economical price. We can also provide maintenance for the above items. At the end, he left the E-Crane link number he used for work. He schemed in his heart. If a cash cow were to drop in, he could let old Wang play the part of the retired high-ranking master artificer of the Crimson Nimbus Guild and ruthlessly gut the cash cow. Feeling satisfied, Li Yao clapped his hands and walked out of the public restroom. The address provided by the shop owner pointed to a location that was 4 districts away from the culinary street, a distance of approximately 1,500 meters. Li Yao increased his pace. He went through 2 districts and happened upon an automatic arcane glyph vending machine on the road. This was a convenient machine that was commonly installed. In stock with the unit were several hundred different types of common arcane glyphs with prices on the lower side. It was self-service to purchase, so it was very convenient for the city's residents. Li Yao thought of something. He felt for 3 coins in his pocket, took them out, and stuffed them in the vending machine's coin slot. With a light tap of his finger, he selected the pattern mask glyph. The vending machine vibrated at high speeds for 2 seconds and something that was as light as a feather fell out from the dispenser below. He ripped apart the packaging and discovered a sticky facial mask. Several dozen glyph script characters were engraved on the surface. They snaked down, interweaving and forming into an elegant decorative design. He stuck the facial mask on his face, which created tshh slithering sounds. Li Yao felt the muscles of his face contract and pull. He looked at the glass window of a store on the side of the street. There was a strange spider-esque design covering his entire face. If his bro-for-life Meng Jiang were here to witness this, he would probably not recognize him and wonder what deity this was. The underground ghost city had criminals mixing in with ordinary people. This was Li Yao's first time dealing with this particular drug supplier. He did not know any inner information on the other party. He couldn't help but be prudent and careful by changing his guise. In this way, if the 2 parties produced any sort of altercation based on conflict, the worst-case scenario would be a departure with a slap on the butt in a direct and efficient manner. A mess wouldn't be left behind. This type of pattern mask glyph produces a unique decorative design on the face. Its use was to change one's ambience into something else. The final effect can be maintained for 10 or so hours. It was the most popular and the hottest-selling arcane rune in the underground ghost market. Since Li Yao was going to conduct in the shady business with only himself as a party, he believed that the drug owner would not find anything to be suspicious. District number 63 was the underground ghost market spiritual energy supplier district. They were responsible for supplying the entire underground infrastructure and ventilation ducts with uninterrupted spiritual energy. This place did not have many pedestrians. The passageways were narrow, and thick pipelines were crisscrossed all around, appearing like a myriad of entrenched giant metal snakes. Because they were worn through the years without repair, quite a few of the metal pipelines were full of rusted spots, and steam spurted out at the seams going tss. The metal passageways were dim and dark. Half the crystal stone spiritual energy lanterns were broken. The other half flickered between bright and dark. The lighting was intermittent. At the depths of a passageway was a narrow, sliding metal gate that was half opened. Imprinted on the gate was a black wolf that was baring its fangs and brandishing its claws. The black wolf had a military spike stabbed in it that drew blood from its head. And on top of the metal gate were 4 square-shaped words that were made by welding metal strips. Militant Wolf Slayers. Sudden shouts, the thump-thump sounds of beating, the smell of rust, and the dense stench of men came from inside. This was a cultivation gym. The Star Glory Federation had a culture rooted in martial might. The cultivators with outstanding martial strength held the most paramount of statuses. Without exception, all common citizens of the Federation wished to step onto the road of cultivation and achieve the highest level of glory. Even if one was not able to become a cultivator, people loved to steadfastly work on their strength, sharpen their physique, carve out their build, and dedicate their lives to maintaining cultivation practices. And so, fitness centers could be found on every major street and alley, consisting of cultivation gyms and martial art schools. The majority of those that practiced cultivation in these centers weren't extreme martial experts who were fearsome and vicious, but rather were obedient and disciplined law-abiding students and workers who strictly followed the rules. When Li Yao saw the Militant Wolf Slayers sign, he felt more confident towards buying the drugs. He knew that owners for places like these were mostly feverish cultivation fanatics. The knockoff strengthening drugs they synthesized were meant to be consumed mainly by themselves and the members of their cultivation gym. Their priorities weren't necessarily to increase profits, so they often did not cheap out on manufacturing costs, guaranteeing the final product's quality. Li Yao felt around on the spider design on his face and strolled along inside. The front gate of the cultivation gym was not large and led to a completely different world inside. A dozen or so muscular dudes dripping in sweat grasped barbells with bursting muscles in a 300 to 400 square meter strength training room. Steel rope and iron plates pounded with bang-bang ringing. A ripped giant was in the corner ferociously pounding on a sandbag. Li Yao gazed around in a circle. He noticed that these ripped giants weren't lifting too much weight and that their facial appearances were relatively kind and friendly. The feeling that they gave off wasn't that of fear and violence. They appeared to be ordinary job workers. Li Yao couldn't help but let out a sigh with his heart feeling more at ease. He walked to the corner and prepared to ask the ripped man who was punching the sandbag a question. This gentleman looked to be the most friendly of the bunch. This ripped man was in the middle of a pulled-tight stance. He thrusted the pulled-back hand forward. The explosive power unleashed by the entire body coalesced into this one heavy fist. The sandbag was smashed and flew upwards towards the sky, just happening to collide into Li Yao's face with a pow sound. The ripped man let out a ah, and asked worryingly, "You okay, dude?" Li Yao's head was dazed and his nose was somewhat painful. His nostrils throbbed twice and he shook his head saying, "It's nothing. May I ask where I can find Zhao the gym leader?" In a small tea room located in the back of the strength training room, two buff dudes each sat upon their own green camo-colored cushion. In between these two were two mugs, bacon, roasted chicken, peanuts, and other sorts of cooked food. The person on the left was approximately 40 to 50 years old. On the bald, bump-riddled head was a tattoo of the wolf stabbed with a military spike. His left arm was missing, cleanly chopped off from the shoulder blade. In its place, was a spiritual energy-powered prosthetic arm engraved with over 1,000 glyph characters. Over on the right looked to be a young man no older than 30 years old. He wore a very low-key gray-colored military jacket. He seemed to have worn it for many years since the colors had already been washed out and faded. If Li Yao saw this person, he would be excited to the point of pissing and collapsing. This awe-inspiring young man was the idol of every student in Crimson Nimbus II, the new upstart within the cultivator circle of Floating Spear City, a member of the Foundation stage, Fiend Blade Peng. At this moment, Peng was not producing half a single bit of the imposing air of a cultivator from his body. He raised his mug and spoke frankly and straightforwardly towards the bald tattooed man, "Old instructor, come to our years in fierce battle during those days in the demon beast wasteland. Another cup." The mugs clearly contained the coarsest of sorghum liquors. Peng was of great extravagance, living a life of luxury as a big member of the cultivation circle. But his behavior was as if he had encountered the nectar of gods, drinking it all in one gulp. He smacked his lips loudly, "Good alcohol. This **T is what all men ought to drink. Moving somewhat rigidly, the bald-headed tattooed man used his spiritual energy prosthetic arm to grasp and raise the mug. He said, deeply moved, "Peng Hai, kid, I know that you place great importance in feelings. Our camaraderie, even if you have become a cultivator of the foundation stage, has not been forgotten by you. You have not forgotten this old instructor and the days we braved through the fires of hell together. Even now, you are considerate. It's fine when you come every few days to drink with me, but it really isn't necessary to continue to practice cultivation at this place of mine. This place of mine is meant for amateurs. Our achievements are very low. As a foundation stage cultivator, you are wasting your time by practicing here." Peng Hai laughed. "Old instructor, the friendship between us simply cannot be described adequately with the words, braving through the fires of hell. Think back to that year when we executed Operation Razor's Edge together. That one time. If you had not blocked them off for me, I would be long dead to the point of no return. How would I have been able to become a foundation stage cultivator then? And old instructor, you," his gaze swept over to the left side of the bald tattooed man's body. Peng Hai's voice carried with it a hint of heaviness when he said, "You actually threw away your entire left arm. The shock was so much that even your heart lost 70% of its strength. You fell from the 13th stage of refinement all the way down to being a common military-grade man, having no choice but to leave the Wolf Regiment. The bald tattooed man gestured back and forth with his hand. He said unperturbed, "The road of cultivation is filled with danger at every corner. I've faced death in the eye, yet I am still alive. When I had already stepped onto this road of no return, I had lived life on the edge far early on. I am prepared to lose my life to the underworld at any time. This is just a hand I've thrown away. What does it matter? If you couldn't even see through this point, why did you continue to cultivate in those days? Wouldn't it have been safer to just go home as soon as possible and live life as a white-collared office worker and marry a wife? You don't need to keep on carrying that matter in your heart. We, who choose to cultivate, when our arms are severed, when our legs are cut, those limbs still return to the origin through death, happily seeing God. This is fate. My severed arm was decreed by fate. What does it have to do with you? I'll repeat again. If I can't cultivate myself, then why can't I teach others to cultivate? This uncle collects a huge veteran's disability pension every month. I drink some alcohol, roast some skewers, and every day, there's always someone on top of my bed. You don't know how free and chill I have it, how happy I am. As for the old war companions who still remain in the military, you are correct. Quite a few have become foundation stage cultivators. There are even 2 people who formed their corps becoming big shots. What does that matter? You can't say for sure that tomorrow they won't become a sack of chunkless diarrhea inside a fiend beast's stomach without even a trace left behind. If you think about it, I got off good. Ha ha ha. Peng Hai cheerfully replied, seizing opportunities, letting go of worries. You are the old instructor of my memories. Your bones clang like iron with your body of steel. However, you are a bit mistaken, old instructor. I am not wasting my time by coming here every day. I'm actually engaging in some extremely important cultivation methods. The bald tattooed man said with eyes wide in surprise, cultivating? In this broken down place of mine, what kind of techniques can you even cultivate? Peng Hai lightly laughed and explained, I can already explode my essence force into reaching the high levels of the foundation stage for a moment. However, my state is very unstable. In so many critical moments of battle, my power would unexpectedly fall into the mid-levels of the foundation stage, nearly causing my death. This is because I raised my absolute power far too quickly, and so I have not yet achieved perfect control over my strength. If I want to truly stand firmly in the high levels of the foundation stage, if I want to assault the boundary of the foundation stage's apex, then I absolutely need to thoroughly and completely resolve this problem. The tattooed bald man muttered to himself for a moment. He nodded saying, "You are the youngest foundation stage cultivator in the Federation, there is no one like you. You advanced too quickly. Indeed, this has brought you your problem with your unstable foundation. How do you intend to solve this?" Peng Hai laughed answering, "In order to control my body's power, I suppress my power down to 3% every time I come visit old instructor's Militant Wolf Slayer's cultivation gym. I only bring out 3% of my strength and I do progressive overload training." A light bulb went off in the bald tattooed man's head. "So it turns out you've been only emitting 3% of your strength? No wonder, I can't feel even the least bit of a cultivator's aura from your body." Peng Hai nodded, "I have persevered being in the 3% state of power for a month already. In this way, when I release my limits and bring forth 100% of my strength, I feel that my instantaneous explosive strength will increase by a huge margin. My control over spiritual energy will also increase quite a bit. My ultimate goal is to suppress my strength down to 1% and still be able to proceed with progressive overload training and sparring. If I can achieve this, I will definitely rush to the boundary of the peak foundation stage." He paused for a moment and laughed without worries, "My greatest weak point is my unstable spiritual energy. I don't want other people to know this, so I can only come to old instructor's gym to do training. I only trust 2 people within Floating Spear City, and old instructor is one of these people. Unfortunately, the strength of your gym members are far too weak. None can withstand 3 minutes of my attacks in my 3% mode, and it seems they also differ by a stretch when just comparing strength training." The tattooed bald man glared an eye at him. "My gym members are all diligent salaried class workers. They don't specialize in military applications, so of course they aren't enough for you to fight. Even if you do use just 3% of your strength, you would completely slaughter them. Needless to say, this old instructor will take care of it. I know you've been looking for a durable high-level sparring partner, so I specifically got in touch with a small famous gold medalist in my circle for him to be your sparring partner. Wait a bit for him to arrive." When Peng Hai heard this, he became interested. "Oh? Is he skilled?" The bald tattooed man replied, "I contacted him through a friend and have not met him yet. Nevertheless, this person has hung out in the underground ghost market crowd for quite a number of years already. He's been at several gyms and schools as a specialized sparring partner. It's said that his defensive and resistive strength is extremely strong, giving him the nickname of Iron Turtle. He should be able to take on 3 minutes of your attacks in your 3% state, right?" A one-way transparent glass made up the entire wall of one side of the tea room. By looking out from within, one can see what was going on in the strength training room. When these two were talking, they saw Li Yao walk inside and get smashed ferociously in the face by the sandbag as if nothing had happened. "He's here. What do you think, is he not good enough for you?" The bald tattooed man stood up. "There's a bit of meaning. His defensive and resistive strength are considered the best in the civilian martial arts. He's 10 times better than the weak chickens of your cultivator gym." Peng Hai also stood up and slowly moved his joints. Every bundle of muscle fiber of his was like a myriad of vipers flowing and roaming underneath his pure white jade-like skin. Spiritual energy stirred incomparably. "Of course. This guy's a professional. How about you first go to the sparring room to prepare? Don't forget to use the pattern mask glyph. Don't let other people discover your true identity," the bald tattooed man had said to the side. He pushed open the door and walked into the strength training room. The ripped dude who was hitting the sandbag faced the bald tattooed man and said, "Gym leader Zhao, this mister has been looking for you." The tattooed bald man nodded his head. He gave a gaze over to the spider-esque design on Li Yao's face and laughed saying, "You're here. We have discussed the price quite clearly. You don't have any problems, right?" "Everything's good, there are no problems. Let us directly make the transaction," said Li Yao coldly as he donned the appearance of an old experienced actor. Then that's good. Come with me. The bald tattooed man led the way in front. He went through a corridor and brought Li Yao to a 100-square-meter sparring room. The atmosphere of the sparring room was more crude. Placed all around on the walls were straw mats meant for cushioning against impacts. The flooring was just a straightforward rough cement floor that had seen use for quite a while since there were bumps everywhere. Cracks could also be found chaotically all around. The tattooed bald man took out from the corner a set of protective sparring gear, sewn from 9 layers of leather, and offered it to Li Yao, indicating that he should wear it. We are all part of the same circle, so I don't need to keep blabbering on. Anyways, as long as you can endure past 3 minutes, you will receive 10,000 credits. But if you can't withstand 3 minutes, then you won't receive even half a penny. This senior is saying, you've worked at quite a few martial arts schools as a gold medal sparring partner. What we have here is all standard. You don't have any problems, right? 3 minutes. Gold medal sparring partner? Li Yao blinked his eyes and realized that the opposing party had mistaken his identity. The pattern mask glyph wasn't necessarily random in nature. There was a total of over 1,300 different styles. On occasion, it was possible that 2 different people may receive the same design, allowing for mistaken identities. This was known as being doppelgangers. This owner was probably waiting for someone else, a gold medal sparring partner with a spider-esque design on his face. Li Yao actually mistakenly became this person. I am sorry. Li Yao's next intention was to explain himself, but then his thoughts suddenly stirred. What did this bald tattooed man just say? If I can withstand 3 minutes, I can get 10,000 credits? Being a sparring partner was surprisingly this profitable? Li Yao was a bit envious. He struggled through life and death in the artifact graveyard. With painstaking effort, he could only make around 10,000 a month. Even though this time he had painfully gutted Si Jiaxue a blade and earned 100,000 credits, this type of cash cow wasn't something that Li Yao could happen on any time he wanted. Right in front of him was the opportunity to earn 10,000 credits just by enduring for 3 minutes. It was enough to buy a dozen more of the strengthening drugs. What was he waiting for? Just do it. His body had just undergone a change, becoming different. His defensive and resistive strength had increased by a large margin when compared to his previous self. His top layer of skin had become a thick coarse layer of flesh. And the gym members who would come to cultivation gyms of this quality were mostly at the amateur level. Maybe they just got off of work and they might need to go get groceries in a bit. How much strength could they possibly have? Li Yao's line of thought went like this as he looked up and gazed forward to the opposite side. He almost let out a laugh. A man with a tall thin stature stood in the corner of the sparring room. His upper body was bare, revealing a lack of muscle. His skin seemed to be somewhat deathly pale. On this gentleman's face was also a pattern mask glyph. Red and black decorative lines interweaved into the appearance of a laughing clown. The feeling this clown gave was that this was a completely normal person, a trivial commoner. This person lacked completely the air of an expert. Li Yao could not help but smile as he entered. This gentleman was in the middle of warming up in completely serious manner. He was doing the Federation's most fundamental exercise, the 5th sequence of body exercises. This sequence of body exercises was developed by expert cultivators of the Federation specifically for commoners to keep in shape and to loosen their bodies. Every citizen of the Federation had started learning this since kindergarten. This absolutely was not a type of military-grade technique. It was the most basic of limb movement exercises that did nothing more than to unfold bones, muscles, and tendons. Nowadays, if one had increased their skill level, they would have displayed more complicated movements such as the 9th sequence of body exercises, which needed slightly more martial skill. As for the completely basic 5th sequence of body exercises, only an elementary school student would continue to use it as a warm-up exercise. It was clearly the warm-up exercise an elementary school student would use. The smiling clown was actually executing it down to the letter. Not a single hair was out of place. Every movement stretched his body to the limit. It was like the clown was cultivating in some sort of earth-shattering unrivaled feat. This 10,000 credits is simply free money off the ground. If I don't collect it, God will strike me down. Li Yao shouted madly within his heart. The bald tattooed man took the protective leather set and draped it on Li Yao's body. He frowned and asked, "Is there a problem?" Li Yao muttered to himself for a moment and asked, "I can only take blows? I can't hit back." The bald tattooed man stared blankly for a moment. His expression was both of that of a smile and not a smile. It was like he had just heard the funniest joke in the world. He took from an equipment chest in the corner a big iron plate insert and strengthened ceramic sheets. He stuck them into specialized pockets on the surface of the protective leather gear. In this way, Li Yao had 3 layers of protection on his body, a strengthened ceramic sheet, an iron plate insert, and 9 layers of leather. The bald tattooed man said, "If it makes you happy, go ahead and hit back anyways. I strongly encourage you to first do the utmost to withstand his attack before thinking about this. Okay, you guys play slowly. I'll come back in 3 minutes. I hope." He ended the subject and looked at Li Yao with eyes that conveyed meaning without words. He patted Li Yao once on the shoulder with a strength that was not light nor strong when he withdrew from the sparring room and closed the door. It really is a hobbyist-level cultivation gym. Nevertheless, it's 3 minutes of sparring training and nothing more. Is there a need to wear this much safety gear? Li Yao tried jumping 2 times and he also swung out a series of sluggish fists. He felt the effect of the protective gear on his body. He found out that this set of protective gear was made in an utterly elaborate manner. Even though adding the iron plate and strengthened ceramic sheet caused his weight to increase by 10 pounds, it did not affect the movement of his limbs. Other than reducing his speed faintly by a bit, it did not affect his offensive and defensive capabilities. And his opponent was still leisurely warming up. He moved from the 4th movement, the stretching exercise, to the 6th movement, chest expansion exercise. If Li Yao was not mistaken, there was still 5 small movements left. "This senior, you have been warming up since I entered. Can it be you need to finish the entire sequence of body exercises? Is there a need to be this serious?" Li Yao could not help asking. The smiling clown was in the middle of maintaining a striding open and arched stance, a state with his chest open. When he heard Li Yao's words, he ceased his movements. He asked exasperatingly slow, "You don't need to warm up. There's no need. In a real battlefield, you won't have this much time to warm up." Li Yao replied somewhat impatiently. He had struggled for survival in the artifact grave. Anyways, if he said he would fight, he would fight. If he said he would run, he would run. Fatty Long, ye wolf. These bastards. Who would give him time to warm up? The smiling clown tilted his head and let out a soft, "Ah," in surprise. It seemed he did not expect Li Yao to be able to speak out words with this much reason. He pondered for a short moment and nodded saying, "What you said is correct. I am done preparing. 3 minutes, starts now." Whoosh. In practically the moment when the words, "starts now," traveled into Li Yao's ears, the ear-piercing sound of the wind breaking bore into his eardrum. Just an instant ago, the smiling clown was still several dozen meters away engaging in his arched stance doing his chest expansion exercise. The next instant he had actually completely disappeared. Li Yao absolutely was not capable of seeing through the movement trajectory of this smiling clown. All he felt was a stab of pincushion-esque pain coming from his sternum. It was like an incorporeal hand had pierced through his 3 layers of protection in an instant. It directly pierced into his chest and firmly gripped onto his heart. What the devil is this? The depths of his mind had only produced half a thought when his sternum felt like it was fiercely rammed by a high-speed crystal train. All of a sudden, he was flying 7 to 8 meters away. The wall went bang as he crashed into it and sent 7 to 8 straw mats flying. All of a sudden, straw reeds were flying in the air. Li Yao fell heavily to the ground. His eyes, his nose, his mouth, all sorts of liquids squirted from his orifices. He lost feeling in his entire chest. The numbing sensation was like a lightning-fast virus spreading within his body. He felt his entire body freezing up. Too fast. I couldn't even see if it was his fist or his foot. What kind of person is this bastard? He has this much strength, yet he still cultivates in this hobbyist gym. So that's why if I endure 3 minutes I can make 10,000 credits. Li Yao's brain was just a sheet of blankness. Only after gasping half a day's worth of air was he able to barely support himself against the wall and stand up. Li Yao's pair of legs were completely shaking. When he looked at the clock that hung on the opposing side of the wall, he saw that only 5 seconds had passed. Why did it feel like 5 minutes had passed instead? The smiling clown stood lightly 10 meters away. He was a bit surprised and frowned when he asked, "Your defensive power doesn't seem to be that strong. If you can't keep going, it would be better to call it off. There's no need to struggle." "Who says I can't keep going? I wasn't ready just then." "Again, come again." Li Yao took a deep breath. He swallowed a ball of liquid pain back down his throat. His eyes gradually began to emit a red glow. His brain was filled completely with thoughts of 3 minutes, 10,000 credits. 10,000 credits can buy a dozen or so strengthening drugs, or 3,500 cans of the giant creature of starry skies meat, or an entire set of cultivator glyphs with high scalability made from special materials, or 10 banquets at the little border of Hidden Lake restaurant. In the artifact grave, he was called by others to be the vulture who values money more than life. When faced with this enormous sum of money, how could he abandon it so easily? That's simply a joke. Come then. Li Yao stood firm and adopted a defensive stance. He stared unwaveringly at his opponent's 2 feet. He beckoned at the smiling clown by curling his finger, and his opponent nodded his head in response without a hint of courtesy. Swoosh! The smiling clown disappeared once again. How can this be? It's still not visible. I can't see the trajectory of his movement. Li Yao's eyes were wide open. He strived to find the smiling clown's trail, but he ended up with nothing. His eyeballs were fundamentally unable to keep up with his opponent's speed. He could only rely on his instinctive reaction to danger to withstand the attack. Bang! It was as if a giant python viciously rammed itself into Li Yao's right side. Somehow, he managed to defend himself this time. He moved sideways with great difficulty. The strengthened ceramic sheet inserted on his right shoulder disintegrated with a shattering sound. Even the inner iron plate was hit into ringing echoes of bang bang. This strength is too terrifying. Li Yao's head was covered in sweat. In a single move, his opponent had smashed the armor on his shoulder into pieces. Yet, the smiling clown had not the least bit intention of stopping. The clown attacked in a tricky manner at unfathomable angles. It was like a shower of gales that enveloped him in a flash. Suddenly, the sounds of pow 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 came from his body as strengthened ceramic sheets ruptured. Bang 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 could be heard as well as the iron plate warped. Can't see him. Can't see him. I completely can't see him. If these attacks keep coming, it won't even be a minute before my armor all explosively turns to mush. I won't have any protective gear. This monster only needs half a minute to send me flat on the ground. A scene of new 10,000 credit bills stuck on the wings of birds flying away with quack quack sounds emerged from the depths of his mind. A trace vicious malice gradually appeared on Li Yao's face. I need to think of a method quickly. I must see through his attack pattern. Li Yao felt like his body was being crushed underfoot by a crystal rail train coming and going. He was in so much pain that he wished to be dead. To his astonishment, he was surprised that he knew this type of painful feeling knew quite well and was quite familiar with it. Memory fragments like wisp of debris once again emerged from the depths of his mind. From within the sea of his mind, memory fragments collided, smashed, conformed, and reorganized, ultimately forming a warped scene. He suddenly was able to think back to the dream of grandeur, to when he was still a low-level worker at the 100 Smelting Guild, to when he was being persecuted day and night by the Titan with giant iron hammers. It was at this time when he was unable to see through any of the attacks, that an old companion who he had hung out with all around the world told him, "Oh Yeming. Do you feel that the Titan's iron hammers come at you way too quickly, that you can't see them clearly? Come, give your next month's worth of fish fins to this uncle to eat. This uncle will teach you a unique skill." What unique skill, you ask? It's simple. If you can't see clearly with your eyes facing directly, then tilt them as much as possible to the limit. Use your peripheral vision to see. Your peripheral vision can capture clearer scenes than your direct vision. Using one's peripheral vision? Li Yao's thoughts coursed with electricity. He did not have time to think it over, so he squinted his eyes and consciously used his peripheral vision to gaze over his surroundings. Li Yao saw him. The smiling clown's entire body was curled up into a ball. He looked like a lethargic house cat. Right now, he was ducked behind Li Yao's right rear. All of a sudden, he let loose, and in a flash, the lethargic house cat turned into the embodiment of a malevolent python. A simple strike of a whipping leg swept across at Li Yao's right tibia. This strike was like an explosive jet taking off. Not only would the strengthened ceramic sheets on his right leg completely burst, even the bones of his right leg would receive serious effects. Li Yao's speed would be reduced by at least half. It was possible that he would lose support in his leg entirely. That 10,000 credits is mine for sure. Li Yao bit down on his mushy lips. He mustered nearly every single moving cell in his body. His right calf was like a folded blade. Swoosh, it had folded up to the inner side of his thigh. The smiling clown's attack all of a sudden failed, causing his entire body to lose balance in a flash. The clown had to continue moving half a step forward. This was the first time the clown's figure was forced into the open. The offense that was like flowing quicksilver was broken forcibly. It was like the super-fast tempo of a song was forced to come to an end spontaneously. Li Yao took a step and twisted. He originally wanted to take advantage of his bent leg and give his opponent a hidden kick. The smiling clown seemed to be able to predict such matters. A strike could not be made since the clown had dodged 7 to 8 meters away in a flash. The clown looked at Li Yao with a smile that was not quite a smile. The clown's eyes displayed a hint of astonishment and praise. In a short 57 seconds, you were able to see through my attack trajectories? Like hidden dragons and crouching tigers, the underground ghost market really does have concealed talent. That goes without saying. Do you or do you not want to know which method I used in the end, to be able to see through your attack? It was spoken by my master. It was 20 years ago on a stormy rainy night. Li Yao breathed heavily like an ox. He was trying with all his might to stall for time. Don't want to. The smiling clown cut off the conversation in a completely straightforward manner. Once again he disappeared from where he was standing. This time Li Yao caught sight of the clown's attack trajectory in the same way. What was weird was that the smiling clown seemed to transform into two separate people. They pounced at Li Yao from both left and right sides simultaneously. Within the tea room, the bald tattooed man leisurely drank sorghum liquor, gnawed on chicken wings, and hummed to military songs. A man with a spider-esque design on his face suddenly knocked on the door, entering in soon after. His build was short and stocky with a form that greatly resembled a wall. "And you are?" The bald tattooed man fixed his gaze onto the stocky man, as he held a chicken wing midair. The chicken bone shook and shook. In the sparring room, 2 minutes and 30 seconds had passed already. Li Yao was like a small fishing boat that was being flipped up and down in the raging waves of a stormy seas. One after another, he was hit ruthlessly by an earth-shattering wave, smashing into the abyss. Yet somehow, he was able to once again float back up to the surface after a short moment each time. Li Yao's body. He had received Yeming's powerful spiritual purification and flood of training. Every single muscle fiber, every single cell was incomparably tough and durable. Even though every punch he received gave him a feeling of pain down to his marrow, he still did the utmost to persevere. It was a perseverance of complete insanity. It was only because. Dear God. I've already been hit by this bastard for a full 2.5 minutes with 620 fists. If I give up now, wouldn't all this beating have been in vain? 2 minutes 31 seconds, 2 minutes 32 seconds. When every second passed, Li Yao's conviction to persevere increased firmly by a measure. What was even crazier was that he felt his opponent's super high-speed assault during this time had decreased in speed and strength by a negligible strand. Perhaps, the clown would soon expose some mistakes. In this 2.5-minute interval, he was not just taking a beating like a sandbag. He was paying complete attention, observing his opponent. Even though the smiling clown's speed was strangely fast at incomparable speeds, he discovered that there was an utterly small habituary pattern in his movements. Every time the clown attacked from the right side, his left leg first would bend slightly once. This unnecessary movement approximately caused the smiling clown's speed to be slower by 0.1 seconds. Li Yao was waiting exactly for this opening. He was not a Buddhist practitioner who would never raise a hand and only take beatings. The strength of his opponent clearly was much higher, just landing a fist of air would be fine. Nevertheless, now was not the time. At this time, the opponent still had strength. He was still vigilant, he was still smiling. It's fine. Li Yao could wait. He was like a vulture waiting for the most opportune moment to hunt. Living in the artifact graveyard for over a dozen years had taught him how to conceal his claws and the importance of patience. While he was being knocked about, while he ducked his head scampering like a rat, while he wailed like a ghost and howled like a wolf, all this time, Li Yao's brain still maintained a callous tranquility. Memory fragments whirled at lightning speeds in the depths of his mind. The scene of the full potential of the 108 Hands Chaos Gale Hammer technique as unleashed by the Titan condensed once more in his mind. It had turned clear from fuzziness. The first move. The second move. He searched at lightning speed within the weapon storehouse of his memories for the most suitable of weapons for this situation. In the tea room. The bald tattooed man suddenly stood up, spilling the sorghum liquor onto his body. You are the Iron Turtle? Of course I'm the Iron Turtle. Didn't we get in touch just a while ago? It was you who told me to wear the spider-esque design and come. Is there a problem? The short stocky man frowned his brows, feeling at a loss. If you are the Iron Turtle, then who the hell is the guy in the sparring room? The bold tattooed man's expression turned incomparably strange. He was distracted for a short time, then all of a sudden, he pushed the Iron Turtle aside. With 2 or 3 steps, he crossed over to the sparring room's entrance and turned the handle to the big door. Hey hi. Quickly stay your hand. 3 minutes are up. At practically the same time, Li Yao, with blood all over his face, let out an ear-piercing shriek. The two had not intended to yell at the same time. It caused the smiling clown's offensive that was like the moving clouds and flowing water to abruptly stop. The clown subconsciously looked up, gazing towards the wall. He discovered that actually only 2 minutes and 59 seconds had passed. The time is now. Li Yao let out a low roar. He loosened his body, advancing. His right hand stabbed the void. His left fist was concealed behind his body. His fingers pinched, causing his bones to produce a chaotic ringing of ka-ka as his joints protruded, giving a mace-like appearance. Right after, he used his left heel as a pivot point and his entire body rotated 90 degrees at lightning speed. Borrowing an enormous amount of centrifugal force, he took his left fist and threw it out, swinging furiously. Pow 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 pow. The fist's spear-like tip had unexpectedly punctured the air, emitting a series of sonic booms. Li Yao's clenched fist was like a whistling iron hammer as it directly pounded towards the smiling clown. Chaos Gale Hammer Technique, the 94th hand, murderous hammering tornado. Please let him off easy. The howling of the bald tattooed man was somewhat mournful when it came from the entrance. However, Li Yao was unable to stay his hand. His clenched fist was at the tip of the smiling clown's nose. There was approximately a hair-width of distance between his fist and the clown. Then, the smiling clown changed. He was still the same person. His eyelashes hadn't even shook half a brow. 36,000 pores on his entire body seemed to spurt out in a flash of dense air. His aura seemed to contain actual substance. It was like he donned a layer of solid armor. His entire person swelled up a level. From a common martial arts practitioner, he transformed into an exceptional expert. Li Yao realized at this time that the words, "Please let him off easy," was not meant for him. 0.01 seconds later, he had no idea how, but his clenched fist changed directions and fiercely smashed upon his own nose, sending him flying over a dozen meters. He was still in mid-air without even the time to scream half a shriek, when he completely passed out. The absolute air that curled around the smiling clown only persisted for half a second before fading without a trace. He changed completely back into the domesticated harmless commoner. He walked leisurely to Li Yao's side. Half squatting down, he checked out Li Yao's breath. "How is he?" "It's nothing, right?" the bald tattooed man had ran over without delay, asking somewhat nervously. "He's passed out. It appears to be serious, an overtaxing of his strength. It should be fine if we immediately replenish his strength with a strengthening drug." Fiend Blade Peng felt Li Yao's nose. He said somewhat surprisingly, "This bastard is quite amazing. He actually made me break my baseline. I exploded out to 4% of my strength." In the depths of the Militant Wolf Slayer's cultivation gym, a recovery pod towered over 2 meters high within the gym leader's private medical treatment room. Looking through the transparent glass observation panel, one could see Li Yao's naked body submerged in a great quantity of strengthening drugs. His pair of eyes were closed as he bobbed up and down. A large quantity of bubbles curled around his body. The bald tattooed man and Fiend Blade Peng were standing right in front of the recovery pod. They stared with great interest at the unconscious and unwakeable Li Yao floating within the green liquid drug. Fiend Blade Peng seemed to have just eaten to satisfaction. His entire face radiated with perfect content as he said, "Old instructor, this bastard is truly worthy of being called a gold medal sparring partner. Not only did he withstand 3 minutes of my storm-like gale of attacks while I used 3% of my strength, he also surprisingly had enough energy left over to launch a counterattack at the end. It was really unexpected. I originally thought I could perfectly suppress my strength down to 3%. I never thought that under this bastard surprise attack, would still fail at the end. I was forced to explode out with 1% more power." He paused for a moment. Peng still had some words he still wished to express. He licked his lips and said, "This 10,000 credits spent really is way too worth it. Old instructor, ask for me later to see if he has time tomorrow night. I want 3 more minutes with him." The bald tattooed man scratched and scratched his head. He hesitated for a long time before he replied with an expression of loss on his entire face, "Hey, earlier I wanted to tell you this, but this youngster is not the gold medal sparring partner, Iron Turtle, that I had arranged for you. Fiend Blade Peng Hai's eyebrows jumped up. He's not the Iron Turtle? Then who is he? There's still such an amazing expert in old instructor's gym? That's not bad. The bald tattooed man's expression turned gloomy as he said, that's the problem. This youth is not a member of my gym. I simply don't know where the hell this guy spawned from. Oh, that's right. He was wearing the school trousers of your high school. Who knows, he could be a schoolmate. Having said that, the bald tattooed man brought Li Yao's trouser over and pointed at the school's crest for Peng Hai to see. This time, even Fiend Blade Peng Hai was astonished to the point of jumping. With shock, he said, it can't be. When I was sparring with this youngster, I could clearly feel out that even though his combat strength wasn't especially strong, his combat sense was extremely good. He had plenty of combat experience. In that final moment, he brought forth a smell that was violently and imposingly sharp. It was as if he had experienced several thousand years of life or death slaughter, sharpening himself on a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. Crimson Nimbus Second. When did they produce such a fierce person? How could I not know? Fiend Blade Peng Hai thought back to the time when he saw the students of the important class. Although there were a few who had pretty good strength, all of them were flowers grown in greenhouses. Not one of them had endured the onslaught of rain and wind, of trials and tribulations. This youngster with an imposingly sharp air was completely different from them. Could it be that he was one of the elite graduates of recent years? Do you want me to use the special lotion to wash off the spider-esque design off his face? Then we can see his appearance and find out his identity, asked the bald tattooed man somewhat worryingly. Fiend Blade Peng Hai muttered himself for a moment before shaking his head. He applied the pattern mask glyph. That means he doesn't want other people to know his identity. I did not feel any sort of hostility emanating off of this youngster's body. Even if he was one of my hated enemies, he wouldn't have assumed this kind of bastard role to come find me. I think there must have been some sort of misunderstanding. Let's wait till he awakens. Then we can ask him clearly. In the underground ghost market, removing someone's guise without their permission was an extraordinary rash action, with the potential of breeding a kind of unceasing and undying hate. Fiend Blade Peng Hai did not fear making enemies, but he also did not want to disrespect the customs of the underground ghost market. I don't know when this youngster will wake up. For a typical person, staying in the recovery pod for an hour should be enough for them to regain their consciousness. It's been exactly half an hour since this youngster has been in here, yet he's still snoring loudly in deep sleep. The tattooed bald man glanced an eye at Li Yao, having suddenly discovered this very strange thing. The color of the strengthening drug in the recovery pod became diluted quite a bit just a moment ago. Originally, the deep green-colored liquid drug churned along with Li Yao's body, producing a great quantity of bubbles. At lightning speeds, it turned to a light green color, then to a sky cyan color, then finally it became almost transparent. The tattooed bald man stared distracted. He walked in front of the recovery pod and brought up a hologram. Pa, he went on the hologram. After a few taps in rapid succession, a string of digits appeared before his eyes. The strengthening drug's concentration changed from 33% to 14%. It continues to decrease at a lightning-fast speed of 1% every minute. That's enough strengthening drug to restore 3 to 5 buff guys that were beaten black and blue back to their original condition. Within an interval of 30 minutes, this youngster surprisingly engulfed it all? That's impossible, the bald tattooed man involuntarily cried out in alarm. From the depths of Fiend Blade Peng Hai eyes bubbled forth a radiance that was serene and profound. He muttered saying, it's like this youngster's body had been starved for far too long. Anytime there's the opportunity, his body would impatiently devour ravishingly any nourishments, fully absorbing an entire pod's worth of strengthening drugs to process. I did not expect this. He surprisingly dragged this type of starved hunger with his body to come spar with me. If his body could eat its fill, what would he become? After muttering to himself for a moment, Fiend Blade Peng Hai wrote down names and dosages of several dozen strengthening drugs on top of the hologram while saying, "Old instructor, follow the prescription that I am writing here. Recalibrate 3 standard doses of this blend of strengthening drugs. Add it to the recovery pod." The bald tattooed man glanced at his writing with an eye. He frowned, saying, "If I follow this prescription, 1 standard dosage would cost at least 50,000 credits. And looking at his absorption rate, he may consume 3 to 5 doses every time I give him his medication. That's 190 to 200 grand. No matter how I look at him, he looks to be the type of person without money." Fiend Blade Peng Hai laughed with ha-has. He said with the least bit of concern, "It doesn't matter. I will pay the costs." "Oi hi, what you're doing is," the bald tattooed man did not understand. Fiend Blade Peng Hai shrugged his shoulders and said, "Old instructor, wait till the youngster wakes up. You ask him whether, for a month starting this day, he would be willing to come every night to this place to spar 3 minutes with me. If he is willing, I can sign a contract with him. The reward is 10,000 credits a day. Also, he will be supplied strengthening drugs in sufficient quantities." The bald tattooed man said, "The reward is a small matter. But after a month of this, the costs in strengthening drugs would not be a small amount of money. It might cost several million." Fiend Blade Peng Hai laughed lightly, "I have a premonition. This youngster is absolutely a monster. If I spar with him, might strength precision control, cultivation will be completed very quickly for certain. I will be able to stand firm in the high levels of the building foundation stage. What is several million credits worth in comparison? Going to the demon beast wasteland and hunting the head of a high-stage demon beast would make that money back." Ding! The bald tattooed man's portable processor rang out a pleasant sound. Fiend Blade Peng Hai put on his military jacket and walked out to the exit as he said, "Old instructor, I just transferred 5 million credits to your bank account. Have it pay the costs of the strengthening drugs. Use however much money is needed to feed this youngster until he's full. Tonight, I still need to go the Crimson Nimbus 2nd to give a few of the top students in the important class a course lecture on nighttime raiding. I will come spar with this youngster tomorrow night." He reflected on the 3 minutes just a moment ago, when he was filled to his heart's content. Fiend Blade Peng Hai all of a sudden felt that the course he will be lecturing in a moment later would be somewhat dull. No matter how strong the top students of the important class were, they would never pique his interest. This was because their bodies were missing a sort of air, the murderous air of bloodshed. When he walked to the entrance, Fiend Blade Peng Hai could not help but cast a glance back. Within the recovery pod, Li Yao's 36,000 pores were entirely spread open. They were absorbing nutrients in a thoroughly famous and extremely vicious manner from the strengthening drugs. A wisp of strange luster surfaced on his ashy white skin with each undulation of his sternum. Each bundle of muscle fiber and each blood-filled vein gradually floated and surfaced, like a once hibernating fiend dragon sleeping in the abyss. They sketched a strong physique that was heart-shaking. Fiend Blade Peng Hai laughed lightly as he turned around and left. He was brimming with anticipation towards the 3 minutes of tomorrow night. From Li Yao's perspective, the events that had transpired tonight were all part of an inconceivable and fantastic trip. All he remembered was himself being beaten black and blue by the smiling clown and that he had shamefully fainted and passed out. Then, he felt like someone put him in a piping hot sauna. He felt himself bobbing up and down in broiling hot magma. He had been steeped for a full 5 hours before he awakened. Li Yao had never felt an ecstasy as pleasurable as this his entire life thus far. This sense of satisfaction was hard to describe with words and was absolutely impossible to describe using pen and ink. It can barely be described in the following way. It was as if from head to toe in his body every single muscle visible, every single strand of vein, and every single cell had enjoyed an incomparably fine banquet, soaked in a very comfortable bath, and lastly received a meticulous whole-body massage for 3 hours. The pleasure simply carried him beyond the highest clouds. The only thing was a dark expression on the bald tattooed gym owner's face. The owner glared at Li Yao with a bad complexion. It was as if Li Yao had cheated the owner of 900,000 credits. It was only after the 30-second interval where Li Yao snorted down 2 large bowls of corn congee, swallowed down 4 giant sausages that were as large as arms, all while engulfing 20 meat buns, that the owner's complexion turned a bit better. "Have you served in the army?" the owner asked him abruptly. Li Yao stared blankly and shook his head. "The way you eat is very similar to some Special Forces soldiers in the army. True Special Forces soldiers who survive through the malevolent battlefield of slaughter know how to do this. They know how to consume the greatest amount of energy in the shortest amount of time. This is an extremely important skill that raises your survival rate by leaps and bounds. From the way you eat, you must have received special training. If you haven't served in the army, that means one of your family elders must have been ex-military. Probably someone with an extraordinarily high ranking in the secret forces," the bald tattooed man explained as he looked attentively at Li Yao's expression and became completely cordial. He didn't continue nagging Li Yao about his background. He just straightforwardly fished out a brand new contract. "That member you sparred with a while ago was utterly pleased with your performance. He wants to sign a month's contract with you acting as his sparring partner. Are you interested?" And just like that, on the early morning on the second day, at the same time when Li Yao appeared in front of Crimson Nimbus 2nd School Gate with vigor and valiance, his bank account increased by a whole 11,000 credits. An invaluable contract lay in his pocket. His veins rushed and bubbled with a strength that was on the verge of eruption. It was as if his chest was stuffed deeply full with crystal explosives. Each time his heart beat, it was like an earth-shattering explosion had detonated. "There's still 97 days, 18 hours, 33 minutes, and 45 seconds until the university entrance exams." Li Yao stood fixed beneath the front of the university exam countdown sign. The flickering digits reflected deep in his irises, becoming 2 fiendish fanatical flames. He waved his fist with aggression, wishing he could let out a whistle and fly up to fiercely kick the countdown sign into pieces. "Little devil, where did you go yesterday? You didn't even respond to my E-Crane message. What happened?" His bro for life Meng Jiang's voice came from behind his body. Li Yao did not look back. He tossed the oily paper bag he had in his hand behind his body. The bag landed perfectly in Meng Jiang's embrace. "I got a fever all of a sudden yesterday, so I stayed at home to rest for the day. Here's an egg pancake from the Fire Cloud Palm vendor." Meng Jiang cried with wah-wah as he got scalded by the hot bag. He opened the oily bag to look. Eyes brightened as he said, "Wow, you're rich. You actually gave me 10 entire pancakes. How can I eat all of this?" "Eat 5 of them and toss the rest." Li Yao laughed heartily as he hooked his arm around his best friend's neck. The two chatted bantered as they walked to the classroom. "Hey, little devil. Did you hear the rumors? Some earth-shattering and explosively shocking news emerged last night about our school." Meng Jiang said, winking his eyes. "What kind of news?" Li Yao ate a pancake with each bite. In a flash, he had eaten 3 scalding hot egg pancakes and looked at Meng Jiang looking stupefied. Meng Jiang composed himself and said, "Rumor has it that last night outside, out of us mishmash of fish of the common class, there was actually a retard who had a conflict with the #1 expert of our school, Helian Lai. We don't know what method he used, but somehow he messed with Helian Lai and made him into a sorry figure. When Helian Lai got home, he was berated by his family elders. It was so bad that he's grounded in his house for a full week. They forbid him from going out and stirring up trouble. Oh. Li Yao's steps slowed and his complexion turned somewhat odd. Meng Jiang did not notice the change in his good friend. With smiles of delight, he continued speaking, I heard that this conflict arose due to Si Jiaxue. Alas, we don't know which one among us common class is this heroic and courageous person with this much character. Who made Helian Lai, the tyrant of this school, eat defeat. Nevertheless, this reckless retard will be extremely miserable in their next encounter. I think today there should be a nice show to watch. Li Yao asked strangely, didn't you say that Helian Lai's forbidden to leave his house? That he hasn't come to school? How can there be any kind of show to watch? Meng Jiang shook his head, little devil, normally, you don't care for the inner politics of our school. That's why you don't know about Helian Lai's influence within the school. It's not that simple. Let's not talk about how his father, Helian Ba, is the #1 board member of Crimson Nimbus, possessing an enormous amount of influence. Let's just talk about Helian Lai himself. He is the president of Crimson Nimbus' second student council and is also the organizer for several clubs. He possesses a large amount of subordinates with tyrannical strength. No matter what he competes in, there isn't anyone who can surpass him. He paused for a bit. Meng Jia said with a lowered voice somewhat secretively, do you still remember? Last year, there was a student in the ascending class who somehow offended Helian Lai. Not only was he beaten miserable, but after he was sent to the sick bay, they accidentally used the wrong medication on him. It took him half a month of lying in bed before he could recover with great difficulty. Then the school actually found an excuse to expel him. TSK, it truly was a life worse than death. Li Yao's pupils contracted suddenly. Helian Lai has this much influential power? Meng Jiang nodded his head, and with an expression full of sympathy, he sighed a breath as he said, you only know just now? If he doesn't retaliate back, why would everybody have a reason to be so fearful of him? In brief, it doesn't matter who provoked him last night. That person will need to take the initiative to quit school as soon as possible. At least then they would avoid a round of physical pain. Huh? Little devil, when did your complexion become this bad? Really, it's bad? Li Yao chewed nonchalantly and burped out loud. It's bad. Who told you to eat 6 pancakes with a single breath? You fathead. You're probably stuffed way too full from the last one. Meng Jian suddenly slapped his back. Strange, do you have some sort of padding on your back? Why do the muscles on your back feel so hard? It's like a chunk of rock. 10 minutes later at Gymnasium number 9. There were a total of 9 gymnasiums in Crimson Nimbus 2nd. The 9th gym was constructed in the oldest decade. Its equipment were the most obsolete, and its conditions were of the poorest quality. It was the primary place for students of the common class to practice cultivation. The gymnasium was somewhat empty. All sorts of cultivation training equipment were set up inside. Over 100 of common class students had already changed into the stretchy training clothes and were engaging in extremely difficult training. The sounds of battle cries, the sounds of strikes landing, and the sounds of iron plates and barbells colliding rang out. All sorts of sounds blended together and resonated under the dilapidated ceiling. Li Yao squeezed into an examination chamber, getting ready to test out his spirit actualization quotient. He faintly felt that his actualization quotient had increased greatly, as if he had been reborn into a different person. The world in front of his eyes twisted and warped as a myriad of arcane glyphs flared one by one, changing the world completely into the great illusionary land. Soon, Li Yao found himself in the middle of an enormous arena made up of embedded black stone tiles. The test he was about to take was a simpler one, so the coming challenges were unlikely to prove as big of a spectacle as the ones from the last exam simulation. The black stone arena was about 500 meters in diameter. Black walls were placed in all directions reaching towards the clouds. One could see countless passageways the color of blood all around when gazing far into the distance. The faint roars of demon beasts came out from inside them. The figures of savage demon beasts gradually came into view. Li Yao warmed up each joint of his body in a loose yet not leisurely manner, causing his body to produce a ringing of pop 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 bursts. He thought suddenly moved to action when he thought back to last night and the earnest motions of the Federation's fifth sequence of body exercises performed by the smiling clown. It seems that this exercise is nothing special, there's nothing profound about this. Forget it. Let's first test the limits of my speed. Li Yao ignored the dozen or so demon beasts that were approaching. He knelt on one knee, used his pair of hands to support himself, and stuck his buttocks up, adopting the stance of a starting runner. Bow wow wow. Several demon beasts with scarlet eyes shouted for Li Yao to come over. Whoosh! Every single muscle fiber in Li Yao's two legs burst forth like thousands upon thousands of sharp blades unsheathing. Two gaping holes the size of fists were stamped into the black stone-tiled floor. He turned into an image of savageness as he flashed past 7 to 8 demon beasts. Li Yao did not pay any attention at all to the eye-catching demon beasts. He only had one thought in his head, and that was to run. He dashed 250 meters away from the center to the edge of the black-tiled arena in an instant. He was 50 meters away from the wall, yet he still maintained his sprinting speed. Just when it looked as if he was about to crash into the wall, his body flew into the air and turned in a strange fashion. His pair of feet stomped heavily against the wall. Bang! A web of cracks appeared on the wall's surface. Li Yao was like an arrow let loose from a bow as he shot towards the other side of the arena. The dozen or so demon beasts had not even grasped half a hair on his head up to this point. He traveled another 500 meters at lightning speed. Li Yao reversed directions once again and was standing fixed once more in the center of the arena. He had done this in the time it took to glance up at the sky. 1,000 meters in 1 minute and 32 seconds. Not bad. I have improved by 41 seconds over my previous self. The next thing to do is to test the limits of my jumping power. Li Yao squatted once again. He took off, sped up, and sprinted forward. Right before two of the demon beasts was about to rip him to shreds, he leapt super high, and like a released flying sword, he pierced towards the sky. It was in this fashion that he tested his speed, endurance, jumping power, anti-gravity strength, and limit burst ability under the surrounding pressure of demon beasts. An hour later. Li Yao was weary, his strength was spent. He was gasping for breath while he sat in the middle of the dismembered corpses of demon beasts. His face was painted with the wild blood of the vanquished foes. His eyes pierced through the fog of blood. He gazed towards the sky, brimming with anticipation. A black cloud was raging in the middle of the sky, a dark wind wreaked havoc while muffled lightning struck in waves, a series of complex calculations was happening. Finally, the great illusionary land produced his current spirit actualization quotient, 58%. 58%. When Li Yao saw this sparkling shining figure, he could not help but wave his fist and roar out in excitement. 2 days ago, his actualization quotient was only 35%, categorized into the worst aptitude grade. After his mind went through purgatory training in the longest dream with O Yezi, his actualization quotient actually increased by over 20%. He was only one distant step away from reaching the cultivation geniuses of the important class. Even though he knew clearly that this type of bodily rebirth probably can only happen once, there were still exactly 97 days until the exams. He had the absolute confidence that he could raise his actualization quotient by another 10% within this time frame. The road ahead of him was still very long, but if he could forge onwards and pierce through any obstacles no matter how difficult, he would surely pass the test and join the 9 elite universities to step onto the road of cultivation, to become a master refiner. Only when Li Yao left the illusionary land and stepped out of the examination chamber, did his heart finally stir greatly with emotion. It took a long time before he calmed down. He felt an itch in every joint of his body. He felt every fiber of his muscles howling. Every time he breathed, he puffed out steam. His strength wandered throughout his body with nowhere to disperse. It caused him to stir incomparably restless and made him extremely impulsive. He surveyed his surroundings. Everyone was training diligently. His best bro, Meng Jiang, was nowhere to be found. Li Yao was unable to share in his delight. He swallowed a mouthful of spittle. The fire of restlessness still remained in his throat. Li Yao took a deep breath and walked to the end of the gym. An old, dilapidated strength tester machine was set up over there. These days, students were long accustomed to using the great illusionary land to test their strength. They had no interest towards this old artifact with its simple mechanism and glyph array structure. It had been a long time since someone had last used this old strength tester artifact. The strength testing machine was covered fully in dust. It was like a giant creature that had been dead for who knew how many years. Only a dark skeleton remained. Li Yao was actually very fond of these kinds of old artifacts that were the complete opposite of the virtual and formless great illusionary land. He felt these artifacts that were comprised of assembling countless parts, glyph arrays, and channels had an elaborate composition. It was a profoundly complicated, old artifact. It had a charm that was moving and thrilling. The him of the present needed urgently to unleash the feelings of excitement within his heart. While it's true he could do anything he wanted in the great illusionary land, it was still incomparable with the real physical world. How could it compare with the real feeling of fist-hitting flesh? Bang! Li Yao exploded out with an extremely simple fist. It landed perfectly on the center target of the strength tester machine. Suddenly, dust surged into the air, filling the sky as far as the eye could see. The old artifact was like an enormous beast awakening from its slumber. Arcane glyphs flared one after another. Sweet sounds of colliding metal resonated from within the artifact. The sounds of gears churning and the sounds of essence energy surging through crystal channels rumbled out. Finally, a series of numbers appeared on the crystal channel counter on the surface of the strength tester machine. 355 pounds. One strike of my fist only produced 355 pounds of force. It seems that my strike wasn't very strong. I feel like I'm missing something. In the end, what could it be? Li Yao squinted his eyes, allowing the dust to curl around his body. He stared dazedly at his fist, thinking hard from every angle. He let out a light laugh a moment later and fished 2 earbuds out from his pocket. This was the Tone Bell artifact crafted by the Sounds of Wonder Guild. With these plugged in one's ear and with a telepathic thought, the microglyph arrays within these earbuds begin to operate to produce the sound of beautiful music for one's ears. Look and see. The dark rolling clouds are incapable of blocking the ever-flowing galaxy. The endless darkness will dissipate under the radiance of the heavenly stars that ignite all of life aflame. A recording of a resounding singing voice that caused one to believe in themselves over false gods and Buddhas exploded between Li Yao's pair of ears. That's right. This is it. The dark rolling clouds are incapable of blocking the ever-flowing galaxy. Die. Li Yao's hips sunk as he unleashed a deep howl. The dust that had settled on his body just a moment ago dispersed in a flash, forming a light gray orb with a radius of half a meter around his body. And just a moment later, this orb was ripped apart by the wind of his fist. Bang! Bang bang bang! Bang 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 bang. Right when the strength tester machine was producing the result, the tall silhouette of a bold and powerful person strode leisurely into the gymnasium. Several dozen students of the common class were engaging in strength training near the entrance of the gymnasium. Right at this moment, they seemingly became aware of something that caused them to drop their barbells at practically the same time. They stared at each other in terror and unintentionally swallowed a mouthful of saliva at the same time. What a terrifying aura, who could it be? The sun's light shone in through the large entrance door. An extraordinary mighty giant blocked half the light from shining in, forming an enormous shadow that enveloped these several students of the common class and caused the students to tremble in fear. It's Wei Tai. Some of the students murmured subconsciously before awakening from their thoughts. They immediately covered their mouths. Good ge, sounds of teeth grinding could be heard coming from the slits between their fingers. This person had a height that exceeded 210 centimeters and his entire body was covered in bursting muscles. He was like a giant monster that had donned a layer of metal armor and was known as Iron Beast, Wei Tai. Wei Tai was the strongest in the ascending class and was also a vicious and fierce eminent tyrant. Rumor has it that he overdosed on strengthening drugs for a long period of time, causing his body's organic functions to be in disorder. His muscles grew excessively, but the growth of his spirit actualization quotient was adversely affected. So, he was unqualified to enter the important class. Despite this, there was no one who would dare doubt his battle strength. Most notable was his sheer power. It was even stronger than some of the elite students of the important class. However, there was something even more fearsome than his bizarre strength, and that was his tyrannical temperament. He loved to bully the weak on a fundamental level. After he entered his third year and because he hadn't been accepted by the important class, his temperament became aggravated severely. He was bloodthirsty as if he was mad. His crazed insane tantrums caused him to hit even the teachers. Strictly speaking, all the students of the important class were the heaven's chosen arrogant children. They did not cross often with the riffraff students of the common class. Even if something escalated to the important class students were disinclined to go out of their way to bully the common class. So in the eyes of the common class, the arrival of this Iron Beast Wei Tai even more terrifying than an entrance by Hellion Lai. I've heard that this Iron Beast Wei Tai carries a small book on him for recording how many bones he's broken in each month. Rumor has it that he broke 22 bones last month and that he wants to break that record this month as well. Several students of the common class looked at each other, sending warning messages tacitly in understanding to each other. They separated to the two sides of the gym without saying a word. There was only one person who reacted too late. He was still doing bench presses and had only just got up. His entire skull was clamped by Wei Tai's giant hand. Wei Tai lifted the student directly up saying, "Howdy, small troublemaker. There's someone among your class called Li Yao. Where is he?" The pitiful student was 189 centimeters tall and was considered one of the taller and mightier students in the common class. But under the palm of Wei Tai, he was like a small little toy. He was flailing his legs frantically for his face was being choked to a deep red. With a blood-curdling screech, he shouted, "Older brother Tai. I don't know. I haven't seen him." Humph. With a squint of Wei Tai's eyes, he easily tossed the over 150-pound student like he was a piece of trash. The student was tossed over 20 meters away and crashed into a few of the female students. The female students immediately began to scream. However, as soon as the female students saw that Wei Tai was standing not so far away, their shrieks stopped abruptly. It was like a hen's throat had been slashed by a blade. An eerie silence enveloped the entire gymnasium. Every single student was shivering coldly. They did not dare to gasp even half a breath of the atmosphere. Even the teacher had gone to who knows where. Everyone looked at each other in dismay. Everyone had the same thought circling in their minds, this monster came here to give whom some trouble? Some Li Yao? This time Li Yao is going to experience misfortune. Elder brother Tai, elder brother Tai. Meng Jiang heard whispers within the crowd of students. He heard that this iron beast was actually looking for his bro for life. His face turned deathly white. He hesitated for a good moment, but he still rushed out of the crowd. He obstructed Wei Tai with a face full of smiles and said, "Elder brother Tai, you're looking for Liao." He just had what seems to be a stomach ache. He went to the bathroom. Oh. Wei Tai stopped his steps. He swept a glance at Meng Jiang and laughed. Suddenly, he launched a flying kick straight at Meng Jiang's stomach. Meng Jiang's eyes bulged wide open. He sunk to his knees on the ground and vomited a huge mouthful. "Nonsense. Did I ever ask you?" said Wei Tai coldly. He swept his surroundings and fished into the crowd of people by saying, "You. Come out." The crowd suddenly dispersed, leaving only a short and small female student. Her flowery look lost all color under the tremendous intimidating aura. With no choice, she walked trembling with fear to be in front of Wei Tai. She laughed with a laughter more hideous than crying, "Tai, older brother Tai. Be good. Tell this older brother Tai. Can you tell me where Liao is at?" Wei Tai smiled, revealing a strong thick fang. I don't know." The girl shook her head frantically. "You don't know? If you don't know, then go ask somebody at once." Wei Tai glared and let out a thunderous roar. The girl's legs turned knobbly and she almost collapsed on the floor from paralysis. She moved frantically back amongst her fellow students. She asked with a sobbing manner, "Which one of you all have seen Liao?" The gymnasium wasn't actually too big. Liao's training corner was not very hidden. Soon, he was discovered. Wei Tai gave a cold snort. He turned his neck that was as thick as the waist of a young girl and headed towards the corner with large strides. Everybody feared being close to Liao and Wei Tai. Even more people did not dare to warn Liao. A few of the less courageous girls even covered their eyes, fearful of seeing the bloody scene that was about to occur. A few people frantically tried to escape by fleeing the gymnasium. No one knew if they were going to go call a teacher or to just simply get away. As for Liao, he was still immersed in his showers of gale fists. He was in the middle of his explosive music that could pierce clouds and split stone, indulging in the pleasure of using his bombarding strength with the music. He absolutely did not notice the events that were happening behind him. Finally, Wei Tai arrived behind Liao. A fiery aura enveloped him. It was like a lion, whose stomach was rumbling with hunger, was standing behind a small white bunny. "You are that Liao? Someone put out 50,000 credits for me to break 10 of your bones. It would be better for you to choose. Ultimately, which 10 bones shall I break?" Right when Wei Tai said these words, the final passage of "Conquer the Cosmos" by Lu Yingxi just happened to play in Liao's ears. "Whenever I feel despair in my soul, there will always be a song that I can sing loudly. No matter how cruel destiny is to you, you will become that much stronger." The blood-racing lyrics were like a bolt of lightning splitting into Liao's marrow. It was like the rusted shackles in the depths of his mind were completely cleaved open. An absolute and bizarre strength entered his pair of legs from the ground, vibrating and swelling within his skeleton as it passed through his entire body. It rushed into his pair of arms like a mountain flood breaking out. The 108 Chaos Gale Hammer technique transformed into fist techniques. He shot left and right in a chain of cannon strikes. He let loose with all his firepower. Bang 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 bang. 714 pounds. 822 pounds. 794 pounds. He punched with over 30 fists that produced sparks like flint. Every single punch was held at over 700 pounds. The heaviest fist even reached 915 pounds. The strength testing machine was punched into bouncing back and forth repeatedly. The thick rivets securing the machine to the ground groaned with zhi-zhi sounds. They twisted and deformed. When he was done, Li Yao's pair of fists gave off a curling white smoke that rose in spirals, like having a ladle of cold water poured on a red-hot iron. And the center target of the strength testing machine was already caved in deep. No matter how much time passed, it would never return to its former elasticity. Li Yao took off his earbuds and turned around. He looked somewhat suspiciously at Wei Tai. "What did you say just now?" Wei Tai was completely stupefied. Wei Tai saw the crystal tube counter continue to tick away a string of digits, causing him to swallow a mouthful of spittle with great difficulty. Cold sweat formed on his forehead, back, and between his waist. His body was as if it had just been scooped out of a body of water. Wei Tai, also known as the Iron Beast, did not dare to even make a single move to wipe off his sweat. His mind was filled with a scene of those 30 explosive fists bombarding upon his body. He would absolutely be beaten to death. "You must be older brother Tai of the third years. What business do you with me?" Li said as he recognized that this was the school's infamously fierce Iron Beast. Wei Tai's lips trembled, not knowing how to respond. Li Yao was likewise extremely surprised and blinked his eyes few times. He had heard long ago that Wei Tai was notorious for being a ruthless person. However, everyone minded their own business in the past. Wei Tai and Li Yao had not crossed paths before. Today was the first day they exchanged words. Why did it seem like this guy was a bit retarded? Fellow student Li Yao. "I came looking for you since I have something I need your help with," answered Wei Tai in a stammer. "What is it?" laughed Li Yao in reply. It's like this. When I punch out with power, I feel that there's something not quite right. I don't know if fellow student Li Yao has some time to give me some pointers. As the martial arts teacher would say, I should be able to punch out with 50% more force with my strength, but the power of my punches always fails to reach that lever of power, said Wei Tai with the utmost sincerity. Li Yao was stunned. It took quite a while before he responded by going through the motions. "Sure thing, as fellow students, we ought to learn from one another. The thing is, I'm all booked for today. How about we exchange pointers next time when I have time?" Sure. So it turns out that older brother Yao has matters to tend to. Then let's exchange pointers next time. I'm going to go now. Older brother Yao, go ahead and tend to your stuff. Go ahead. Wei Tai left. Or it can be said, that he broke into a run. This sight would have been unbelievable if not personally seen with one's own eyes. It would have been very hard to believe that the 210 centimeters tall and over 300 pounds buff giant would be able to utilize the spirit serpent footwork technique to the degree of moving like the floating clouds and flowing water. He left without a trace, exercising caution to avoid calamity. The hundreds of students in the gymnasium were left feeling stupefied, dumbstruck, and shocked. All of them watched with eyes that stared rigidly at Li Yao, feeling as if they had fallen into an illusion. They stared at him as if he was the king of the demon beasts wearing the skin of a human. What the hell is going on? Why did the Iron Beast run in such a panicked manner after saying a few sentences? What did they say in the end? Loud thunder can be accompanied by small raindrops. This is probably the Iron Beast's style. I had thought that he would break all of Li Yao's ribs. What kind of cultivation technique did Li Yao use? Could it be that he stashed a high-quality hypnosis glyph on his body? Hypnotizing the Iron Beast? The students discussed earnestly within themselves. They were extremely astonished. Bro for life. Meng Jiang massaged his stomach. He managed to nudge to Li Yao's side with great difficulty. Unable to deal with the pain, he said urgently, "Little devil, is there anything wrong?" In the end, what did the Iron Beast want? Li Yao rubbed his skull. Shaking his head he said, "I don't know, man. It's a complete mystery." He said he wanted to find some time to study punching techniques together. Give a few pointers to each other. Meng Jian jumped in astonishment as he shouted bewildered, "What? The Iron Beast wants to study punching techniques with you? Don't you know that the last person who studied punching techniques with the Iron Beast had their right leg broken into 3 pieces while he was still conscious? But why did he go and leave?" I said I still had matters to attend to today, that I didn't have time, and that we can do it next time. He went, "Oh," and then walked away. Huh? Did you just vomit? Li Yao circled around his bro for life. When he discovered the imprint of a shoe on his bro for life, his pupils suddenly contracted and his irises gave off a cold glow. He understood now. I know roughly why Wei Tai was looking for me. Damn! I should have made him stay just then. Small Jiang. It would be better for you to keep some distance from me for the next few days, said Li Yao with utter seriousness. Meng Jian stared at him and asked, why? Li Yao creased his nose and said, didn't you just say that some poor unfortunate student of our common class had provoked Hellion Lai? That he will suffer a misery incomparable for vengeance? That poor unfortunate student seems to be me. Wah! Meng Jian jumped with shock, ejecting over 3 meters away subconsciously as if Li Yao was the demon of pestilence. When he came to, he felt a bit ashamed. With a bitter face, he said, "Little devil, we are all good brothers. Needless to say, my code of honor isn't lacking. Let's see, which hospital's intensive care unit would you like to stay at? I will help you reserve a bed right now." Wei Tai ran in a small sprint the entire time. He scuttled out of the 9th gymnasium and had just turned around the corner when he saw someone standing by the flowers and bushes. A tall skinny youngster with a malicious expression on his face. The youngster's hips were quite high on his body. His pair of legs were at least 102 centimeters long. The pants of the school uniform were wrapped tightly around his muscular legs. Originally the pants were designed to be loose, but on him, it was like they were skin-tight pants. Really? This fast? Are you sure you broke 10 of his bones? You've recorded the whole ordeal, right? I'll send it via e-crane link for Senior Hellion to watch. Wei Tai did not dare to be bossy in front of this malicious youngster, adopting a well-behaved attitude. It's because this youngster with the name Zhao Liang was a student of the important class. Although he was the lowest-ranking student, ranked 41st, of the important class, he had an elite spirit actualization quotient of 60%. Zhao Liang was not someone Wei Tai could confront. Older brother Liang. When I walked in the gym just now, I felt some pain in my stomach. It's probably my appendicitis flaring up again. I need to go see the doctor ASAP. Wei Tai's eyeballs turned about and he clenched his teeth. His face was scrunched up into a ball. His enormous body even began to shiver and his forehead began to sweat once more. Appendicitis? Did you make a mistake? Zhao Liang was unable to restrain his rage. He wished very much to slap Wei Tai across the face. He said in a low roar, "At first, I thought that you had a bit of potential. I even put in a few good words for you with Senior Hellion Lai to help you move up Senior Hellion Lai's ladder and receive some good benefits later on. I never thought you were actually a pile of shit. How could you not withhold your end in this key moment?" Right. It's exactly as older brother Liang says. My appendicitis flared at the worst moment. Oh man, it hurts. It hurts. What if it's infected? Wei Tai covered his mouth. The pain was enough to squeeze a few tears out of his eyes. He squinted his eyes, peeking at Zhao Liang. He tested the waters by asking, "Older brother Liang, how about I first go to the infirmary to get it checked out and to take a bit of a rest? If it's not too bad of a hindrance, I can come back to teach a lesson to this kid?" Fuck off. Fuck off. Senior Hellion wants to see the kid beaten the sh*t out of as soon as possible. Who has the patience to wait for a pile of shit like you to get checked by a doctor? In the end, I have no option but to do the job myself. How annoying. Zhao Liang was ruthless. A leg kicked over that was like rapid bolt of lightning whipping onto Wei Tai's body, creating a bang of explosion. Wei Tai was grimacing in pain, but his eyebrows indicated that he was happy beyond delight. He said repeatedly, "Expert brother Liang, it's a given that you will beat this kid so badly that even his parents won't be able to recognize him. Okay. Let's not talk about this anymore. I'm going to go ahead and see the doctor. I'll come back again to give elder brother Liang an apology." His neck shrunk and he slipped into a small run. Soon Wei Tai ran away without a trace. This kid, why is he acting kind of strange today? As if he's hiding something like a thief? Zhao Liang did not understand, so he rubbed his head. He faintly felt that there was something not quite right. But then he recalled Helian Lai's appearance when he's in his towering rage. He quickly broke out in a cold shiver and headed to gymnasium number 9. "Which one of you is Li Yao? Get the fuck out here." The voice was both sharp and piercing, like the cry of a bird of prey. It ripped through the just congealed atmosphere within the gymnasium. The students had just recovered with great difficulty back from their stunned state when they became seriously frightened once more. No one expected that a person even more fierce and malicious than the Iron Beast would come the instant the Iron Beast had just left. Zhao Liang was a student of the important class. With an actualization quotient surpassing 60%, he was a cultivation genius. He was in a completely different world of existence when comparing the skies of the important class to the earth of the common class. This Li Yao, just which person did he offend? To cause Wei Tai and Zhao Liang to come bulldozing over searching for him? We don't know what methods he used to drive Wei Tai away just now. What's going to happen this time when he faces Zhao Liang? You guys don't even know. Man, last night Li Yao offended Helian Lai. What? He's the unfortunate bastard who offended Helian Lai. Then he's done for. Whispering rose and fell like waves in the group of people. Everybody looked at Li Yao with expressions full of pity, as if he were a sick patient with his body fully cast in plaster. While numerous students were making lamenting sounds, Li Yao walked very slowly over. He walked with great hesitation. From time to time, he would put a hand on a piece of training equipment to support himself. It seemed that he was somewhat scared to advance onward. "So you are that Li Yao? You're nothing special." Zhao Liang observed Li Yao from head to toe for a long time. A cruel smile emerged on his malicious face. He said softly, "I have a combat technique problem that I don't quite understand. I wish to exchange pointers with fellow student Li Yao." "Come then." So they're actually going to duel. Everyone tilted their heads and took a deep cold breath. In Cultivation Era 40,000, demon beasts ran rampant. The flames of war burnt on. Humanity had adopted a culture of valiance. They held the philosophy of survival of the fittest, where the weak are prey to the strong, in extreme revere. Private schools, such as Crimson Nimbus II, followed this philosophy particularly closely and had the goal of producing cultivation geniuses. They did not prohibit students from dueling each other. Besides, the schools had perfect medical treatment facilities that contained miracle cures that could bring people back from various near-death situations, and the students were even overseen by several of the greatest medical researchers. As long as someone didn't die on the spot, they would quickly be restored back to be as good as before. So, when hot-blooded youngsters full of vigor had some beef with each other, they would often exchange the words, "exchanging some pointers," as the preamble to conducting a duel. However, typically duels were conducted between two students with similar strength. A duel issued between Zhao Liang, an elite of the important class, and Li Yao, this riffraff of the common class, would be a great loss of reputation for Zhao Liang. Zhao Liang would not have gone forward in this manner that would reduce his reputation were it not for the raging fury of Helian Lai. Helian Lai wanted to absolutely see Li Yao be beaten black and blue by the end of today, and Wei Ye had unexpectedly backed out at the key moment. Therefore, Li Yao adopted a meek attitude. He said softly under his breath, "You are a great expert of the important class. I'm no match for you. I forfeit." These words were felt by all the students of the common class and Zhao Liang to be an expected matter and a natural course of action. These words weren't surprising at all. A riffraff student of the common class under the provocation of an elite student of the important class could only surrender and beg for forgiveness. How could there ever be a second option? Zhao Liang yawned and said somewhat impatiently, "So it turns out you're this sensible. I'm also disinclined to take care of your sort of trash. Be good, go kneel down and let me break 10 of your bones. Then this matter will," the last word, "will," had just been half spoken when Zhao Liang felt his tailbone turn cold. A chill rushed to his scalp. The only thing he felt was a strong gale assaulting his senses. He reached his hand out subconsciously to block it and heard only a bang. A white mist had exploded in front of him. Countless dust-like pellets stabbed into his eyes. The scene in front of him suddenly turned snow-white. The pain was incomparable. He could not see a damn thing. Ah! Every student of the common class let out cries of surprise. They did not dare to believe in the scene they had just witnessed. It was when Li Yao was cowering his head in forgiveness. His right hand had suddenly awakened and within his palm was gym chalk that was commonly used to increase friction for strength training, which he grabbed at an unknown time. That chalk was now right in Zhao Liang's eyes. Zhao Liang lost his vision for an instant. Li Yao used the opportunity to lift a 30-pound dumbbell with his foot. He smashed the dumbbell onto Zhao Liang's skull. Boom! Zhao Liang was worthy of being an elite student with an actualization quotient of 60%. When the gym chalk entered his eyes, when he temporarily lost his vision for a moment, he was still able to maintain a high state of vigilance. He responded to Li Yao's attack by using only the sound of the wind, crossing his two arms to block the dumbbell attack firmly. But he had not expected that Li Yao would reach such a terrifying degree in strength. Even more than that, he had not foreseen that Li Yao would be so shameless and despicable as to use a dumbbell to attack. Under the bombardment of the great powerful energy, his pair of arms were smashed completely and snapped. The force was strong enough to even send his entire body flying dozens of meters away. The numerous students of the common class went into states of astonishment once again. Only a small minority of students, the ones who were proficient in martial skill, had been able to see how much Zhao Liang wanted to use a soaring stylish method to dispel Li Yao's offense and give birth to an exaggerated scene. However, it did not matter what Zhao Liang's intentions were. In the end, Li Yao sent Zhao Liang flying. Just this sole move was enough to send all of Crimson Nimbus Second into an uproar. Splat. From over a dozen meters away, Zhao Liang spat a mouthful of blood. A flaming hot rage twined around his body. He knew that what had transpired today was like a large ship being capsized by force of a mere small steam. Things should have gone smoothly today, but everything had gone completely wrong instead. At this point, even if he beat this kid to the ground, he would still remain the laughingstock of the important class. Way too despicable. Way too shameless. You actually used gym powder and a dumbbell. But I'm afraid trash like you wouldn't know that my greatest weapon is not actually my arms but my legs. Zhao Liang laughed hideously. He spread his fingers into a pair of pitchforks and stabbed his own eyes fiercely. Large drops of tears flowed from his eyes immediately, causing the gym chalk to be washed out of his eyes. Once again, a blurry image came into view before his eyes. His eyes locked in Li Yao's direction. I'll slaughter you. With a shriek, Zhao Liang's pair of legs turned into a pair of bizarre serpents. He devoured a dozen meters of distance with only a single leap. His left leg stamped hard, producing wood splinters and fragments, and the power of his right knee was like a fierce tiger taking off like lightning. The 13 forces of the war beast's technique with the greatest power was unleashed, treading tiger strike. It took no more than half a second to execute the leap and the knee strike. Li Yao simply wasn't able to react in the least and wasn't even able to adopt a defensive stance. Zhao Liang's knee struck directly onto Li Yao's sternum. Quite a few female students let out cries of alarm and subconsciously closed their eyes. They could not bear to see the tragedy that was about to occur. When Zhao Liang was crying out tears to wash out Jim Chalk a dozen seconds ago, Li Yao had leisurely grabbed a 35-pound plate and stuffed it down his clothes to protect his chest. Everyone else had witnessed this scene very clearly. Clang. A sound like the ring of a monastery bell came from Li Yao's sternum. A stabbing pain of pins and needles could be felt around Zhao Liang's kneecap. Even though Zhao Liang's kneecap was very hard, the hardness could not be compared to metal. The knee strike had been performed using his entire strength, resulting in his right knee shattering completely. Being smashed into fracturing. A strong and experienced military soldier could have perhaps withstood this splintered knee fracture, bear through the pain, and still be able to maintain their combat strength. But no matter how vicious and fierce Zhao Liang was, he was still an ordinary high school student. A broken knee would cause him to lose his combat strength completely. Zhao Liang screamed miserably over and over. He fell to the floor in shock. The pain caused him to start twitching. Li Yao ripped open his school uniform, took out the iron plate, and discovered that there was a small crater in the center of the iron plate. It appeared that if he had not donned the iron plate guarding his chest, his sternum would have been completely shattered. This treading tiger strike move really is overpowering. Li Yao raised his eyebrows as he praised his opponent. He sized up his opponent from left to right. He headed towards a barbell rack. Li Yao stuck his left hand into his pocket. His right hand casually picked up plates and loaded both sides of a barbell with a great amount of weight. The barbell now weighed over 100 pounds. He tried brandishing the barbell for a bit. Whoosh whoosh sounds permeated through the air, causing people's scalps to turn numb. Li Yao walked towards Zhao Liang dragging the barbell. The half-bit of malice remaining on Zhao Liang's face flew away and scattered from fear. Even his miserable shrieking was stiffly stifled in his throat, turning into sharp thin pleading words for forgiveness. You. What are you up to? Don't get any closer. Little devil. Calm down a bit. No need to create a big mess out of this. Everyone was stunned and dumbstruck. Their scalps were numb. Only his bro for life Meng Jiang was able to eke out of the state of shock and alarm, dissuading Li Yao with stammers. Li Yao was silent for a period of time. He turned around and returned the barbell back to the rack. Okay. After all, we are all fellow students. I also do not wish to be too excessive, that's the right thing to do, you. What are you doing? Meng Jiang had just let out a breath of relief when he suddenly saw Li Yao lift a somewhat lighter but at least 75 pounds barbell. The lips Meng Jiang had just sealed had opened up once again. But this time, he did not know what he should say. And this time Li Yao didn't give him that chance to talk. He walked directly to the left side of Zhao Liang and raised the barbell up high, aiming at Zhao Liang's undamaged left knee. You, don't you know? Senior Hellion was the one who sent me here. Zhao Liang let out cries of fear, curling his entire body, looking like a giant dying shrimp. And that matters how? Asked Li Yao. The barbell tore through the air, exploding out with a strong gale of wind, ferociously smashing downwards. Snap. Zhao Liang's pair of legs were bent in an unnatural position. He was in so much pain that he was frothing at the mouth and his eyeballs went completely white. He had gone completely into shock. 5 minutes later, doctors from the school infirmary came bustling through the 9th gym's entrance. Zhao Liang's pair of legs were in an extremely critical condition. There was no way to carry him to the infirmary, so the doctors directly came on site for treatment. For the medics who had mastered the latest cultivation technology in the Federation, fixing a shattered bone fracture would be a trivial matter with an expected recovery within a few days. At most, there would be a little bit of pain in the process. Ah! Zhao Liang's miserable shrieks echoed throughout the gymnasium in large waves and waves. All those who heard the shrieks had their scalps turned numb. The stabbing pain in his knee was incomparably painful. And Li Yao, together with his bro for life Meng Jiang, squatted by the flowers and shrubs outside of the gym. An incorporeal air seemed to have curled around both of their bodies, causing all the other students of the common class to avoid them and keep their distance. They did not dare to get close to Li Yao and Meng Jiang. Meng Jiang's face was knotted in a state of loss. He wanted to say something, but he was hesitating. Li Yao glanced at his bro for life. What do you want to know? Come on, ask. Ask before a teacher takes me away. Meng Jiang spat out a dirty air. With a bitter laugh. He said, my mind is a chaotic mess right now. I still haven't processed all this yet. You little devilish monster. When did you become so strong? Li Yao thought for a bit and said, I was on the breach of a breakthrough in a cultivation technique. Before practicing this technique, my strength was weak and feeble, just like that of the average person. But as soon as I succeeded in my training, my strength exploded into sky-soaring heights. The reason why I didn't come to school yesterday was because I was at a critical point in my training yesterday. Right now, I have already succeeded with the first step of this technique. So it's that amazing. Meng Jiang's eyes brightened and he did not inquire any further. The Federation had an unwritten rule. It was the greatest taboo to investigate the roots of the combat skills and technique origins of other people. Even cultivators with power overflowing the heavens could not ask other people of their secret family techniques. Without this rule, the consequences could be dire. Today, a cultivator might randomly interrogate the weak for the source of their combat skills. Tomorrow, the Federation could call up an army of millions to encircle a cultivation guild's base and force them to give up their deepest secret extermination miracle techniques. In every world, there was the most basic of rules, to protect the weak from the tyranny of the strong. People have fought for the basic right of not being taken advantage of. It was because there were these rules that society was able to be established, that the strong and the weak could be united. The Star Glory Federation relied on precisely these sets of rules to reach unity between cultivators and the common folk, to face off jointly against the fiend beasts and those that walk the demonic path. The Federation would have long perished if these rules weren't in place. Cultivators and commoners would be hostile enemies towards each other, and the state of the Federation would sink into volatility, like a sheet of scattered sand. How could they possibly hope to fight against the demon beasts and demonic cultivators if this were the case? And so, Li Yao thought of this pretext to explain his own sudden increase in strength. He wasn't worried about being exposed by others. Even if people discovered that he was lying, his secrets would not be exposed. In the world of cultivation, who doesn't have a few hidden secrets? Meng Jiang nodded his head as he accepted the fact that his bro for life had suddenly increased his strength. However, he wrinkled his brow as he asked, but, is there a need for you to be this excessively vicious? You had already sent Zhao Liang to the ground, yet you still pulverized his left knee. Isn't that too extreme? You don't know how scary you looked when you lifted that barbell up. You basically looked like a bloodthirsty monster. I had to do it, Li Yao explained. You told me this morning the enormous power Helion Lai holds in this school and how he has many henchmen. Since I've already offended him, his underlings will certainly come searching for trouble. Zhao Liang is only the first of them. He paused for a moment, before continuing. Zhao Liang is the lowest-ranked student of the important class, he's in last place. If I only knock him to the ground, do you think other people would be scared? Wouldn't they continue coming one after another to cause me trouble? No matter how I fight, I would fall before a revolving wheel of war. But now, when Helion Lai's gang sees Zhao Liang's pair of knees and hear his painful shrieks, they would reconsider a little bit before looking for me. The vast majority of them might even shrink back. Meng Jiang fixed into a blank stare. He did not think that far. He had only felt that Li Yao's actions were too excessive. Li Yao patted the shoulder of his bro for life and said seriously, "Small Jiang, you know my background. You know that since I was a kid, I lived and grew up in the trash heap. In the world I grew up in, people could get in blood feuds over even a half-rotten banana. One time, I even saw two groups of people have a brawl over half a bag of cold meat buns. In the end, 2 people died. 2 people died over half a bag of meat buns. Trust me. I grew up in this kind of environment, so I know how to deal with threats and trouble." But... Meng Jiang's mind was a huge mess. All this time, he had never witnessed this other face of his bro for life. Perhaps, this was Li Yao's most genuine face. Li Yao said flatly, "The experience of a dozen years of life in the waste treatment facility had taught me, when it comes to facing the threats of other people, it's not that things can't be reasoned and that a compromise can't be found. It's that first, the opposition must be beaten to such a state that even their parents would not recognize them, then negotiations and compromise can proceed. Otherwise, things can't be reasoned out and compromises can't be made. Instead, you place yourself in a pot for others boil or steam. As for what happened today. When Zhao Liang first arrived, he wanted me to kneel before him. And he wanted to break 10 of my bones. I was already determined not to kneel, and I also did not want to have 10 of my bones broken. What other choice did I have besides to fight him to the bloody end?" Meng Jiang had a blank expression for quite a while. "I heard you say before that you had a nickname in the garbage dump. The Vulture. When I heard that I had my doubts. I thought you were just talking big. I believe you now." With a laugh, Li Yao said, "Yeah man. The me back then was 10 times more vicious and 100 times more crazy than the me now. I had no choice. I was just a kid who couldn't even hold a knife steady. If I weren't a bit vicious and crazy, how could I have fought for food from the mouths of the grown-ups? Later, I met my old man. He taught me many things, including social standards and rules. When I assimilated into ordinary society, I lost a bit of my edge. Anyway, my old man is long dead. When I encounter this sort of situation, I can act only in accordance to the instincts of the vulture, in order to settle things. Meng Jiang let out a sigh. "I understand now after hearing you, little devil. You had no other option. But other than me, people would take you as a kid tooting his horn and that you are being too aggressive." "Aggressive? Of course, I have to be aggressive." Li Yao's nostrils flared. He spoke, objecting, "We who live in the artifact grave must work to eat as scavengers. We live in the now, not the future, for who knows what type of priceless treasure we may salvage in the next minute, only to have, the minute after, its spiritual energy explode so greatly that nothing remains. So for us scavengers, as soon we have power, we must immediately act with aggression. I won't wait till the next second to be aggressive if I can be aggressive now. I won't act with 90% aggression if I can act with 100% aggression. If I don't be aggressive when I have this strength, if I continue laying low. What if I dropped dead in the next second? Wouldn't it all have been a waste? It's like winning 5 million credits in the lottery. Say you don't spend it to live a life of luxury. You would rather stick it in the bank. What if right after you deposited your money, you get hit by a flying shuttle and die? You've been wronged even as a ghost." Meng Jiang conceded, saying, Okay, since you're this confident, you can act aggressively. But did the thought of Helion Lai using his family's influence to make you quit school ever cross your mind? What will you do then? I don't have to remain here, there are other places I can be. Crimson Nimbus 2nd is not the only school under the skies. At worst, I will just switch schools. Even if I don't go to school, the Federation still lets citizens enter privately in the university examinations. The procedure is just a little bit more troublesome. If Hellion Lai applies pressure for me to quit school, I'll just let him fulfill that wish. After all, why not? There's a long future ahead. He and I will still have our beautiful youthfulness. Li Yao's eyes produced a vicious aura as he spoke nonchalantly. While these two were talking, a short, thin, weak figure tottered towards them. It's a teacher. Meng Jiang said in light voice and pulled Li Yao to stand up, jumping off of a short wall by the bushes. Isn't that old Sun, the school's warehouse logistics manager? What did he come here for? Li Yao stared confused. The old fogey who walked over had a thinning head of white hair, ashen white seemingly cataract eyes, a hunchbacked posture, and a shortness of breath. A gust of wind could practically topple him. Li Yao remembered that when school started, he and his fellow students had gone to the warehouse to get their uniforms. He had met this old fogey once before at that time. Even though he's only a warehouse manager, I've heard that over 70 years ago, this old fogey, Sun Biao, was the school's combat skills teacher and was a tremendous and extraordinary expert. His foresight for talent was extremely fierce. He found quite a few cultivation geniuses and was the one who discovered Fiend Blade Peng from the slums, recognizing that the boy at the time was out of the ordinary. He was the one who had Peng specially admitted. Even though he's already over 150 years old and is practically retired, having quit teaching 10 years ago, he felt too restless at home, so he continues working at this school as he's done for all his life. This time as the warehouse logistics manager to kill time. At first glance, he looks completely ordinary with his emancipated figure, but his reputation holds great influence in this school. Even Headmaster Baldi Zhao has to show him a bit of face. Meng Jiang was the school's king of gossip and rumors, letting out a flood of words to explain to Li Yao. The man who unearthed Fiend Blade Peng, said Li Yao with deep veneration. I never thought old Sun would appear. It seems that things may have changed for the better. Remember, he's an old man, so if you're a bit clever about it, you may be able to get off scot-free and avert disaster. Go on, hurry. Meng Jiang pushed Li Yao hard, but suddenly said, wait. Huh? Li Yao stood and stopped. Little devil, you said just a moment ago that when facing the threats of opponents, one must first fight to the bloody end. Then one can negotiate and reach compromise. Your words sounded very grand. But, what if you and your opponent can't come to peace with each other? Meng Jiang was pondering over Li Yao's words all this time. The more he thought, the more he felt the words were cool, awesome, and domineering, but he felt something was a bit off somewhere in those words. And now, he had realized what it was. If you can't make peace, then just run. If you can't lose them by running, then stall. If you can't halt by stalling, then you can always just die. Li Yao rolled his eyes at his bro for life and walked towards warehouse manager Sun Biao. He was taller than Sun Biao by a full head. When he stood right in front of Sun Biao, all he could see was the sparse hair on the top of a head. The top of the head was covered in liver spots and looked normal with nothing out of the ordinary. Actually, Li Yao was at the peak of nervousness with his heart beating wildly. The man who unearthed Fiend Blade Peng was in front of him. Sun Biao tilted his neck. It seemed that his neck muscles weren't too good, for he used some effort to slant his head. Sun Biao sized up Li Yao carefully and attentively for a long time. The expression in his eyes was like that of a feverish gourmet eyeing a fresh, tender, juicy piece of veal. He stared at Li Yao until Li Yao's scalp was turning numb and Li Yao's back had chills before he slowly said, "Not bad," scattering that gym chalk. Li Yao was caught off guard and stared blankly. He couldn't help but reveal a smile. He also felt that using the gym chalk was a good move, it allowed him to seize the advantage and secure a narrow victory. Otherwise, in a fair fight against Zhao Liang with his actualization quotient of 60%, the outcome of which one of them would be beaten into a pig's head would not be certain. However, Sun Biao took the conversation for a turn and reached out two dried-up fingers of his. If it was me, I wouldn't have used gym chalk, but rather the iron shavings in the sandbags. As long as enough strength is applied, if there is a direct collision with the retina, it would cause the opponent to lose his vision completely. Then I would scatter iron nails all over the floor. And since my opponent wouldn't be able to see, he would step all over them and have his foot be absolutely pierced. Of course, this wouldn't result in death. But when it comes to these sorts of good darling babies who've grown in a sheltered environment, their greatest fear is pain. This would certainly cause them to lose all mobility. With the loss of both vision and mobility, all I would need is 2 seconds to get rid of him. Li Yao was dumbstruck hearing Sun Biao. It took a long time before awakening from his stupor. He couldn't help debating, but the circumstances were dire. It's already not bad of me to be able to sneakingly grab a handful of gym chalk. How can there be time to break open a sandbag to get the iron shavings inside? The iron nails are even more ridiculous. Where in the gymnasium are there great quantities of iron nails for me to scatter? Sun Biao laughed 2 evil ha-has, saying, as a fighting expert, one must take every second of the 24-hour day to make preparations for battle. Iron shavings, iron nails, and other miscellaneous oddities should absolutely already be carried on your person. Even if you're taking a shower, you still need to have an iron nail wedged in your ass. You lack even this most fundamental of preparations, and you still dare to come out and fight with others at this school. Li Yao was speechless for a time. He felt all of a sudden that this old fogey was more despicable and shameful than himself by 100-fold. Sun Biao gave a cold snort. He continued by saying, however, nowadays, the number of youngsters who can truly fight are dwindling. I see that you have some potential, I suppose. Walk. Let's go to my place. Chat and keep this old fogey company. After all was said, he turned around. With 2 hands held behind his back, he walked to the warehouse. Li Yao hesitated for a moment and followed obediently behind the old fogey. Then he discovered something strange. Sun Biao looked to be unsteady and wavering, shifting with small steps. A single sneeze seemed to be able to topple him. But his speed was not the least bit slow. And, it seemed that he had eyes on the back of his head, for he adjusted his speed according to Li Yao's. He maintained a distance of 5 meters in front of Li Yao from beginning to end. Li Yao could not believe he couldn't catch up to Sun Biao. He clenched his teeth and directly used the Spirit Serpent footwork technique, running into a small sprint. As always, Sun Biao had his pair of hands clasped behind his back and walked with unsteady steps. But no matter how much Li Yao increased his speed, even to the point of causing his head to sweat in steam, he was completely incapable of cutting the distance by even a hair. Is it a high-level footwork technique? Or is it a kind of spatial warping cultivator technique? Li Yao was astonished down to his core. To the side, a few students slowly walked at a snail's pace across them. It was only then did Li Yao suddenly realize. It wasn't that Sun Biao was walking very fast, but rather he was moving extremely slow. He was clearly using the Spirit Serpent technique to its peak hurricane-like speed, but he hadn't even ran 10 meters after running for a long time. All that time, before the other students crossed paths with him, he did not have the slightest clue that something was wrong. Could it be an illusionary mental attack? Li Yao's scalp turned numb. He finally understood just how unfathomable Sun Biao was. He stopped his technique and followed obediently behind Sun Biao with his tail in between his legs, not daring to act carelessly or rashly. Something strange happened when he stopped using the footwork technique. The speed of the two had inconceivably sped up. There were over 1,000 meters of distance between the 9th gym and the warehouse, but they were able to see the big door of the warehouse after only a minute of walking. The warehouse was a small building filled and piled with dust. Peeling paint was on quite a few places on the walls, exposing the yellowish-brown bricks inside. Overall, the appearance was a bit ugly. The building did not appear to be big, but a whole universe seemed to be contained inside. At the 7th turn and 8th detour, after passing by piles of goods and items, a shocking sight appeared in front of Li Yao's eyes, a standard stadium-sized essence cultivation field. Dumbbells, barbells, pec fly machines, squat machines, strength tester machines, crystal clay gel humanoid training dummies. It contained all sorts of cultivation equipment that one could ever need. However, the majority of the equipment were dozen-year-old models. The finish was coarse, black, and full of rusted spots. They let out a rough and dowdy air. Dust covered every cultivation equipment entirely. It seemed that it had been a long time since they were last used. They walked to the center of the cultivation field. Sun Biao turned around and did something that Li Yao would have never expected no matter how much he guessed. This retired old teacher was 150 years old. He unearthed Fiend Blade Peng Hai. He was a person of great reputation and prestige. Yet unexpectedly he faced Li Yao and bowed solemnly. His voice turned incomparably serious as he said, "First and foremost, Student Li Yao, please accept my apologies." Sun, Teacher Sunday. "Sir, what are you doing?" Li Yao was confused and flustered. He stepped forward, intending to help Sun Biao up. But he never thought that this old fogey would be as immovable as casted metal that continued to maintain its bowed form. No matter how much Li Yao tried, Sun Biao would not move. Sun Biao was still bending over when he said seriously, "This school is meant for discovering talent and is a place where talented people are fostered. Your overall combat strength isn't too outstanding, but you possess the combat awareness like that of a keen beast, and you have an abundance of combat experience as well. Indeed, you are a sapling that's worth nurturing. However, our school was unable to unearth you from the common class a bit earlier, wasting and harming a great amount of your youth. This was a neglect of duty by all members of our teaching faculty and staff. So, I can only represent our school in giving you an apology. Student Li Yao, I am truly sorry." Li Yao's mouth was gaping open. He truly did not know how to respond. He was indescribably touched from the depths of his heart. Is this the mettle of a true teacher? Li Yao had never met a teacher like Sun Biao. No wonder Sun Biao was the man who was able to unearth Fiend Blade Peng Hai. Then, Sun Biao finally rose and once again a frivolous expression appeared on his face. A fanatical flame burned in the depths of his eyes. "Kid, have you heard of the Federation's Youth Limit Challenge?" Li Yao's pupils suddenly shrunk back and he subconsciously nodded his head. His heart rate sped up abruptly. Of course, he had heard of it before. The Federation's Youth Limit Challenge competition was held jointly between the Federal Army and the 9 elite universities. It was a large-scale competition that was meant to unearth cultivation geniuses. The competition was held every year around 2 months before the university exams, with a scope that encompassed the whole nation. It was comprised of several hundred competition arenas that ran simultaneously. This youth cultivation competition was the Federation's oldest tradition. It said that each competition arena was like an isolated island, built in such a way that no one could escape. The military would set loose countless savage demon beasts on the island, and the competitors would have to find a way to survive for 5 days on the island in unarmed and defenseless circumstances. Besides facing the demon beasts, competitors must also complete a series of utterly difficult missions. These missions were known as the 100% complete simulation of true combat. The difficulty level was set at an absolutely hellish standard. Competitors were required to push their physical bodies and mental capabilities to the limit. Only then would they be able to distinguish themselves from the many other young geniuses. Scouts from the 9 elite universities were very likely to keep an eye out for those who succeeded and would directly recruit them into the 9 elite universities on the spot. There wouldn't be a need to take the university entrance exams. Even if your performance wasn't that outstanding, as long as one demonstrated a type of special strength, there was still a huge possibility that one would get on the 9 elite universities' preferential score admittance list. If one was able to get their required entrance score reduced by 10-20 points, they would be able to simply eliminate thousands upon thousands of competitors. These benefits caused all the third-year exam takers to rush madly to compete in the Limit Challenge competition. They sharpened their mental capabilities to prepare to compete, and Li Yao was no exception. However, this was an important competition. No average Joe Schmo could willy-nilly take part in it. Every year, the competition organizers would send out invitations to every major high school in the Federation. The number of admission tickets they sent for each high school was determined by the high school's ranking and strength. This year, Crimson Nimbus 2nd received 10 of these tickets. The competition would start in about 40 days. Crimson Nimbus 2nd was assigned to competition arena number 0571. This area would contain 3,000 elite students of Floating Spear City and 13 neighboring cities. All of these students would be gathered under one roof, to go head-to-head against each other. In a month, Crimson Nimbus 2nd would hold a fighting competition in which all of the third-year students were qualified to participate. This was the fairest method to decide which students would get these 10 tickets. Sun Biao saw Li Yao's heart racing and infatuated expression and said, "Kid, I know you stirred up some trouble in this school. However, there is a way to get off scot-free. All you need to do is to prove your strength by seizing one of these tickets in the fighting competition. Then Helion Lai can't do a thing to you." Li Yao thought it over and asked, "Over 1,000 students make up the third years and there are only 10 admission tickets. In other words, my strength must reach the top 10? Sun Biao shook his head saying, "There will certainly be luck involved when the entire grade fights in the competition." Following what happened in the previous years, those whose strength were in the top 20 were able to seize the hope that is the admission ticket. Li Yao thought back to his memories. The top 20 in the grade seemed to be composed of cultivation geniuses with an actualization quotient of at least 65%. His actualization quotient was only 58%. He could not even achieve an absolute victory just then against the person who was ranked last in the important class, Zhao Liang, with his actualization quotient of 60%. Li Yao had to rely on underhanded means for victory. Videos of the fight between him and Zhao Liang would certainly be spread across the entire campus instantly. Everyone would be on their guard. They wouldn't give him opportunities to prevail. After a month, would he be able to face directly and prevail against those experts with actualization quotients exceeding 65%? His heart was filled with hesitation, and this hesitation was written all over his face. Sun Biao laughed lightly and said, "Kid, based on your current strength, don't even think about being top 20 in the whole school. You might not even count as top 50. But, if you receive my special training for a month at my place, then things may change." "What?" Li Yao's pair of eyes flickered and glowed. He jumped from excitement and asked enthusiastically, "Teacher Sun, you'd be willing to teach me personally?" The man standing across from him was the super amazing man who unearthed Fiend Blade Peng Hai. Yet, this man was willing to carry out special training for him. TSK 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 TSK. As long as he could cultivate to the strength of Peng Hai's pinky finger, it would be enough for him to strut arrogantly at Crimson Nimbus 2nd. Sun Biao laughed heartily, exposing a big mouth that was missing a few teeth. "This old geezer has been working in this stuffy warehouse for many years. The bones in my entire body are practically rusted. It was rare enough to discover this interesting toy. Free time is still free time. I can play as I wish. However, it's a bit too soon to be celebrating. This old geezer's special training program can't be endured by any average schmuck. Come, kid. Look at this old geezer's hellish special strength training program. Sun Biao's arm flickered, causing a micro-crystal processor to project a hologram that was densely packed with words describing cultivation training programs. Day 1, at 4 a.m. Run 20,000 meters at a variable speed as a warm-up. At 5 a.m., 10 sets of 10 reps of 500 kg squats. To be done in half an hour. 6 a.m. Breakfast while studying the military applications of the 13 forces of the war beasts. Only that cultivated by the special forces of the military. It removes all the fanciness and reduces it down to its principles, raising the killing potential of the 13 forces of the war beasts. It's completely different than the simplified version cultivated by high school students. 7 a.m. Frog jumping 5 kilometers while bearing 100 kilograms of weight. 8 am, 9 p.m., the first day of special training is done. Day 2, Sun Biao grinned nastily and said, "What's wrong? If you can't handle this, then speak up now. Don't be embarrassed." Back in the day, countless cultivation geniuses were trained into dying dogs under this old geezer's special training program. They had no choice but to give up. Over the course of 90 years, only a few people were able to make it through an entire month. Li Yao read through the program rapidly. He finished reading at rapid speed. He asked, somewhat baffled, "It looks to be nothing special. Completely average with nothing weird. There's nothing particular about it." In the dream of grandeur, he had assumed the identity of a low-level worker at the 100 Smelting Guild. He bore through training that was 100-fold more painful and bitter. That was true persecution and ruin that could easily break a trainee completely. Then the trainee had been kneaded back together, and broken again, then kneaded back together. Only after this happened over and over for several hundred times did he rise from a low-level worker to a forge worker. Sun Biao's special training program was, in the end, at the high school level. In the eyes of Li Yao, there was nothing excessive about it. "Student Li Yao, you sure are arrogant." This special training program was formed from 90 years of Sun Biao's heart and blood. An unknown number of cultivation geniuses had shown shock and horror when faced with this special training program. Yet today, Li Yao had devalued the program to being worthless. And, according to the calm and composed expression on Li Yao's face, Li Yao really didn't think this training program was serious. A prickling glow was unable to be held back by Sun Biao and was let out immediately from the depths of his eyes. Sun Biao's entire face was wrinkled and bunched together. In an instant, his expression had suddenly changed to an incomparable malevolence. Chapter 31 I'm no salted fish. Li Yao cried out deep in his heart, "This is bad." Internally, he asked himself how could he ever take the cruel tempering training of an ancient cultivator guild from 40,000 years ago to be the norm. He had to keep in mind that in the dream of grandeur, the 100 Smelting Guild had several hundred low-level workers who were unable to endure the torment and died, crossing over to the afterlife. The 100 Smelting Guild was one of the more lenient and benevolent among the major ancient guilds. Several thousands of people would die each year if it were one of the harsher guilds. The 100 Smelting Guild's training could be considered a trifling matter. Needless to say, in regards to the demonic cultivator guilds, the creation of each strong individual came with it, the sacrifice of 10,000 weaklings. The ancient cultivation civilization was this ruthless. Hick. Teacher son, I took a good look at it again. Your infernal special training program of death truly comes from the depths of hell. It's super deadly and super terrifying. I'm so scared that I won't be able to finish it. Li Yao spoke tongue-in-cheek. As an old man, Sun Biao was very much experienced. How could he not see that Li Yao was putting on a show? He was agitated into rage. With a sneer, he said, "Okay, kid. No need to shoot off talking big. Change into training clothes. First, try it out by doing 10 sets of squats." Sun Biao got up. He felt out a set of training clothes that had an utterly old-fashioned design from the dust-packed corner of the cultivation field. He tossed it over towards Li Yao. Squats? My favorite. Li Yao warmed up for a bit. He took off his school uniform, changing it for the dust-smelling, old-fashioned training clothes. His eyes gave off a glow as he giggled and spoke. His current strength was bizarre and astonishing, so what he was least fearful of was squats, bench, and other strength training exercises. In just a moment, when he shows his maximum strength, he will certainly cause the old fogey to have eyes bulging from their sockets. He walked up to the rusted squat rack and thought for a moment. He flung out 2 iron plates from the mound of Olympic plates and ferociously pounded them onto the bar. The squatting weight was 300 kilograms. Indeed, 200 kilograms of weight is too light. It wouldn't have any effect on tempering my body. I often use 300 kilograms as a warm-up, so I'm used to it. It won't be a problem, right, teacher Sun? Li Yao clashed a light laugh with Sun Biao, exposing his snow-white teeth. Of course, it's fine. I'm just scared that you might regret it later. Sun Biao also gave a laugh, exposing tawny teeth. It's no more than 300 kilograms. 20 sets can be done by a single breath. What's there to regret from? Li Yao spat some saliva into his palms and rubbed his hands together to a burning hot state. He grabbed the bar with a death grip and lifted it onto his solid traps. Suddenly, power was sent through his pair of feet as he lifted the weight up. Then, he felt his body tighten up. The training clothes, which were originally loose, seemed to awaken with a life of its own, suddenly contracting and transforming into a layer of tenacious leather. It bound him completely. At the same time, an absolutely powerful bizarre strength exploded down, like a giant mountain striking down and smashing his skull. Suddenly, he was smashed to the ground. I forgot to mention, small bastard. This set of training clothes was an artifact that I used for training a dozen years ago. I call it Give Up. It possesses many magical abilities. The first of which is the ability to create a gravitational field. Wearing these clothes is like wearing a several 100-pound set of armor. Let's see, right now you're bearing 200 kilograms of weight on your body, laughed Sun Biao nastily. 200 kilograms of weight. Plus the 300 kilograms of weight on the barbell. That's a total of half a ton. Li Yao was not prepared for that weight. Of course, he was firmly squashed. How despicable. But, 500 kilograms is still nothing special. Li Yao was smashed into seeing stars. He gritted his teeth unwaveringly. He braced his hands tightly in veins, thick and solid, popped out on his arms. The bones in his entire body creaked randomly as he stiffly straightened his back. He grasped the barbell once again, spread his feet apart, lowered his hips, and got up with complete stability. 1 repetition of the standard squat was completed. With a total weight of 500 kilograms. In the dream of grandeur, I had to endure several dozen years under the Titan. His methods were crueler than yours by 100-fold, you dying old geezer. You think this is hard enough to stop me? You're dreaming, cried Li Yao in his heart. He once again squatted down to a deep position to prepare for his second rep. Suddenly, it was like a bolt of lightning hacked into his soul. Li Yao felt that all 720 acupoints in his body simultaneously conducted with a strong current of electricity. The shock caused his hair to puff up and his eyes to go white. With a blood-curdling shriek, he fell once more to the ground. The barbell slammed heavily into the squat rack with a bang, causing rust to randomly explode off and dust to fly into the air. The second ability of Give Up is the ability to produce a powerful electric current. It has short intervals of 3 to 5 seconds and long intervals of 2 minutes per shock, bombarding against your body's acupoints. It will stimulate your cells into becoming stronger and purify your body and mind so it can be reborn completely. TSK 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 TSK. This is a cultivation treasure that anyone would dream of using. The only thing is the small bit of minor pain that comes with it. You can still handle it, right? Sun Biao was beaming with smiles as he asked. You're joking. Of course, I can handle this. Li Yao's lips were bitten into a bloody mess. He lay on the ground, panting for breath for a long time before he was able to crawl back up with utter difficulty. His right hand was shaking and trembling. He felt for the barbell with a difficulty incomparable. His fingers hadn't even touched the barbell when the assault of an unbearable pain came striking once more. This time, the pain wasn't that of a strong electric current but that of extreme heat. It was like his entire body was tossed into a volcano. He was struggling in the incomparably hot magma, causing his skin to be roasted and his blood to flow at racing speeds as boiling molten iron. Then in the next second, the scorching heat suddenly dissipated. In its place was bone-penetrating freezing chill that practically caused even his brains to freeze into an ice cube. He was completely unable to take a breath or think a thought. He felt the blazing heat and the freezing cold alternate 3 times before it gradually faded away. Before Li Yao could even screech miserably, an electric current attacked his acupoints once more. It tore through his body, causing him to twitch involuntarily. This is the final magical ability of Give Up. It produces an illusionary attack of a blazing heat and a freezing cold every minute. Be at ease. This targets the deepest and most mysterious part of your mind. It's all an illusion. It won't cause harm to a single hair on your body. Instead, it tempers your mental strength by breaking open the depths of your mind. If one day you become a cultivator, it can also allow you to absorb greater amounts of spiritual energy, increasing your cultivation speed by many factors over other people. A trace of disappointment flashed on the old fogey's face when he looked at Li Yao's painful appearance of rolling all over the floor. The old fogey laughed to himself and yawned. He said lazily, "Okay, I've had my fun. Go ahead and change clothes. These clothes weren't prepared just for you. All you need to say the 3 words, 'I give up,' and it will automatically remove itself from you. It won't torment you any longer." Give up? Li Yao lied on the ground for a long time. He breathed and breathed, gasping like whale stranded ashore. At last, he got up inch by inch, like a rusted metal puppet. With extreme difficulty, he placed the barbell on his shoulders, stiffly raising 200 kilograms of weight. The high electric current and the illusionary blazing heat struck. He exploded out with his second squat rep. "That's 2. Li Yao howled out like a beast from the depths of his throat. He had sounded this battle howl quite frequently in the depths of the artifact graveyard. Sun Biao went in surprise. A trace of shock flashed from within his eyes. Immediately, he sneered, "You only did 2 reps, 1 set has exactly 10 whole reps. Thr. 3. Li Yao's teeth were clenched, the sound of rusted metal against metal filled the spacious training room. 4. 5. 6. 7. 8. 9. 10. A whole 10 reps of squats while wearing this bizarre clothing. Give up caused Li Yao to use up the last of his strength. He pushed out 10 reps of squat with perfect form without a trace of slack. I did it. Li Yao's head was dizzy and his vision was faded. His pair of ears rang with tinnitus and blood rushed wildly from his entire body to his brain. His heart was beating incomparably violently, seeming to practically rip open his chest and leap out. He lay sprawled under the squat rack, unable to get his body to make a single movement. He stared blankly at the dazzling crystal essence lights on the ceiling. He felt unable to control even a single finger. Sun Biao's figure emerged in the edge of his vision with a face of amazement that could not be concealed. The old fogey spoke with a sound that contained some shivering. "Kid, you're good, right? I'm good. I just need to rest for a bit. I still need to do 9 sets. Li Yao's mouth hooked into a smile as he laughed with a laugh that was uglier than crying. Sun Biao was silent for a moment. He shook his head as he said, "Kid, just give up. I've already said that these clothes weren't meant for ordinary people to use. You can't possibly wear it and complete 10 sets of squats. There's still 90 reps to go. Come on then, say, I give up and have the clothes removed." Li Yao swept his gaze across Sun Biao, and he stared once more at the dazzling lights on the ceiling. Under the refraction of his tears and sweat, those lights turned incomparably bright. He suddenly realized why the name of this artifact was "Give Up." It's because its greatest ability was not the ability to produce a gravitational field of several hundred kilograms, nor its intense electric current assault, nor the blazing heat or freezing cold mental illusions. Actually, it was pretty simple, ordinary, and easy, stemming from the 3 words, "I give up." All it would take is for Li Yao's lips to touch and use the lightest of lightest sounds to say the 3 words, "I give up," to be able to remove this set of training clothes. He would escape from the weight, from the electric current, and from the illusionary mental inhuman persecution. And he would lose the courage to wear this set of clothes, for all eternity. Will he give up? The first set of squats had already depleted all the strength in his body. Every strand of muscle, every sliver of vein, every cell in his body was squeezed dry. He felt that he lacked the strength to even go take a piss. He still had 9 sets to go. A whole entire 90 reps of squats. He would have to endure through an onslaught of bearing 200 kilograms, electric assaults, and illusionary mental attacks. He would have to raise the 300 kilograms barbell and continuously squat down, get up, and straighten his back. For a whole 90 reps, this ought to be fundamentally impossible, right? Even if he grits his teeth and use all of his strength to complete the 2 sets with all his might, 3 sets, 4 sets, 5 sets, 6 sets, 7 sets, 8 sets. Any moment during those sets, he could completely collapse, forcing him to say the 3 words, "I give up." And so since this is the case, why doesn't he just give up now? It's so easy. All he would need to do is touch his lips together, with a light vibration of his vocal cords, and with a slight opening of his mouth. "I give up." And half a second later, he would be free and relaxed. "I give." Looking at the dazzling lights on the ceiling, Li Yao spoke each word softly. But within the dazzling lights emerged forth a string of dazzling memories. These clothes weren't meant for ordinary people. Sun Biao had said in this manner. But am I an ordinary person? An ordinary person would not carry memories from a previous life upon birth. They wouldn't remember any sort of messy earth affairs, right? An ordinary person wouldn't possibly be able to wrest control from and survive against the tyrannical cultivator, O Yezi, of 40,000 years ago, and instead, engulf O Yezi's memories, right? These 2 events, whichever bastard would have one of these things happen to them would not be considered an ordinary person. As for me, I've experienced both phenomenon. Then, am I going to, in the face of these training clothes that weren't meant for the ordinary person, give up? Li Yao suddenly withdrew his line of sight from the ceiling lights, shrinking into the depths of his pupils, and transforming into a needle-sharp stellar glow. "Teacher Sun. Am I allowed to listen to music?" he suddenly spoke lightly. "Listen to music?" Sun Biao never expected that Li Yao would ask this sort of question. He was distracted for a great amount of time before saying, "Sure, if you want." "Okay, give me 30 more seconds." Li Yao laughed lightly, closed his eyes, and stuffed the tone bell artifact crafted by the Sounds of Wonder Guild into his ears. Lu Inchi resounded greatly with a voice in his ears that seemed to be able to pierce through the entire galaxy. Her voice immediately vibrated within the depths of his soul. After the raging waves and stormy seas, I stagger onward with all my might. My heart fears not the striking of thunder, for the lightning shall illuminate the path ahead. I am completely different from you. Li Yao abruptly opened his eyes. The size of the needle-sharp stellar glow in his eyes had already disappeared. In other words, his pair of eyes were filled completely with the stellar glow. And then, he said a sentence that caused Sun Biao to be at a loss for words. I am no salted fish. What did you say? Sun Biao thought he had misheard. What salted fish? Li Yao didn't hear the old geezer's question under the bombardment of the wild music. He was completely immersed in his own world. He spoke in whispers. Perhaps I was a salted fish in my dream, since I had given up in various situations. I dried up. I withered. And gradually, I turned into a salted fish. Turning into an ordinary person. But me. I am no salted fish. I absolutely will not give up. Li Yao stood up. 300 kilograms of weight was on his shoulders. An electric current ran all over his body. A screaming freezing chill and a devastating magma ran through the depths of his mind. Yet still, he griped onto the barbell. His strength was very great, for even the hard steel creaked under his palm. The second set of squats starts now. The cultivation field, covered with the dust of several years, resounded once more with roars like the raging waves and stormy seas. A boiling fervor surged in waves of heat. Chapter 32 He's a monster. Sun Biao had a somewhat dazed expression as he saw Li Yao act in this wild and crazed manner. The muscles in Li Yao's entire body were torn with one rep after another. Sun Biao's thoughts flew back to a time a dozen years ago. He sunk into old memories. The reflection of Li Yao's figure in the depths Sun Biao's pupils seemed to gradually be overlapped by a tall, lofty figure, becoming a different person. Only when a chirping sound came from the lower right corner of the hologram, accompanied by a faint vibration on his wrist, did the old fogey awaken from his thoughts. He swallowed some spittle, moistening his somewhat dried throat. He withdrew himself to a corner so that Li Yao couldn't see him, and he opened up the E-Crane instant messenger function. The image of a clear and elegant figure appeared, mixed with a chilling air, in the center of the hologram. Old Sunday. Sir, I see that you have already taken that child away. I truly thank you, sir, for your actions this time. Si Jiaxue expressed her gratitude with utmost sincerity. Sun Biao chuckled, saying, My dear little Shui. You even went through your father to come seeking for this old geezer. What more can I say? However, in the end, what is the relationship between you and this kid? Why do you want to help him? Si Jiaxue frowned slightly. It seemed that she was very unwilling to be associated with Li Yao. She explained seriously, Old son, there's not even a trace of a relationship between me and this little scoundrel. There's only the matter of me entrusting him, a few days ago, with the repair of an old model crystal processor left behind by my grandma. It was because of this that Helian Lai, the mad dog that he is, created a disturbance with this scoundrel. In the end, this matter came forth because of me. So of course, I should not allow him to be bitten by mad dog Helian Lai, otherwise, wouldn't people have misgivings dealing with me? With the raising of his eyebrows, Sun Biao adopted a mischievous expression, so it's that simple, eh? It's not that dear little Shui has fallen for this kid, right? Him? Preposterous. Si Jiaxue couldn't help laughing. Sun Biao did not expect this response. He said speechlessly, even this outrageous kid is not enough for you. My dear little Shui, your standards are uncommonly high. Si Jiaxue lightly laughed and changed the subject. The elderly and the youth chatted idly for a few sentences. Sun Biao cut off communications and raised his head once again, hearing Li Yao roaring himself hoarse. The seventh set starts now. This monster. It can't be. Can he truly give up and complete 10 whole sets of squats? Sun Biao's astonishment was enough to cause tingling in his scalp, scratching his head as he pondered. After a short moment later, he found a name from his address book and sent out an e-crane message. Soon, a virtual crane flew out from the lower right corner of the hologram. Its wings extended and it transformed into a projection of a clear 3D figure of a person. To be exact, it was Fiend Blade Peng. Peng was lying down in a relaxed comfortable manner in a bathtub. A large plate of fruit floated in front of him. Peng was in utter pleasure as he soaked in his bath. Peng laughed as he said, "Old geezer, I was just about to ask if you wanted to grab dinner tonight and ask about a certain person in the meantime. Do you know if our Crimson Nimbus II has had any sort monster level student graduate within the past few years?" Monster level? There weren't any sort of special saplings in the past few years. Everyone was pretty normal and ordinary. I need to really think about this. Oh. Let's put this matter on a hold for now. I want to tell you some explosive news. Do you still remember the clothes I specifically crafted for you a dozen years ago? Give up? Sun Biao rubbed his hands, wanting to give Peng a scare. The muscles on Fiend Blade Peng-hai's face twitched as he recalled back to the unbearable memories of past events. He said with rage through gritted teeth, "Of course, I remember. You dead old geezer. You actually crafted such a vicious artifact. No wonder you were formerly known as the degenerate of the cultivators, you scum." Sun Biao laughed mischievously as he was actually quite fond of this nickname. He said impatiently, "This set of clothes has been tossed in the corner and laid there ever since you graduated. I never used it at all. But today, there has been a student who put it on." What? Fiend Blade Peng really was shocked into paralysis. With an expression that didn't know whether to laugh or cry, he said, "Dead geezer, you have a way too mischievous heart. This type of thing isn't something that you should give someone to wear willy-nilly. This is something that will torture someone into having a mental breakdown." Sun Biao was somewhat embarrassed. He grumbled, "At first, I saw the kid running too wildly. I just wanted to knock him off his high horse and give him a little taste. After 2 minutes, he would cry for his mom and dad and remove the clothes like a good boy, right? Who would have imagined that once this kid had a taste of it, he still wanted more? Not wanting to remove it after wearing it. And he also did 7 sets in a breath of time. That's not right, it was 8 sets of 300 kilogram squats." Fiend Blade Peng asked astonished, "Crimson Nimbus II actually has this kind of cultivation genius? How come I didn't know? Don't tell me he's not a 3rd year, but a 1st or 2nd year?" Sun Biao extended a finger, lightly swaying it. "Nope, he's not a cultivation genius." "Not a cultivation genius?" Peng frowned. Sun Biao squinted his eyes and said in complete seriousness, "Think back to those times when I crafted Give Up. You were only 14 years old, but your actualization quotient had already hit 100%. You were able to connect to the essence of heaven and earth and draw spiritual energy into your body. You had a strong body, and your mental strength was firm. So, you were able to cross this ordeal of Give Up." Sun Biao paused, breathing in and out. It seemed that even now he dared not believe the sight he'd seen. Sun Biao continued, "And this kid will already be 18 years old this year with a maximum actualization quotient of 60%. And his fleshly body is still completely that of a child's. He's using his fleshly body paired with his monstrously thick level of mental fortitude to forcefully withstand Give Up. Your kind is a cultivation genius that can hardly be seen once every 100 years. But this kind of person can only be described from head to toe as a monster." Fiend Blade Peng was moved. He never thought that his teacher would hold this kid in such a high regard. He was also interested. "Old geezer, send me a recording to watch." "No problem." "Oh, that's right. I have a recording of a fight he just had." I'll send them both for you to watch. Although from a strength perspective, he's still at the fighting level of a child, but in regards to his battle awareness and his usage of his surroundings. Hee. I'll say something that will make you mad. It seems that he's more suited than you for inheriting my title of the Degenerate of Cultivators. Sun Biao laughed vulgarly as he sent over a few videos. Why would I be mad? I currently walk amongst the circle of cultivators, and I've never dared to be recognized as the succeeding disciple of the Degenerate of Cultivators. Otherwise, I fear that every minute there will be a group of justice-seeking, demon-beheading, devil-exterminating, knights coming to cause harm to the circle of cultivators. I'm exactly looking for someone who can really inherit your legacy. Peng giggled as he received the videos. He opened them indifferently. The more he watched, the straighter he sat, and the more astonished his expression. A wisp of cheer flashed in the depths of his eyes. How is he? Not bad, right? I don't have any impression on any sort of monster-level graduate you're looking for. Anyway, in the past dozen years, the only small monster that's been able to shock me into stupefaction is precisely this one kid. Why don't you come over if you're interested and chat with this little bastard? Laughed Sun Biao. No need. You go and chat without me. Later, I will talk with him all night long and chat until daybreak, Fiend Blade, Peng said, beaming with smiles. His smiling expression was extremely vicious. Li Yao was still struggling against the steel barbell inside the squat rack. He bursted forth with all his energy to do the final set. He didn't know that from the start, behind him in the dim corner of the room, an old bastard called the Degenerate of Cultivators and a fiendish bastard expert known as Fiend Blade were whispering to each other. They were discussing details on strength training for Li Yao, with things escalating the more they discussed. Finally. I did it. 10 sets of squats. Li Yao roared like a wild beast. His two eyes turned white as he fell straight back to create a bang. The sweat around his body formed a large human figure on the ground. With a fuzzy mind, he felt Sun Biao head towards him and feed him a medicinal pill the size of a small baby's fist. When the pill entered his mouth, he didn't have the chance to chew before it transformed into an incomparable spicy, hot liquid that flowed down his throat into his belly. Irritation. The irritation was too much. It was more irritating than eating an entire bowl of mustard. The spice caused Li Yao's eyes to overflow with tears that splattered everywhere. Suddenly, he leapt from the ground, jumping a meter high. Water. Water. Get me water fast. Kid, how do you feel at the moment? Sun Biao asked with a beaming smile. Huh? Li Yao blinked his eyes. He felt his body from head to toe and discovered something weird. The exhaustion and spent feeling in his body had actually been swept out, although his mouth was still filled with the incomparable, irritable spiciness. Every single part of his body contained an abundance of strength. His physical ability was restored back to his maximum state. Today was just the opening appetizer. The true training begins tomorrow. Is there a problem? Student Li Yao? Sun Biao snapped his fingers lightly, causing the training clothes on Li Yao's body to automatically be shed like the molting of a snake. Li Yao was like a startled bunny, running to the entrance of the warehouse with only 3 steps. Only then did he look back and answer through gritted teeth, of course, it's not a problem. I'll still come back here tomorrow morning. You just wait. Sure. Sun Biao laughed nastily. He then spoke to himself in a low voice, the only thing is, I fear that you won't even be able to get out of your bed tomorrow morning, you little monster. 8 p.m. Li Yao arrived at the Militant Wolf Slayers gym right on the dot. He was overflowing with confidence towards tonight's 3-minute spar. What a joke. He was able to grit through the pain and endure through that sinister, deceitful, despicable, shameless, cruel, and brutal give up. It can't be that he wouldn't be able to endure through 3 minutes of the smiling clown's assault, right? Only. Looking at the strange smiling expressions that covered the smiling clown and bald gym owners' faces caused him to feel a bit of nervousness in his heart. These two good friends, with their smiling faces, were like two hungry wolves with rumbling stomachs. They looked at Li Yao as if he were a clean-washed rabbit slathered with sauce. This look, in the eyes of Li Yao, caused Li Yao to feel that there was a gargantuan conspiracy being covered by their smiling expressions. Is your belly hungry? Do you want to first eat a grand buffet? Look and see. There's so many high-calorie military MREs. Go ahead and eat to your heart's content, laughed the bald gym owner. After you finish eating, you can also use the strengthening drug bath. And you can also get a massage from a master masseur. This way, your stamina will be restored to your peak state, said the smiling clown. You guys. What are you plotting? Li Yao had cold sweat trickle down his forehead, feeling his danger senses tingling. The smiling clown and the bald gym owner glanced at each other. They laughed involuntarily, saying, "It's nothing. There's absolutely nothing going on. How could we ever be plotting something? All we wanted was just to make sure you're brought to your best condition so that you can spar for a good 5 minutes. 5 minutes? The contract obviously says 3 minutes. Li Yao suddenly jumped up. The smiling clown raised 2 fingers as he said, 20 grand. All you need to do is endure through 5 minutes and I will give you 20 grand. The night felt absolutely endless. The ghost market was a dozen or so kilometers from the surface. The Upper Eastern District extended to include the villas on the artificial lakes. In the basement of one of the luxurious villas was bang, 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 bang. A lash ripped through the air and deeply embedded itself into someone's back. The sound of a whip striking was enough to cause one's hair to stand on end. A giant with exploding muscles and dark hair all over his body gripped a whip that contained special pain-causing drugs. One whip after another lashed out ruthlessly, seemingly seeking to flay the still-living Hellion Lai dead. The wooden bar within Hellion Lai's mouth had already been bitten into a pulp. Surprisingly, Hellion Lai had yet to scream even half a squeak. His gaze remained fixed ahead. In front of Hellion Lai was an enormous hologram. It played, over and over, the entire fight between Li Yao and Zhao Liang that had happened during the day at the 9th gym. Hellion Lai's expression was that of a wolf and tiger. He wished with all his hate to be able to jump into the screen and eat Li Yao whole. Do you know why you're receiving this family punishment? The towering iron giant spoke coldly behind Hellion Lai. His voice was both sharp and piercing, a complete contradiction from his thick and buff body. It was a stark contrast. According to father, it's my fault. I shouldn't have stirred up trouble in public, causing our Hellion family to lose face. Hellion Lai snorted indifferently. Nonsense. Hellion Ba's rage flared. A kick flew out that actually caused the torture rack to forcefully split, sending Hellion Lai flying into the wall. This powerful and heavy kick contained absolutely no mercy. Hellion Lai's skull collided directly into the wall, forming a crater in the granite-adorned wall. Hellion Lai fell to the ground. Blood spurted wildly from his mouth, even bringing 3 white thick teeth out of his mouth. Hellion Ba didn't even glance at Hellion Lai while he walked over with large strides. His leather boots crushed, with strength, onto his son's face. He said each word with a stomp, although it's true that your father doesn't like you causing trouble in public, it's because even though you stirred up trouble, you still lost that badly in that manner. I dislike that even more. A lion facing a rabbit still must use all his strength. Even if you were facing a piece of trash from the common class, you, a genius of the important class, should not have lowered your guard in that fashion. Keep in mind that any person who becomes your enemy is qualified for you to use all your strength. Do you understand yet? Understand. I won't underestimate any opponents. I will absolutely get my revenge. Hellion Lai's skull echoed with creaks under his father's military boots. Hellion Lai howled with all his strength. Hellion Ba gave a cold snort, think it over before doing anything. That old fart Sun Biao pulled the kid out of trouble. Be peaceful for this period of time. Don't give me any more trouble. Hellion Lai's eyes suddenly bulged open as he cried out, it can't be that we're letting it go like this. Dad, you're a board member of our school. Don't tell me that you're scared of that dead, retired old geezer Sun Biao. True. I've heard that in his younger years, he was quite a fierce cultivator in the circle, but he's made too many enemies. He suffered a critical injury from an attack a dozen years ago. The strength he has left is no more than 1% of his peak, so he was forced to hide in Crimson Nimbus Second and act as an ordinary teacher. And right now, he's so old with many plaguing ailments. He could die any moment now. Do we really need to be this scared of him? Hellion Ba scowled. The weight of his foot increased by several factors. With a deep shout, he said, what do you know? A cultivator, in the end, is still a cultivator. Even if he only has 1% of his strength, even if he only has 1 second left to live, as long as he's not completely dead, we cannot lower our guard. What's even more is, that this undying old man has said that he won't dedicate his life protecting the kid. He just wants us to give him a month of time. After a month, he will stand aside and do nothing. It's a far too unspeakable action if I don't show him this tiny bit of face. After all, I am only a board member, not the chairman. Even if I am the chairman, I would still need to follow proper conduct as a cultivator of the circle. Otherwise, hatred may be born between me and another cultivator, one that will last until one of us dies. Death would be looming over my head every minute. A month of time. Fine. I will wait a month then. Hellion Lai's handsome face was warped and twisted under the military boot. It was an expression of incomparable enmity. From that day forwards, Crimson Nimbus Second had a new legend spread around campus. Hey, did y'all hear about that? Of course it really was way too scary, too terrible, and too brutal. Lunchtime in the school's dining hall, several girls were whispering among themselves. Fear lingered in their hearts. What thing are y'all talking about? How could it frighten y'all to shivers? One of the duller girls asked puzzled. A schoolgirl, with a face full of freckles, looked left and right before saying in a low and secretive voice, you didn't hear? There's someone in the 3rd year called Li Yao. He's a screwed ghost. I don't know how he offended Hellion Lai, but he even beat one of Hellion Lai's underlings down to the ground. So, Hellion Lai's been provoked into a giant rage. It's become even worse, he tortured Li Yao. Those who've been tortured by Hellion Lai don't resemble people anymore. Their ghosts don't resemble ghosts. Dear God, Hellion Lai. My Prince Charming. So in the end, how did he torture Li Yao? Asked the dull-witted girl in surprise. The freckled girl promptly covered her mouth and said, be a little bit quieter. How can we talk about something like this loud and screaming? Obviously, we haven't personally seen the details of the torture. But all you need to do is to take one look at Li Yao and you will know just how miserable people become when they offend Hellion Lai. She's right. I've heard that Hellion Lai locked Li Yao into the school's warehouse, torturing him day in and day out. I passed through the alley behind the warehouse one time. I heard blood-curdling screams going coming out from the warehouse. Those screams seemed to come straight from the depths of hell. I don't want to talk about how terrifying it was. It scared me out of my mind. Even though I'd left my shoe behind, I was too scared to go back to get it, verified another chubby girl. Is it as exaggerated as you all say? Asked the dull-witted girl in doubt. Right at this moment, a boy with a bloody nose, swollen face, haggard appearance, and a completely exhausted body, walked past the girls, trembling and swaying, staggering and stumbling, with an unsteady gait. The moment his buttocks hit the chair, his entire body slumped over onto the table as if he were made of mud. "Look! That's Li Yao right there." The freckled girl's eyes shined while she poked the dull-witted girl without delay. The dull-witted girl turned around and looked. She couldn't help let out a gasp of surprise. "Dear God! It's even worse than you say. His entire face has turned into a pig's head. Hurry, look! He's shivering non-stop all over his body. There are bloody blisters all over his hands and they're still bleeding. How horrible!" Right as she spoke, Li Yao suddenly went into a violent twitching fit. His head even jerked up from the spasms. "You see it, right? Those are the symptoms of being beaten into epilepsy," whispered the freckled girl. And opposite of Li Yao came his bro for life Meng Jiang, carrying lunch. In total, there were 10 sausages each as thick as an arm, 20 giant meatballs, a giant wooden bowl of rice, and 10 emery biscuits meant for military consumption. "Little devil, don't lie to me. Are you really getting special training from Sun Biao? You're not getting beat up by Hellion Lai's henchmen, are you?" Meng Jiang asked once again, his eyes full of doubt. Li Yao's mouth pulled back into a laugh that was uglier than crying. He lacked the strength to even talk. "If you knew it would be like this earlier, it might have been better to just take a beating from Hellion Lai." Bro for life Meng Jiang let out a deep sigh. From not too far away, the girls continued their conversation in whispers. "How can he eat so much? He's simply a monster," said the dull-witted girl. "I know the answer to this," the chubby girl said with some pity. "According to psychology, when one's mental pressure becomes too strong, one would involuntarily get an insatiable appetite and would eat an enormous amount of food to relieve their stress. Personally, I have to manage depression all day due to my parents fighting at home, so I can't help but eat more and more." However, the chubby girl glanced down at the 2 sausages, 3 giant meatballs, and 1 large ball of rice on her plate. She looked once more at the giant mountain of meat piled in front of Li Yao, coming to a conclusion: from the way he eats, he must be at a terminal stage. He's on the verge of a mental breakdown. That's so sad. The dull-witted girl saw Li Yao's figure twitching from time to time. Her expression was full of pity. "So that's why people say that in our school, you can mess with anyone, just as long as it's not Hellion Lai. Even if you offended Hellion Lai by accident, you need to beg for forgiveness immediately. By all means, do not go against him. Otherwise, you will end up as screwed as a ghost," said the freckled girl in all seriousness. Upon seeing Li Yao's tragic experience, this was the common conclusion of every student in Crimson Nimbus 2nd. However, Li Yao was described in a totally different image within the E-Crane messages between Sun Biao and Peng Hai. Day 7 of Special Training. Sun Biao's and Peng Hai's chat logs. Sun Biao, he's not human. It's impossible that this kid's a human. It's only been the 7th day of special training, yet he increased the gravitational field of Give Up to 400 kilograms and completed the whole workout. I even increased the intensity of the training program by 20%, yet that's still not hard enough to stop him. How about you? OL Hai, how goes it on your end? Peng Hai, needless to say, he sparred with me for a full 10 minutes last night. There were many times where I was nearly hit by him. Even if I only use 3% of my true power, this type of feeling truly puts me in a bad mood. Anyway, I was finally able to make huge improvements on my strength control capabilities under his pressure. Day 13 of Special Training. Sun Biao's and Peng Hai's chat logs. Sun Biao, this kid squatted 500 kilograms of weight and completed 2 days' worth of workouts. Oh, that's right, his actualization quotient increased by 4% to 62% in a short 3 days. Does this even count as being human? Hey OL Hai, talk to me. Why aren't you saying anything? Peng Hai, he managed to hit me with a punch last night in the stomach. Sun Biao, Peng Hai, Sun Bao, ha 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 ha. If I'm the degenerate of cultivators, then that simply makes you the disgrace of cultivators. You were actually hit by an ordinary person. Peng Hai, I only used 3% of my true strength. I wasn't just restricting down to 3% of my physical strength, but I was also restricting my hearing, sight, smell, speed. Everything was restricted down to 3%. It's perfectly normal to be accidentally hit by him. No, this won't do. Tonight, I will use 4% of my true power. Sun Biao, then what will happen to your strength control special training? Peng Hai, F***ck my strength control special training. This senior needs to first let out some steam. Day 25 of special training. Sun Biao's and Peng Hai's chat logs. Sun Biao, I've already raised all of Give Up's magical abilities to their limits. It's basically the equivalent of your training difficulty back in the day, yet this kid still can forcefully squat that barbell. It's way too horrifying. Even I'm a bit scared of looking at his expression when he grinds his teeth with rage. What do you think? Should I draw some of his blood to get some lab tests done? Peng Hai, lab tests, why? Sun Biao, this kid absolutely has some demon beast blood lineage running inside him. He's 100% a savage beast. The final day of special training. Sun Biao's and Peng Hai's chat logs. Peng Hai, isn't it the final day? In a few hours, it will be the hour of intense battle. Over 1,000 third-year students will fight for the 10 tickets. So how is he? How's the kid's situation? Sun Biao, I'm not sure how to say this, but I'm a bit scared to let him go out. Peng Hai, why is that? Sun Biao, I'm scared that when this savage beast emerges from its cage, it will cause the entire school to explode into the heavens. April 12, light showers with a slight breeze. 61 days 13 hours 22 minutes and 45 seconds remain until the university entrance exams. Today was Crimson Nimbus 2nd's annual Hour of Intense Battle. All the first and second years have the day off, leaving the campus to be a battlefield for the third years. The third years will strive over 10 tickets to the Youth Limit Challenge competition, fighting to the bloody end. The rules are simple. First, 10 seeded competitors will be chosen out of all the third-year students via lottery fashion. Each of these students will receive a ticket to carry on their bodies, and each of these students will be dispersed around the campus. It was up to the student to decide whether to go into hiding or to form a group. Anything goes, as long as the student doesn't leave campus. And the other students can use any methods, any strategies, and any objects found within the campus to attack these 10 seeded competitors and seize by force their tickets. All the admission tickets were sealed in special artifact boxes. Every half a minute, these boxes will send a ripple of spiritual energy to notify every student's handheld crystal processor of the positions of these tickets. So, the students needn't worry about a ticket holder hiding in a dark corner, camping despicably until the contest was over. The fierce battle begins at 10 in the morning and ends at 3 in the afternoon, a total of 5 hours. Only the students who still held onto the tickets to the end will receive the qualifications to participate in the Federation's Youth Limit Challenge. Early morning, 8:45 one by one, fluffy puffy balls of flesh opened their round and plump eyes. They were of every color imaginable, like bright colors of the rainbow, and used all their effort to flutter their flabby wings. They flew through the air crying, "Pudgy pudgy pudgy," dispersing around campus. This was an artificial demon beast whose scientific name was Flying Piglet Eye. Experts from the Beast Guild used the blood of piglets, bunnies, and various flying creatures to create this amalgamation. This new species was created after crossbreeding several dozens of generations. Special crystal camera chips were even installed in the bodies of these flying piglet eyes. Whatever is seen by these flying piglet eyes can be transmitted to crystal processors nearby. These sorts of things were originally engineered with the purpose of being floating security cameras. However, due to their fluffy shape, chubby body, and the laughter-like, pudgy sounds they made while flying in the air, they soon became popular among every household. They became an extraordinarily hot household pet and were called pudgy critters by the masses. 1,000 pudgy critters spread to every nook and cranny across campus, getting into position for surveillance. Over 1,000 real-time videos were broadcasted to gigantic holograms installed in 3 VIP lounges. The first VIP lounge was set up in Gymnasium No. 1. It was extremely large and was meant for the family heads to come watch their children. 1,000 family heads had already gathered inside, creating a cauldron of voices that clamored loudly. The second VIP lounge was set up in the school's assembly room, providing footage of the fights to the teachers and elite students of various sister schools within Floating Spear City. This sort of school exchange was extremely common. Crimson Nimbus II also sends their elite students and teachers to other high schools to exchange and learn from their admission ticket competitions. The third VIP lounge was set up directly in the headmaster's office. All those present were either of school administration or board members. However, at this moment, the headmaster, head instructor, supervisors of each grade, and even the board members, whose positions exceeded the rest, gathered around a single person like stars cupping the moon. With great reverence and respect, they circled around an extremely scholarly middle-aged man, whose temple hair has gone white. This refined and scholarly middle-aged man was called Zhou-Yin and was a cultivator of the building foundation stage. He was the elder responsible for nurturing new admittees to the Crimson Nimbus Guild and was the immediate supervisor to the administration of Crimson Nimbus II. Zhou-Yin was graceful and elegant, lacking completely the air of arrogance. He said with a completely cordial laugh, "We have made much improvement in our education's quality this year for Crimson Nimbus II, producing some good saplings. Speaking of which, I've heard that a Hellion Lai and also a Si Jiaxue are some decent new talent." "Oh, that's right. I remember that Hellion Lai is board member Hulian's only son, right?" "Yes. I never thought Elder Zhou would know of my unaccomplished son." Hellion Ba's entire face glowed red, shining with a smile. "As long as one has talent, I would remember them without a doubt. The future of the Crimson Nimbus Guild belongs to them." "Alrighty then. It's exactly 9 o'clock. Begin the games." With a wave of his hand, Zhao Yin's face suddenly turned serious with an expression like an unapproachable stranger. He had entered into his business mode, changing into a different person entirely. The hour of intense battle officially begins. A sharp, beautiful bell rang throughout campus. 1,000 third-year students, with bloodshot eyes, leapt out from various nooks and crannies within the school buildings. Each of these students had their head lowered, looking at their micro-crystal processors. Soon, they discovered the 10 ticket bearers among the crowd, their targets. "Found one. He's over there. Eliminate him quick." The 10 seated competitors were chosen at random, so their strengths weren't necessarily strong and oppressive. With a blood-curdling shriek, they were engulfed by the tide of people. Several dozen medical flying shuttles circled endlessly in the sky to be readily available at all times. Doctors and nurses from the nearby major hospitals were temporarily hired and stationed on these flying shuttles. They, along with several healing specialized cultivators, would put an end to any accidental mishaps from occurring. Since the fighting will last until 3 in the afternoon before coming to an end, the students who emerged first weren't necessarily the ones with the strongest power. For example, practically none of the students of the important class has made a move so far. They rested with closed eyes in incomparable luxury within their classroom. The students currently participating in the fighting were doomed with no chance of holding onto a ticket until 3 p.m. However, that was not a problem since the school had something to motivate these students. They specifically set up incentives of every level. As long as a student seizes a ticket for a moment, no matter if it's 5 or 10 minutes, they will receive a prize. And so, these students of the ascending and common class also fought with their lives at stake. Even though their power weren't that special, the hair-raising rage and bloodbath attitudes they exhibited caused the scenes of fighting to be quite lively. Ah! Die! A student who held a ticket in his pocket leapt down the stairwell and was trampled with a kick to the sternum by another student hiding in the corner, who then seized the ticket away. And once this student discovered that there was nobody in his surroundings, he connivingly hid himself away into the girls' restrooms. Only to be raided by a male student who had hidden himself in ambush at an earlier time within a bathroom stall. The admission ticket changed hands again. Similar scenes played out in the various nooks and corners around campus. Every now and then, heads were broken and blood flowed, muscles snapped and bones fractured. These injured students were lifted into the medical treatment shuttles. Within the third VIP lounge, the VIPs commented one after another on the scenes displayed on the giant hologram. This student's speed is very fast. His reactions are extremely quick. The only problem is his attacking power, it's a little bit weak. Otherwise, he may be able to enter into the important class. I've heard that Crimson Nimbus II has, over the years, introduced several ex-military combat experts to their school. You all look. When their students fight, they bring forth a hint of military killing techniques. It looks like Crimson Nimbus II has large ambitions. Who knows what eruptions they will bring at this year's university exams. The second VIP lounge. Behind a placard written with the words, Phoenix Ridge 2nd, was a person in deep sleep. This person snored loudly, covered under a school uniform that permeated with the air of alcohol. To the side of him, a young female teacher from Phoenix Ridge 2nd wrinkled her brow. She prodded him without batting an eyelid and said, "Big Dong, you pestered the school 'cause you wanted to come over and watch the fight. Why is it that once you came here, you started sleeping again, snoring loudly?" A voice filled with discontent grumbled out from beneath the uniform. After some time, a puffy, swollen eye opened up and a fat face snaked out. The head was oily and the face covered with makeup. It was clear that this person engaged in excessive debauchery. He squinted his eyes in the fashion of a cat and gazed indifferently at the hologram. He yawned once again, digging back under the uniform. Zheng Dongming's voice came lazily out from under the uniform, "Don't be noisy. The person I want to see still hasn't appeared yet. Are you waiting for Si Jiaxue? Or are you waiting for Helian Lai?" asked the young female teacher. A chuckle came from under the uniform. "If it's just those two, why would I ever crawl up from my bed with 7 beauties on it and come to this damnable place?" The young female teacher asked baffled. Si Jiaxue and Helian Lai are both widely known to be Crimson Nimbus second strongest. If even they don't have the qualifications to attract you here, then who are you waiting to watch? The uniform was still for a moment. A fat wily hand suddenly extended out, groping towards beneath the young school teacher's skirt. The female teacher's body trembled with a shiver, and she nibbled with her pearly white teeth. But, she didn't resist. As Zheng Dongming groped, he spoke lazily, "The one I'm waiting for is not the strongest, but the fiercest." Noon at 12 o'clock. The second batch of people with average strength had spent all their energy fighting. Practically half of these people retired from injuries, lacking the ability to continue fighting. Only now did the students of the important class leave their classroom. They warmed up their bodies and started to join in on the scramble. They entered the field, causing the intensity of fights to increase by several factors. 10 admission tickets fell quickly into the hands of the important class of students. The battlefield had turned into a civil war amongst the important class. 1:30 p.m. Aside from Helian Lai and Si Jiaxue, all the students of the important class took the field. 2:10 p.m. Si Jiaxue slowly opened her beautiful eyes and entered the fray. 2:15 p.m. The king of Crimson Nimbus II, Helian Lai, walked out of the classroom, donning a domineering aura like a suit of armor, officially entering the war. Helian Lai and Si Jiaxue had true strength that was clearly above at a different level than the other students. The gap between them was something that could not be closed simply by relying on the dominance of numbers. In under a minute, these two each seized an admission ticket. Soon after, they fended off an assault from an encirclement of 7 to 8 students, even beating 6 students straight to the medical shuttles. So therefore, there was no one who dared to try seizing the tickets held in their embrace. In the end, there were still 8 other admission tickets. It wasn't necessary to seek death under the hands of these two monsters. Helian Lai, Si Jiaxue. The last time Crimson Nimbus II produced such great saplings was 3 to 5 years ago. The Crimson Nimbus Guild Elder's face, which had been fixed in a serious expression for half a day, revealed a faint trace of a smile at last. How boring. I should have known they would only come out now. I wasted my entire morning for nothing. In the second VIP lounge, Zheng Dongming lay comfortably on the plump and firm thighs of the female teacher, sleeping. Occasionally, he would lift his head to glance at the hologram. Giving a smirk, he soon quickly lowered his head back to sleep. 2:30 p.m. In the depths of Crimson Nimbus II, within the school's warehouse, in the middle of an old cultivation field. Li Yao's 2 index fingers were stabbed deeply and firmly into the wooden floor. His head was to the ground and his feet in the air. Using only the strength of his index fingers, he was doing a handstand with perfect form. The 2 feet, separated to the extreme, did not have shoes on them. With toes as nimble as his fingers, he lifted a dumbbell unwaveringly with each foot. The weight of each dumbbell was 100 kilograms. Asterisk ZZZZZZZ. Asterisk ZZZZZZZ. While under this state, Li Yao's nose emitted utterly strange snores. His pair of eyes were slightly closed and a bit of saliva trickled from the corner of his mouth. He was actually sleeping. Suddenly. Beep. 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 The micro-crystal processor on his wrist vibrated violently and alarmed. With a flicker of his body, bang. Bang, sounds rang out, like 2 sparks of flint flying through the darkness. Something was sent flying into a wall that was over 30 meters away, creating another pair of loud booms. The 2 100 kilograms dumbbells were actually sent flying over 30 meters by Li Yao with a kick, deeply lodging themselves in the wall. The entire face of the wall was full of holes. These were all craters left behind from a bombardment of dumbbells. The surface was like that of a meteor. It was a devastating sight. Little monster, I've already lifted the restrictions of give up. Quickly remove those clothes and join in on the fighting. You still have half an hour, laughed Sun Biao. You don't have to remind me. How annoying, yawned Li Yao. He scratched his shaggy bird's nest hair and walked to the exit indifferently. 2:32 p.m. Li Yao emerged within the campus. He walked with sleepy and drowsy eyes to the student assembly grounds where the battle was taking place. His image quickly appeared on the giant holograms in the VIP lounges. Everyone felt curiosity towards this last student entering the field. According to normal practice, such students who enter the field at such a late stage had the utmost confidence in their true strength. But all the cultivation geniuses of Crimson Nimbus II have clearly already appeared on stage. Who the hell is this bastard? Could it be a weakling student who has already given up on the competition? In the second VIP lounge, Dong Zhengming abruptly jumped up from the female teacher's thighs. His entire self turned incomparable sharp in a flash. He was like a war blade extracted from a drinking house. The air of alcohol dispersed, giving birth to an air of murder. He's the one you wanted to watch? Will he be even more ferocious than Helian Lai? The female teacher was absolutely astonished. It had been a long time since she'd seen Zheng Dongming act so serious. Helian Lai is obviously stronger than him. But if I had to choose an opponent, I would rather just choose Helian Lai. I wouldn't want to choose this guy. Zheng Dongming stared fixed at Li Yao. Why is that? The female teacher didn't understand. Because he and I are the same type of people. With a laugh, Zheng Dongming's humble face revealed shallow dimples. 2:34 p.m. Li Yao walked inside. Dining hall number 2. What the hell is he doing? There's nobody in the second dining hall. The numerous VIPs were discussing and clamoring. At this time, most of the fighting had come to an end. Quite a few students sat on the ground, panting for breath. The ones worthy to watch on screen are few. The somewhat strange actions by Li Yao naturally drew everyone's attention to Li Yao. 2:35 p.m. Li Yao carried an entire tray of meat buns out of gymnasium number 2. He ate as he walked, devouring a dozen fist-sized meat buns in half a second. Did he come here to fight, or did he come here to eat? The VIPs stared blankly for quite some time. After confirming that their eyes were fine, they couldn't help but laugh with tears in their eyes. Just a moment ago, they thought that this bastard was the secret weapon of Crimson Nimbus II, some deeply hidden unexposed expert. They never thought that this bastard was actually a rice tub with an astonishing capacity for food. And even within the campus, there were quite a few students who saw Li Yao. Look you guys, look! Even screwed ghost Li Yao has come. Huh? He actually doesn't have any injuries. How can he be so healthy and lively? He must have been secretly hiding away just now and hasn't participated in the fighting. That's why he's still lively like a dragon and a tiger. Hey, Li Yao! Don't go another further ahead. The students of the important class all gathered there. They're all still fighting intensely and desperately. Be careful not to get accidentally hurt. As Li Yao gnawed on a meat bun, he looked down to see his micro-crystal processor, turning a deaf ear to everyone's comments. Only when a student with good intentions warned him did he lift his head and give a smile of thanks. Right after, he continued to walk forward. It can't be that his head's been beaten retarded, right? The student who warned Li Yao commented to his companion with some pity. The 10 admission tickets emitted special ripples of spiritual energy every half a minute, marking their positions on a virtual map. Soon, Li Yao was able to lock onto a ticket. Na Lanying was leaning her back on a giant tree. She was gasping and panting for breath. The alert expression in her eyes was like a sharp blade that swept in all directions. She was unperturbed about the trace of blood still left in the corner of her mouth. The thought of licking it never crossed her mind. She had to breathe in the greatest amount of air in the shortest time frame to maintain a clear mind for as long as possible, so as to restore her combat strength. This was because on her body was a precious admission ticket. Na Lanying was ranked 21st among the important class. Her actualization quotient was at 65%. To be able to seize an admission ticket was simply a gargantuan fortune for her. She completely lacked the confidence to be able to hold on to the ticket until 3 p.m. Fortunately, her lucky stars shined bright today. A few experts in her class had gone to jointly attack Helian Lai and Si Jiaxue and had received serious injuries. They were eliminated from the competition. The remaining students went to go fight over the other admission tickets. There were no threatening existences with extreme strength in her surroundings. At least, not at the present. Na Lanying had been letting her imagination run wild in her mind when she suddenly felt a stab of pain in her sternum. It was as if someone stabbed a stake of ice ferociously in her heart. The young girl let out an ah. Every hair on her body stood on end. She was like a startled white bunny. Her body instinctively reacted, disregarding everything and fleeing 7 to 8 meters automatically. Na Lanying had a certain feeling that if she had stayed there, she would already have been torn to shreds. Standing 7 to 8 meters behind her, in sloppy clothes, was a completely ordinary youngster. If there was something that must be said weird about him, it would be the fact that his cheeks were stuffed full of buns. Without stopping, he kept on chewing, and chewing, and chewing. Liao? Na Lanying simply didn't dare to believe her eyes. Screwed Ghost Liao was the most famous person in Crimson Nimbus 2nd, the man of the moment. Obviously, she wasn't mistaken. It's actually him? Why was it that when my back was towards him, all my hairs stood on end? It was like I was facing a terrible demon beast. I couldn't raise even half a thought of resistance in my mind. My only thought was to flee in desperation. Na Lanying's heart beat like a drum. Her bosom slightly swelled up and down in undulations. She simply couldn't calm down. Liao chewed his meat bun indifferently while walking over to her. Na Lanying's scalp was frying. She felt a sense of crisis becoming more and more intense. She could not stop her entire self from trembling. No matter how much she tried taking deep breaths, it was no use. I was completely suppressed to paralysis by the pressure of his aura. I can't even move a single finger at all. How can this be happening? Screamed the young lady in her mind. What the hell is she doing? Why doesn't Na Lanying beat down this bastard with a move? The VIPs saw this scene and were at a loss. They were discussing animatedly amongst themselves. This kid is the screwed ghost of Crimson Nimbus 2nd. I bet Na Lanying thinks it's below her to take care of him. There were some people who finally asked and became clear on Liao's identity. They talked with complete certainty. Liao walked one step at a time until he reached in front of Na Lanying. With a tilt of his neck, he swallowed down the last meat bun with some difficulty and gave a burp. A smile oozed all over his face, showing his contentment. In the eyes of Na Lanying, Liao's appearance was just like Tyrannosaurus Rex swallowing down a ton of bloody meat. Traces of bloody sinew seemed to be embedded between his teeth. You. Don't you come over, Na Lanying said weakly from her heart. She was on the verge of crying. Hello, you must be fellow student Na Lanying. I would like to ask if you've seen fellow student Helian Lai and where he is? Liao chuckled, asking in a refined and courteous manner. Na Lanying stared blankly at him for quite some time. Then with a wavering hand, she pointed in the direction of the school sports field. I don't know. He's probably at the sports field. Okay. Thank you, fellow student Na Lanying. Liao nodded with thanks, paying zero attention to the young lady's admission ticket. He brushed past Na Lanying's side and walked towards the direction of the sports field. Na Lanying's pair of legs weakened, and she nearly collapsed to the ground. She watched with shock and astonishment at Liao's back as he gradually left. The back of her school uniform was soaked with sweat. Her delicate body was shivering and she had a sinking painful feeling in her stomach. Her mind was filled with the thoughts of her luck and new lease at life. Chapter 37 Treading Tiger Strikes 7 Murdering Hit Combo. Within 5 minutes, Liao found a total of 4 ticket holders. Anyways, his luck today has been nothing special. Helian Lai was not one of the 4, so he still hadn't raised a hand. After giving these 4 people an enormous amount of fright, he continued heading over to the sports field. Liao, don't you walk away from me. 2:44 p.m. A piercing shout exploded into Liao's ear. A figure, weaved with killing intent, blocked him from moving a step forward. It was Zhao Liang, the person whose knees he broke a month ago. Zhao Liang's legs had been restored back to normal long ago, and in this month's time frame, he went through some bitter training. His entire person's temperament changed completely. His malice and ferocity increased. He was like a blade painted black, absorbing light. Zhao Liang's face was warped and twisted, deforming into a horse's face. He said as he laughed nastily, I need to thank you properly, fellow student Liao. I still remember vividly in my mind what you did to me a month ago. It's fresh in my memory, appearing every night in my dreams. I pay you my respects. In this month, I went through a crazed kind of training. The pain I bore is a pain unimaginable for you. He. Finally, in a month's time, I went from being ranked 41st in class to being ranked 33rd. I'm no longer the last place student. Today, I will say goodbye to you by using the Treading Tiger Strike 3 murdering hit combo I've trained in. I don't know if this time, you still have an iron plate tucked in front of your sternum. Li Yao lifted his wrist to take a look at his micro-crystal processor. There wasn't even a hint of a reaction. Zhao Liang did not have an admission ticket. You don't even have a ticket, yet you're still shooting off. Do you think we're in a debate competition? With a glare of his eyes, Li Yao shouted suddenly with force. His entire body squatted down and his pair of legs seemed to swell twice in size in a flash. They were like thick coiled springs stored full of energy. Whoosh! In a flash, Li Yao's silhouette vanished without a trace, appearing right in front of Zhao Liang half a second later. His brutal aura locked completely onto every hair on Zhao Liang's head. Zhao Liang could not react at all to Li Yao's unusual incomparable speed. The moment when an expression of astonishment appeared on Zhao Liang's face, Li Yao seized Zhao Liang's skull with his pair of hands, like a walnut being clenched by enormous metal pliers. Zhao Liang was totally unable to free himself. Li Yao's right knee ferociously rammed into Zhao Liang's body like an artillery shell. The strongest technique of the 13 forces of the war beasts. Treading Tiger Strike. Boom! Zhao Liang's lower body half flew up. His entire body curled up into a ball, looking like a small shrimp. Blood spurted wildly from his mouth. The back of his school uniform was torn to shreds. Li Yao had no intention of stopping. Just when his right leg had fallen, his left knee burst forth. The two knees struck one after another in succession. Boom! 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 His knees struck with great power 7 times in a row. Each bombardment was stronger than the last by a bit. The final strike, with a knee as hard as iron, directly exploded onto Zhao Liang's face. Zhao Liang's entire face caved in deeply. It was like he was smashed ferociously by a giant iron hammer. He flew several dozen meters, fiercely smashing into the ground. He didn't even have the chance to let out a blood-curdling scream before he completely passed out. A killing technique used by the military, the 13 forces of the war beasts, Treading Tiger Strike 7 murdering hit combo. In the third VIP lounge, the room was filled with noise and clamor just a second ago, buzzing with activity. The next second, the room turned into absolute silence. A deathly stillness. No one ever expected that an elite student of the important class would be eliminated in a flash by a mishmash of the common class. In the second VIP lounge, the female teacher of Phoenix Ridge 2nd shouted in surprise. She looked at Zheng Dongming to the side of her. Zheng Dongming's mouth hooked into a smile, displaying an expression that contained no surprise. In the first VIP lounge, Zhao Yin's eyes flashed with light and soon returned to their original state. With a wave of his hand, he called his secretary. After exchanging a few words, the secretary left in a hurry. The current time is 2:53 p.m. Li Yao didn't even glance of Zhao Liang. He stepped over Zhao Liang's body, considering Zhao Liang to be a piece of trash. The noise of the fight between these two also drew the attention of several neighboring students. Li Yao didn't even walk far before he was surrounded by 3 arrogant students of the important class. They glared at him with complete vigilance. These 3 students all witnessed Li Yao finishing off Zhao Liang with a single move. Naturally, they wouldn't lower their guard. They considered him to be the most fearful of threats. You're Li Yao. I never thought that you weren't being tortured by Hellion Lie for this month, but were actually hiding in training. You actually possess a power this strong. However, it's useless. We top 20 students of the important class are on a totally different level than the sort of bastard Zhao Yang is, a student of the important class said, sneering. And in addition, us three have been training in joint assault techniques together ever since we entered the 3rd year. You are no match for us, the second student of the important class stated. Therefore, if you're an intelligent person, you would be a good boy and beat it. Go fight over other people's tickets. We don't want to suffer injuries on our side as well, the 3rd student of the important class concluded the conversation. Li Yao looked at his micro-crystal processor and discovered that they were indeed carrying 3 admission tickets on their bodies. The true strength of these students lingered around rank 20 in the important class, oscillating up and down. They knew it would be hard to rely only on oneself to seize a ticket, so they planned early on to team up to fight. They spent most of the year painstakingly working on their joint assault technique into becoming perfected and exquisite. Indeed, this time, several ranked top 15 students in the important class were defeated under their hand, seizing 3 of the precious admission tickets. Li Yao didn't necessarily know this information. However, there were only 7 minutes of time remaining. He feared that there wasn't enough time to find Helian Lai. He carefully sized up the 3 surrounding students of the important class, analyzing and calculating at lightning speeds. He had no choice but to recognize that his opponents were formidable opponents on a higher level than Zhao Yang. He examined his micro-crystal processor once more. He found, to his dismay, that other than these 3 people, the remaining 7 ticket-bearing students were far away from him. It was likely that some hid inside the complicated, maze-like buildings. And most of them were moving around at high speeds. It would be very hard to catch them. Helian Lai, there is a veil between us. I'm forced to wait until the youth limit challenge to slowly conclude things between us. Li Yao squinted his eyes, withdrawing his gaze from the 3 students of the important class. In a slow and unhurried fashion, he took off "Give up." What the hell is he up to? It can't be he wants to fight 1-on-3? Everyone was at a loss in the VIP lounges. Student Li Yao defeated Zhao Yang in a single move. Although his true strength is unconventional, he wants to fight 3 students, who clearly surpass Zhao Yang, as his opponents. It should be too much for him, right? The teachers were discussing animatedly. And in the first VIP lounge, the smiling expression in the depths of Crimson Nimbus Guild's elder Zhou Yin's eyes grew richer and richer. Li Yao squatted down and folded "Give up" neatly and tidily. He placed "Give up" carefully to the side. He was wearing a completely ordinary sports tank top and shorts. He had worn these clothes for a long time, all throughout his big torturous workouts. They were thin like a cicada's wing, revealing faintly the lines of the muscles underneath clearly. His stature was completely ordinary and his muscles weren't considered anything too extreme. But the encircling 3 students of the important class didn't know why, but they all simultaneously felt a deep chill. When Li Yao took off his exterior clothes, a severe icy air also seemed to accompany the action, permeating and diffusing through the air. He was like a velociraptor that transformed in a flash into a Tyrannosaurus Rex. Bang! Li Yao stamped one leg to the ground, shredding his sports shoes into pieces. His speed had increased unexpectedly by a factor when compared to the recent moment when he murderously bombarded Zhao Yang. In the lifetime of a flint spark, he flashed to appear right in front of the opposing student of the important class. The treading tiger strike combo was unleashed once more like a hot knife through butter. The 3 students in the important class never thought that Li Yao would actually take the initiative to attack. Even more so, they never thought that his offensive would be this fierce and violent. In a flash, they turned pale with fright. However, their reaction speeds were clearly faster than Zhao Yang's by a measure. The student of the important class facing Li Yao crossed his arms to defend. His waist bent in a strange manner. A bang rang out. He had barely defended against Li Yao's knee strike. A groan was stifled in his mouth, and there was an expression of unbearable pain on his face. The bones of his pair of arms were broken by a single strike of Li Yao's bombarding knee. The other two students of the important class unleashed their assault from behind, trying in vain to keep Li Yao pinned down. Bang bang! Li Yao did not duck or dodge. He forcibly took on the assault of the two behind him. The two students of the important class kicked his back with ferocity, but it was like kicking a giant sandbag filled with iron shavings. Li Yao's muscles immediately rippled in a strange manner. The energy was dispersed and eliminated in a flash. His physical resistance capabilities are this strong. The blood of the two students of the important class ran cold. They were aware of the strange rippling movement of Li Yao's muscles. They were clearly aware that this was an extraordinary high-class, energy dispersion technique. Under the special guidance of a military expert, the body is struck repetitively with powerful strikes in order to grasp the technique. Did we make a mistake? This guy's absolutely a monster. There's practically no difference in true strength between him and Hellion Lai. How is he a mishmash of the common class? Are all the teachers in our school blind to this extent? The three students of the important class glanced at each other, all seeing fear in the depths of each other's eyes. Li Yao had no interest in the offensive launched by the two people. His pair of knees, like tigers setting off a mountain, exploded forth violently. In under a second, he exploded out with 11 knee strikes that were so insane it seemed to be of magic. The students of the important class ahead could not withstand it any longer, collapsing to the ground with a blood-curdling scream. It was an unimaginable scene. Shouts of surprise came and went in waves in the VIP lounges. None of the spectators had ever thought that an encirclement formation of three students of the important class would actually be broken by a mishmash of the common class, using only the sort of brute force method of pure strength and physical ability to force the formation open. Li Yao sneered. He strode over with large strides like a tiger pouncing on a lamb. He was chasing down the broken-armed students of the important class to continue his relentless assault. The manner of his attacks was unspeakably exquisite. Every single strike bombarded straight down. None of his strikes contained anything deceptive or had any unpredictable variations. The three students of the important class could all anticipate the trajectory of his next attack. However, they were unable to find a way to break through his technique. This was because Li Yao's absolute striking strength was way too astonishing, and his physical resistance capabilities were way too strong as well. Li Yao clearly staked it all on his body. 3 versus 1. You may strike me thrice, but I will strike you once. That's the way it was. Li Yao was accustomed to facing against the devilish-level expert, Fiend Blade Peng. According to Li Yao, the attacks of these three important class students were nothing more than tickles. And Li Yao's fists, even if they only brushed against their cheeks, was enough to make them cry tears of pain. A short time later, the three students of the important class looked at each other and suddenly let out a whistle. At the same time, they split, running in 3 directions to escape. 3 students of the important class had actually chosen to flee in desperation when facing a student of the common class. They spent several months specifically practicing these tactics. They were meant to be used against Hellion Lai, but they actually employed it against a student of the common class. This truly is, within the VIP lounge, the coach of the 3 students had a complicated expression on his face. The 3 aptly employed the battle tactics appropriately. This caused the coach to feel quite happy, but he felt far more emotions of shame and shock. Li Yao, without any hesitation, chased unwaveringly after the first student of the important class. Each step he took could pull the distance closer by nearly half a meter. Soon, they were only separated by the thickness of a string. The fleeing student of the important class in front of him was on the verge of crying. The other 2 students of the important class turned around, without hesitation, from the side, to cause Li Yao some trouble from behind. This time, the manner in which they fought was clearly different. They no longer targeted Li Yao's vital parts, but instead focused on pinning Li Yao down with harassing attacks. They wanted to stall for time. Their purpose was to allow the first student to pull some distance. When Li Yao's patience was running thin, when he would turn around to attack someone, that person would turn and flee without hesitation. And when Li Yao gave chase, unwilling to let his target escape, the other two students of the important class would change their roles. They would become the harassers. Us three may not have the strongest true strength in the important class, but our minds are the most intelligent and clear-minded of the important class. This set of escape harassment battle tactics, when put fully to use, would be hard for even Hellion Lai to overcome. How can you find the answer to break out? The coach of the three important class students stared fixed at the hologram, murmuring to himself. He also looked at the time displayed on the hologram. His throat was a bit dry from talking too much. You don't have much time left remaining, student Li Yao. At present, the time is 2:59 and 30 seconds p.m. There was only half a minute until the competition official ends. Will a miracle happen? All the VIPs no longer paid any attentions to the other scenes. Their sights were totally focused on Li Yao's 1 versus 3 on the hologram. Everyone was racking their brains, with no success, trying to figure out if Li Yao could make a reversal out of this predicament. Everyone was excited and looking forward to the outcome. They were awaiting a miracle. 27 seconds. 26 seconds. 25 seconds. The speed of the three important class students had reached their hurricane-like limits. They ran with faces red from exertion. Their mouths and eyes were twisted. They completely lacked the aura and elegance of a heaven's chosen, looking like three stray dogs instead. 13 seconds. 12 seconds. 11 seconds. The three people were forced to draw their entire strength, down to their bones. They rushed madly, rushed frantically, they ran like mad. Li Yao chased them unrelentingly, causing them to wretchedly foam at the mouth. Their tongues were flapping as they continued running in crazily without end. It was as if the most vicious, vile, and persistent of demon beasts was chasing closely behind them. 7 seconds. 6 seconds. 5 seconds. The pathetic worm being chased by Li Yao suddenly had his legs weaken and drop from under him. He rolled about on the ground clutching his leg. He had run too much and overtaxed his body, causing a cramping in his leg. The remaining two let out a battle cry simultaneously. They threw themselves into the air and tenaciously held fixed onto Li Yao. 3 seconds. 2 seconds. 1 second. With a violent roar, the muscles of Li Yao's entire body swelled, forcefully sending the two important class students flying. They dropped flat on their backs. The time is precisely 3 p.m. The competition was over. The crisp beautiful sound of a bell rang throughout campus. We won. We held on to the bitter end. The three students were surprised at first, but soon they jumped around wild with joy. They hugged each other laughing and crying. It was like the opponent they had faced just then was not a student of the common class, but rather a campus king like Si Jiaxue or Hellion Lai. I managed to get a ticket. The first student took out a wrapped treasure from his bosom, a small box engraved with glyphs. He waved it energetically and roared loudly. I managed to get a ticket. The second student also hefted up his own admission ticket. His face was full of hope after a storm, an expression with tears of joy. Where's my ticket? The third student felt all over his clothes in confusion. He could not feel out anything. He thought, distracted, and seemed to have realized something. He looked towards Li Yao as his face suddenly turned deathly white. Li Yao sat cross-legged on the ground. His head was tilted while he carefully examined the artifact box held in his hand with great detail and discovered that there was a semi-translucent crystal card that was as thin as a cicada's wing lying inside. Devil Dragon Island was one of the locations of this year's Limit Challenge competition. Li Yao let out a soft whistle as he took out the ticket from the box and channeled the ticket with his mind. A pudgy critter rushed through the air and laughed brightly. In the VIP lounges was a wave of uproar. When did he grab the ticket? How did I miss it? Most of the household heads looked at each other in dismay. They dared not to believe their eyes. In the first VIP room, Im Zhou could not hold back a light laugh, nodding his head. Not bad. This kid's body is quite powerful, like those body-tempering specialists from the Northwest continent who cultivate in the path of body refinement. And his fingers are so adept, to be able to snatch away a ticket without anybody noticing. Those fingers are very much suited for crafting and repairing artifacts. They're simply the hands of a refiner. In these times, what the circle of cultivators lacks the most are these sort of multi-talented geniuses. Really, this kid's not bad. At this time, his secretary walked in and stooped down to his ear, saying a few words. Oh, so there's this sort of thing going on. Zhou Yin's gaze drifted, like a gentle stream, towards Helian Ba. So, word has it that your esteemed son and this student Li Yao have some misunderstanding? Helian Ba's eyebrows rose up, his face was filled with an expression of disbelief. It can't be, right? I've never heard Small Lai mention this before. Although, kids can be quite hot-blooded. It's quite common for them to fight with each other, and often a friendship is born from the exchange of blows. Aren't many bro-for-life bonds born from rivalries and fights? Or it's quite possible that these two really have a misunderstanding. That's also not a big deal. Who would still take it personally? Zhou Yin gradually nodded his head. Then that's fine. Your esteemed son is also a genius that's quite hard to come by. His strength is superior to Li Yao's by a factor. Both of these two have promising futures. It's not worth getting mad over such small matters. Helian Ba nodded his head over and over. He spoke with utter sincerity. Yes. Yes. What Elder Zhou says is absolute. Oh, that's right. Headmaster Zhao, I've heard that student Li Yao's family circumstances aren't too good. Doesn't our school have a dedicated fund to sponsor students in poverty? I propose to withdraw 100,000 credits from this fund, and I will also contribute 100,000 myself for a total of 200,000 credits as a form of a scholarship to give to student Li Yao in praise of his wonderful display in this fighting competition. Elder Zhou, sir, what do you think? Zhou Yin chuckled. These are all matters regarding your school, I don't want to get involved. In short, this student's basic potential isn't bad. I'm quite pleased. Headmaster Zhao, board member Helian, and all the guests sitting with me today, everyone has done a great service. When the speech concluded, Helian Ba's heart returned, once again, stuck in his throat. He felt he had just been fished from the bathing room, his back was full of cold sweat. Li Yao. A terrifying glow flashed in the depths of Helian Ba's eyes as Helian Ba committed this name to memory. At the main stage of the first school building, Helian Lai and Si Jiaxue stood on opposite sides on stage. They opened their microprocessors to produce holograms in order to find out the names of 10 ticket holders. We caused several of the stronger students in our class to suffer from heavy injuries and retire from the competition. We don't know who the other 8 people are going to be, the lucky ones who can come with us to Devil Dragon Island. Helian Lai laughed with his head lowered. Their smiling expressions froze in a flash, like their faces were covered with a mask of botched human skin, and like their faces were beaten viciously. An expression of faint doubt flew up on Si Jiaxue's face. Giant question marks rippled in the depths of her clear-water eyes. Li Yao, the two read the name silently. Their tones and implications were as different as black and white. 10 days later, on the east coast of the Federation, at the Far East Ocean. It was early morning. The rising sun filled the day and the red clouds filled the sky. A myriad of golden fish scale dots glistened and dazzled in an ocean that stretched as far as the eye could see. It was a scene from a fairy tale. Countless schools of fish and oceanic demon beasts leapt and fluttered about over the golden sea's surface, creating quite a vitalic sight to behold. Come. Come. 8 large anti-gravity spiritual energy-powered ships were stuffed full of the young geniuses of floating Spear City and its neighboring dozen towns, carrying them over and looking like 8 large sea turtles. They leisurely swept over at an altitude 200 meters above the sea's surface. Their mysterious and complex glyph were vibrating endlessly, radiating all the colors of the rainbow brightly. The turbulent waves of spiritual energy surged and rippled. The ripples spread endlessly, colliding into the sea, creating explosions that sounded like the thunderous roars of large demon beasts, and creating white waves of froth. Li Yao was standing at the edge of the front deck. He clung to the railing, looking downwards. In the midst of the golden ocean, several dozen fishing boats were cruising lazily all over, scattered and fragmented. Suddenly, an extremely strange water bubble swelled on the surface of the sea not too far away. Soon, a small piece of an utterly sharp fin emerged, splitting the sea without a sound. It headed towards the several dozen fishing boats at high speeds, attacking. When the fin reached nearly a 100-meter distance from the fishing boats, the water bubble suddenly expanded. A 100-meter-long giant monster fish exploded out from the water bubble, leaping suddenly into the air and soaring several dozen meters high. It headed forward with reckless abandon, pouncing towards the fishing boats. The skin of this monstrous fish was bumpy and full of scabs and was covered in growing coral of 5 different gorgeous colors. It looked extremely devilish. There was a tumorous growth on its head that formed the face of an incomparably ugly baby. There was even a thick tentacle, on the tip of which was a ball of meat, growing from its forehead. Pop, the ball of meat crackled as it shot explosive blue lightning in arcs. WAUM. WAUM. The monstrous fish gaped open its mouth, letting out a strange cry like that of a child. Its mouth was strangely and incomparably large. The mouth actually split all the way to the middle of its body, and jagged teeth filled to the brim within its gaping mouth. The corpses of rotten oceanic beasts were even seen pierced on top of several dozen of the razor-sharp jagged teeth. Li Yao did not have the time to yell in surprise. In a flash, it seemed that all the fishing boats had awakened from stupor. They moved at a speed comparable to lightning, splitting in all directions. The enormous, monstrous fish flung itself into the air. Its body, weighing over 10,000 pounds, smashed against the sea once again, creating a giant, sky-towering wave. The fishing boats that had just been fleeing turned their helms one by one, faintly forming an encirclement. The enormous monstrous fish tried to escape through the air once more but was met with the fishing boats suddenly shooting balls of nets. These nets appeared to be artifacts crafted and refined by cultivators. They hooked and coiled together mid-air, forming an 8-pointed star pattern that glowed with splendor and radiance. It was an eye-catching and dazzling glyph that soon transformed into a giant net that blotted the sky and covered the earth. It came crashing down, bolting straight towards the cranium of the gigantic monstrous fish. All of a sudden, the gigantic monster fish thundered with a roar that contained both shock and fury. Its body twisted and rocked wildly, creating raging and storming waves. The still tranquil and peaceful surface of the sea had transformed, in a flash, into a surging battlefield with the aura of death. But no matter how much the monster fish struggled, it was unable to free itself. Who knows what crafting materials this fishing net was made of, but as soon as it made contact with the ocean's water, it shrunk at lightning speeds to deeply embed itself into the body of the gigantic monster fish. The net bound tightly to the skin, causing the skin to split and chap. The blood that subsequently flowed was a dark green, polluting a large area of the sea's surface, and emitted noxious fishy fumes. Even Li Yao, at a distance of several hundred meters in the air, was affected by the smell of the noxious fumes, causing his eyes to go faint and his head to be dizzy. He faintly felt a loss of consciousness. It seemed that the blood of this gigantic monster fish contained a natural and terrifying ability to cause people to lose consciousness. Swish! 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 The several dozen fishing ships launched gigantic harpoons simultaneously, piercing deep into the body of the monster fish. With the additional pain, the monster fish went even crazier. The fish thrashed and tried to flee, causing the steel rope that was hooked to the fishing boats to go taut and straight. Several dozen fishing boats were being dragged, rushing forward. The monster fish rushed several hundred meters, dragging several fishing boats with it and causing them to tip to extreme angles, almost to the point of capsizing. From one of these ships flew out a cultivator suited in a light blue crystal-powered mobile armor that hefted a giant sword on its shoulder. In a blink of an eye, this cultivator flew to appear right in front of the monster fish. A dangerous arc of lightning flashed across the tentacle on the forehead of the monster fish. With the giant sword in hand, an image of a sword strike flashed out. The tentacle was actually cleaved cleanly at the base, falling down to the sea. TSSSS, the monster fish could not hold back a sharp, blood-curdling cry. Without waiting for the fish to respond, the cultivator sheathed the sword once again behind his back. His left hand grasped the hilt, while the palm of his right hand faced the forehead of the gigantic monster fish. A ball of light, like a miniature sun, formed in the palm of his hand and expanded at lightning speeds. Boom! When the ball of light expanded to a size larger than the cultivator's head, the fingers of his hand spread open. He pushed forcefully, sending the ball of light into the blood-gaping wound on the monster fish's forehead, entering the brains of the monster fish in a flash. Only a world-shaking sound was heard. A geyser of blood spouted 100 meters into the air from the blowhole on the top of the monster fish's brain. Its entire brain had been mashed into a pulp. The eyes of the monster fish turned to an ash gray in a flash. It stopped struggling, flipped belly up, and floated without strength on the surface of the sea. The countless parasitic octopuses, crabs, and tiny demon beasts living on its body dispersed, fleeing without direction towards the ocean floor in panic. So awesome! Li Yao watched with wonder. This was an encirclement hunt that was planned early on. First, the fishing nets and harpoons were used to exhaust the monster fish's physical strength and life force. Then, the cultivator cleaved its tentacle to create a wound as a weak point. Finally, a fatal strike was sent through the wound into the brain of the monster fish. The world of cultivation really is incomparably vast and filled with unlimited awesomeness. Li Yao gazed far into the distance, to his limits. Bottomless red clouds were scattered across the horizon. A red disk of a sun did its best to break through the sea's surface, to shoot to the sky. This was a spectacular scene of the vastness and forces of nature, something that Li Yao did not experience often living life in floating Spear City. He was at peace and relaxed, and his thoughts were like the image seen by his eyes. They flew to the ends of the ocean, towards the sun. One day, I will also be a cultivator, like this one. My hand will be holding an awesome military weapon that I personally crafted. I will rush to the great ocean, slaying demon beasts and wrestling with the stormy seas. The tides of Li Yao's heart moved up and down, heating his blood. Everyone on this anti-gravity ship was a youth from floating Spear City. Quite a few people were like him. In twos and threes on the deck of the ship, they were also admiring the wondrous marvel of nature unfolding before their eyes. They had seen the cultivator below slay the demon beast, and they cried out, one by one, in surprise. However, Li Yao understood clearly that he was different than the others within this flock of people. What he displayed in the fight for the ticket was too much of a shock. And he was someone who was willing to offend people with rich and powerful backing, like Hellion Lai. Other people did not dare to wantonly go up and talk to him. Li Yao enjoyed the peacefulness. He looked down at the exceptionally beautiful marvel, the reflection of the sky on the ocean. His memories flew back to the time in his dream of grandeur. Specks of detail become clearer. No matter what he remembered, no matter how useful it was, he recorded it all to his crystal processor. This was his secret training technique that he thought of only recently. People's ability to remember will always have its limits, say nothing of remembering the details of dreams. Li Yao feared that once some details became clear, upon awakening, everything would be forgotten completely. The memories of Yezi were undoubtedly a precious treasure trove equivalent to the wealth of an entire nation. No matter how modeled any shard of memory recollection was, each shard was capable of providing great benefits. These days had gone by with Li Yao racking his mind away. He managed to recall many things. He was able to fumble around in the depths of his mind and discover what seemed to be a giant sealed sliding door. He was even able to hear sounds coming inside, the twinkling sounds of a treasure trove. All he needed was one step, one small step. Then, he would be able to inherit all of Yezi's memories. It was right at this time when the faint air of alcohol assailed his nostrils. A chubster with cat-like eyes and splendid clothes leaned against the railing next to Li Yao. This youngster said, "This view really isn't bad. Isn't that right, fellow student Li Yao?" Li Yao's pupils suddenly contracted. Nonchalantly, he revoked the hologram of his crystal processor. Filled to the brim with caution, he said, "Aren't you Zheng Dongming, a friend of Hellion Lai?" "Nope, I'm not Hellion Lai's friend. I'm his swine friend." Zheng Dongming's nostrils flared as he chuckled in reply. "Is there a difference?" Li Yao stared blankly. "To be partners in decadence means that Hellion Lai can find me if he wants to dine food, drink alcohol, race in shuttles, play with girls. Basically, anything that brings pleasure is totally fine. But if it's to help him beat someone up, especially someone whose true strength has increased by leaps and bounds in a month, and whose actualization quotient increased by several dozen %, this sort of damn awesome person. Then Hellion Lai overestimates our friendship way too much." Zheng Dongming chuckled, nudging over a step closer to Li Yao's side. Li Yao calmly pulled some distance away from him. "So, you're not here to stir up some trouble with me?" Zheng Dongming nudged over once again. It seemed that he didn't pick up on Li Yao's cold attitude. With a composed expression, he said, "Do you know just how many different types of time-established fine wine are in the Federation? Just how many restaurants far and near? Just how many girls have entered into the entertainment industry?" Li Yao blinked his eyes. He felt that he could not quite keep up with Zheng Dongming's tempo of speech. "Nope, so what's the answer?" With a flick of his finger, Zheng Dongming enumerated a list of numbers. "According to my statistics, the Federation has a total of 1,300 different time-established fine wine, over 300,000 critically acclaimed restaurants that are worth trying, and just last year, counting every new female actress of every major entertainment company, female idols, etc. There are at least 500,000 of them." Zheng Dongming paused for a bit to let out a sigh. "You should know that I am the child of rich and power parents with money in explosive amounts. There are that many kinds of alcohol waiting for me to taste. That many fine delicacies for me to eat. That many stunning and devastatingly beautiful women. All I need to do is to cough lightly, and they become like succubi, stripping on their own, stripping myself and pushing me on the bed. What do you think? Why would I give up alcohol to taste, give up delicacies to eat, give up girls to f***ck? Why would I waste my precious time to come cause you trouble?" Li Yao squinted his eyes, examining Zheng Dongming for half a minute. Suddenly, he started laughing. Just as Zheng Dongming was interested in Li Yao, at this moment, Li Yao also became a bit interested in Zheng Dongming. Li Yao shrugged his shoulder. Sure, you're not here to stir up trouble. But what did you come here for? Do you want to team up with me? To fight hand-to-hand together on Devil Dragon Island? Zheng Dongming said, that was only my first objective. The primary objective was that I wanted to chat with you. Just simply a conversation. If I were to use terms from the ancient cultivation world to explain, then I would say I came here to plant a seed of karma. Nothing more. You're rich and powerful. I'm damned and poor. We aren't people of the same world. What could we possibly chat about? Plenty Man, for example, you are quite a talented individual, fellow student Li Yao. I've heard you also have quite some skills in artifact repair. Then what will it be? Have you thought over which school you want to test into? Which type of cultivator you want to become? What do you mean, type of cultivators? There are even many different types of cultivators. Actually, Li Yao had never heard of such things. He still believed that there was only one type of cultivator, and that was those who soared through the skies on flying swords, going around killing. Only that type of cultivator. Zheng Dongming had a certain, if you don't know, then come. Let's sit down and listen to young Master Zheng slowly explain, expression on his face. With utter pride, he glanced an eye at Li Yao. He cleared his throat and said, in the ancient cultivation world of 40,000 years ago, obviously, cultivators weren't separated into types. There was only one kind of cultivator. At most, there were those who cultivated in the path of demons, the path of fiends, but those don't count, only the sources of their spiritual energy were different. And 40,000 years later to the modern cultivation era, society has separated different types of jobs more and more finely. Cultivators have also been separated into a total of 6 major types. He extended out his chubby right hand, spreading open his fingers. He wriggled his thumb and said, the first type is also the most common, the most ordinary, and that is the battle-type cultivator. The battle-type cultivator is the type most inline for the average person's traditional view of what a cultivator is like. More or less, they fly on flying swords. They travel unhindered all around to fight hand-to-hand with demon beasts. You have to know of this type of cultivator. I don't need to explain more, right? Li Yao nodded his head. Obviously, he understood what the battle-type cultivator was. It's just that he never thought that there were actually 5 different types of cultivators outside of the battle-type cultivator. What kind of mysteries do these other 5 types of cultivators possess? Zheng Dongming curled his index finger, continuing, the second type is the admin type of cultivators. This type of cultivator may not possess the strongest of spiritual energy, but they possess the best computational ability. They can, in the time it takes for a flint spark to flash, do several million, even several tens of millions, even over 100 million of telepathic calculations. From a ginormous endless stream of information, they can discover hidden patterns and structures and even predict the direction of how things will play out. They make the most optimum decisions. I'm sure you won't understand from the way I'm talking. Let me give you an example. The mayor of a major city with a population of 10 million people. A general who commands an entire army. The chief of a large corporation. The head leader of a guild. They all need someone to make grand strategies and run administration. The admin-type cultivator is most suited for this job. Electricity coursed in Li Yao's mind. Soon, he responded by automatically nodding his head. There are specialists in business. Someone with battle strength is different from someone who commands a large army. Being able to level a mountain with a single explosive fist is not representative of the ability to become a capable guild leader. The admin-type cultivator really does have its own value for existence. Zheng Dongming supplemented with more words, at present, the person with the highest position in our Star Glory Federation is the chairman of the Congress, Su Haoran. He's an admin-type cultivator who reached the Yuanying stage. It's said that his brain underwent enormous development. When his spiritual energy courses through to its utmost limit, he can process over 80 million thoughts telepathically every second. He can be said to be a supercrystal processor in human form. Only with this sort of calculation prowess can one lead an enormous nation such as this. Even Speaker Su Haoran was an admin-type cultivator. Li Yao was forced to have a whole new level of respect for this type. However, he understood himself unequivocally. He knew he wasn't made for this. Soon, he returned to being himself and asked, then, what's the third type? Zheng Dongming swayed his middle finger and said, the third type is the research-type cultivator. Just as the name implies, this type of cultivator is similar to the admin-type cultivator, possessing extremely high computational abilities. They are capable of processing tens of thousands of telepathic thoughts in a flash. However, their abilities aren't as extensive. They like to concentrate on a specific subject. The research-type cultivator often becomes a doctor, lawyer, university professor, and various scientific advisors in the industry. They are highly respected by the masses. Li Yao went, oh. When compared to the admin-type cultivator, the research-type cultivator seemed a bit weaker. Zheng Dongming saw through his disappointment and said seriously, don't feel that the research-type cultivator is useless. The powerful research-type cultivators can compute and run a simulation of a star. They can tell when it will explode and thereby absorb the energy of the star's explosion for cultivation. They can also deduce the combat style of a powerful ancient demon beast from several billion years ago, just from inspecting a few shards of fossils. Those in love with medicine can fuse man with demon beast, to engineer a beast soldier with tyrannical strength. Of course, this is illegal in the Federation, but in some of the lawless areas outside of the Federation, there are research-type cultivators with this sort of true strength. They simply exist on the same level as a god. Zheng Dongming paused with a sorrowful laugh. In a low voice, he said, if this is not enough of an explanation for you, think of it this way, 40,000 years ago in the past, the cultivator who did the R&D of the demon god virus, causing spirit beasts to evolve into fiend beasts. He could be considered a research-type cultivator. What do you think? Are you scared yet?